Douluo, the master of the nuclear soul. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226 High Purity Uranium Ore. After a moment. In other words, she is the fairy grass you mentioned before. Zhu's Huking looked at Xiaoxu in disbelief, and then turned to look at Yu, who was shaking his feet with his eyes looking up to the sky, as if it had nothing to do with him. She was completely confused. 100,000-year soul beast can actually transform into human form. It's hard to believe. Sitting on the sofa, Zhu's Huking felt confused. Is this what 100,000-year soul beast looks like? A cute little girl? Actually, I'm not a human form yet. It will probably take a few years. Seeing Zhu's Huking's actions, Xiaoxu's pretty face softened, and she put her hands down. The girl's light voice slowly wandered in the room. At this moment, she was relieved. It seemed that the other party did not have any rejection because of her being a soul beast. She seemed very gentle. Obviously, when she was with Uchiha, her face was very cold. Why did it seem different now? Xiaoxu was also a little confused. She was ready to be secretly watched. After all, a 100,000-year-old soul beast meant that it would definitely produce soul bones. Could it be that because of uranium, Zhu's Huking believed in her unconditionally? Xiaoxu didn't know. After Zhu's Huking noticed that their hair color was the same and their eyes were as gorgeous as rubies, she realized it. The relationship between the two was definitely more than just good friends, or it was as simple as knowing each other since childhood. The two were definitely related by blood. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed through Zhu's Huking's mind. Uranium, is he a human? Zhu's Huking sat on the sofa blankly, and scenes flashed through her mind. The scenes of getting along with uranium all the time, the seamless cooperation, the ultimate martial soul fusion, the great power to create a fragmented world, were all vivid. The next moment, Zhu's Huking shook her head and woke up from this blinded state. Uranium's martial soul is the eye of destruction. Could it be that he has become a spirit with his eyes? It must be a beast martial soul. Plant martial souls, which have complete bodies, can transform. With one eye, he must be a human soul master. Besides, whether he is a soul beast or not has nothing to do with me. I like him, there is no doubt about that, Zhu's Huking murmured in a low voice. What? What did you say? I didn't hear clearly. Uranium, who was not far away, heard Zhu's Huking's lips move slightly and felt confused. Only Xiaoxu, who was standing next to her, heard everything clearly under the influence of the soul beast's talent. Listening to Zhu's Huking's silent confession, Xiaoxu's delicate face was slightly embarrassed. She couldn't do anything about it. The surroundings were quiet. Silent light poured in from the window, illuminating the three people. Warmth filled the room, and against the sky blue bedding, it emitted a dazzling light. So, I'm done with the introduction. How about I take you to Sharingan City for a stroll next? Uranium looked at Zhu's Huking, who had a calm face, and Xiaoxu, who was dressed in elegant clothes, and couldn't help but suggest. He wanted to witness what the city in this other world looked like. Since he left the Xingdao Great Forest, he had not spent much time in these so-called city streets except for going to the Great Fighting Soul Arena. But now, since there was still some time before the pig was slaughtered, he could also walk around here for a while, just to take Xiaoxu to see this world, so as not to be dazzled by this colorful world. Okay, the purple-skirted girl Xiaoxu was slightly stunned, and then quickly walked to the side of Uranium, smiling and squinting her eyes. It seemed that as long as Uranium was around, she would feel very relieved. Seeing that Xiaoxu was like this, Zhu's Huking couldn't help but stand up and suggested, I know a very good ready-made clothing store, why don't we go there and take a look? It seemed that considering Xiaoxu's special situation at this time, Zhu's Huking continued to add, you can wear it after you transform, just as if you have selected it in advance. Uranium had told her everything, including the 100,000-year soul beast, the encounter, and Xiaoxu's transformation. She didn't regard Xiaoxu as a soul beast, but as a family member. At this moment, it is obvious that Uranium dotes on this little girl. If it weren't for the fact that Xiaoxu was only a shadow at this time, visible but not touchable, Uranium would have carried her on his shoulders and played with her to his heart's content. Okay, Zhu's Huking, come too. The three of us will go shopping together. Uranium shook his head helplessly, his eyes jumped to the motionless black-clothed girl beside him, and the smile on his face became softer. Don't stay at home all day long to practice, go out more. Listening to Uranium's invitation, Zhu Zhuqing nodded slightly, a smile on the corner of her mouth, and said, wait for me. He actually invited her to go shopping without mentioning the practice. In the past, he practiced for longer than himself. After a while, the three left the hotel. The hotel is indeed convenient in the central area of the city. There are wide streets outside the gate. Xiandao City is worthy of being the capital of the Xiandao Empire. The streets are wide and clean, with many shops and a constant stream of people on the streets. As they didn't know the way, the three of them walked through several streets in succession, but didn't find any trace of the clothing store. While walking, Uranium suddenly remembered something and hurriedly took out a black waist bag dotted with stars from her waist. It was beautiful in shape and had a delicate silver pattern on the edge. Zhuqing, I almost forgot to return it to you. Uranium smiled helplessly and held out her hand to Zhu Zhuqing. As soon as the two left the Sunset Forest, she handed her Space Soul Guide to him. The Chronos adapter and its exclusive belt, as well as the wooden box containing Xiaoxu, were all taken out from it. If it weren't for it, Uranium would probably have to wear the belt all day long. The girl took the waist bag, and the touch of the light warmth, like static electricity, made her slightly stunned. The next moment, a faint blush appeared on the girl's face. Uchiha Uranium, what is that place over there? Suddenly, Xiaoxu pointed to a dome building not far ahead and asked, oh no. I forgot to tell her that I have an alias here. Feeling bitter in his heart, Uranium immediately felt a gaze on him. Uchiha Uranium. Zhu Zhuqing repeated in a daze. Although she was shocked, her expression seemed a little strange. At this time, Xiaoxu seemed to have noticed something was wrong. Strange, is there something wrong? Did Zhu Zhuqing call him Uranium every day, very intimately? She also wanted to call him by his single name directly, so envious. At this moment, Uranium could only touch his head and smile awkwardly. It's over. Uranium murmured softly with a bitter smile in his heart. Zhu Zhuqing's motionless cold expression seemed like a judgment of a death warrant, raising a sharp blade, ready to swing at this little lamb at any time. Alice, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly sighed, and her sigh suddenly interrupted Uranium's meditation. Zhuqing, I have a reason for doing this, that's right, my real name is Uchi. Uranium saw that the scene was a little wrong, and immediately explained, but was interrupted by Zhu Zhuqing waving her hand. I know you are a fake name. Zhu Zhuqing's words broke up the explanation that Uranium had just prepared in his mind. When did you know? Uranium said such nonsense dryly. He didn't know what was wrong with him. Zhu Zhuqing had already discovered that his name was not his real name. From the first time I saw you. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Uranium, no, Uchiha Uranium, who was embarrassed because of deceiving her, and the corners of her mouth could not help but draw an arc. So your name is Uchiha Uranium. I thought you wanted to deceive me all my life. Uranium's face immediately sank. This name is not good for you to hear, which is why I haven't told you. You should call me Uranium, Xiaoxu, and you too. After a moment of silence, Uranium raised his head, glanced at the passers-by around him, and a low voice sounded. The voice was very cold, like a cold ice lake, with an extremely deep and bottomless cold, which made Zhu Zhuqing shudder. Uranium's reaction suddenly stunned Zhu Zhuqing and Xiaoxu. He seemed to have become a different person. The next moment, the cold ice crystals dissipated in the sunlight, and the coldness that was pent up in Uranium's heart also melted under the warm sun. Uranium smiled helplessly, and the speed that was faster than the face changing in Sichuan opera made Xiaoxu and Zhu Zhuqing speechless and looked at each other. Don't mention my name when there are outsiders in the future. Once these 3 words fall into the eyes of those who are interested, I can only leave here. As he said this, Uranium smiled heartily, and the coldness in his eyes disappeared without a trace. I'm sorry, I just couldn't hold back my emotions. Sighing, Uranium continued leisurely, I am Uranium, Uranium is me. The first 3 words will only bring me trouble now. I just had the idea of arranging illusions for all the people around me and forgetting that experience. Oh, I know. I won't do it next time. Xiaoxu immediately understood the meaning of the period, and responded with a cute and innocent voice and a smile. She was almost scared to death. She thought that after she helped Uran escape from the mental danger, this special situation would not happen, But she did not expect that Uran would react so strongly to his name being mentioned in front of people around him. In fact, Xiaoxu did not know that if it was the previous Uran, the one with very unstable mental and emotional state, if he encountered the same situation, it would not just be an illusion hypnosis. I know. Zhu Huqing also reacted and replied hurriedly. But in her mind, Uran's dark back suddenly appeared in front of her, making her pause. Bloody, cold, dark, terrifying. The next moment, these images disappeared. At this moment, the girl was suddenly embraced by Uran. Don't worry, I'm fine, you can feel it. Everything is up to me. Uran's voice slowly sounded beside Zhu Huqing's ears, bringing a touch of warm wind. How strong the light is, how strong the shadow is. This is an unchanging law since ancient times. The three were silent. Uran's transformation just now made them a little afraid to speak. Hey, I said I'm fine. Looking at the other two people's dejected look, Uran couldn't help but feel a little angry. He really didn't turn evil, really, he knew his own affairs very well. There was no other way. Uranium could only pull Zhu Huqing's hand, randomly find a direction, and walk out quickly. Xiaoxu behind him followed without saying a word. Faintly, it seemed as if she could see her smile. I can call him by his single name by accident, what a pleasant surprise, he. Xiaoxu looked like a little fox with narrowed eyes and grinning. Soon, the three of them walked in front of a building. That was the direction that Xiaoxu had just pointed. The building looked very strange, and it was round all over, like half a ball dunked on the ground. There was no nameplate on it, only a hammer pattern. Uranium's heart moved, and he suddenly remembered that the hammer should symbolize the auction hammer. This should be the auction house. Are you interested? Xiaoxu's eyes lit up. Auction house? Let's go and have a look, okay? I have never seen how things are auctioned. Uranium was also very interested in this auction house. It was also his first time to see an auction house in another world. Then let's go in now. Oh, by the way, Huqing, do you have money? Suddenly, Uranium turned around and looked at Zhu Huqing, who was wandering in the sky, and asked in a low voice. He didn't have a penny on him. He had some money when he came out of the family before, but then he had that fight and his whole body was blown up. Now he wants to go to the auction house to have a look, so naturally he needs some financial support. As for whether it is embarrassing to ask a girl for money, it's a joke. All his belongings and the money he earned from fighting in the big fighting spirit field are with Zhu Huqing. If Uranium had a choice, he would not do this. When it comes to money, Zhu Huqing subconsciously grasped a small bag on her waist, and the next moment, she slowly let go. Don't worry, there is enough money. Glancing at the small bag, Zhu Huqing said calmly. Okay, let's go. Uranium nodded. She had been fighting in the Soul Arena for the past 3 months, and she had been winning all the time. You can imagine how much money she had earned, but she was too lazy to count it, and threw it all into her Space Soul Guide. Now, it's time to use it. The three of them walked towards the auction house. Only when you get closer can you really feel the scale of the circular building. The auction house is very large, with a diameter of more than 500 meters and a height of 70 to 80 meters. You know, this is just an auction house, and it doesn't need much traffic at all. Moreover, Xiandao City is the capital of the Xiandao Empire. It can be described as every inch of land is worth a lot of money. From this, it can be seen how important the status of this auction house is in the entire Xiandao City, and its background is even more unfathomable. The gate of the auction house is also semicircular, and like the entire building of the auction house, it is milky white. 4 tall girls are standing in front of the gate. The latest novels are first published on 69 Shuba. These girls are all beautiful and well proportioned. They are wearing long skirts that cover their arms without exposing any skin. The 4 girls move in exactly the same way, with their hands in front of them and smiling. Although it is a professional smile, it is still easy to give people a good impression. Seeing the 3 people coming straight, one of the 4 girls took 3 steps forward, bowed slightly, and said, 3, is there anything I can help you with? At this moment, Uranium was quite strange. He was obviously holding a little girlfriend, but he was also with a little Lolita. The hair color was almost the same. People who didn't know him would think he was dating his sister and lover. I have tens of thousands of gold soul coins on me. Can it be used as proof of assets? Uranium said this when he opened his mouth. The girl was a little stunned. Although she did not look down on you, Zhu Huqing and Xiaoxu because of their age, It was the first time she had seen guests like these three. Carrying gold soul coins with them? Could it be a space soul guide? Thinking of this, the girl suddenly had an idea. Space soul guides are rare in Douluo Continent. Although there are many people who own them, few of them are sold. And those who own them are basically high-level soul masters and nobles. The thought in her mind lasted only half a second. The girl smiled slightly and said, "Okay, we have a special gold soul coin appraiser here. Please follow me." The girl hurriedly made a gesture of invitation. "Please follow me, three of you." As she spoke, she took small steps and walked towards the auction house. Walking into the auction house, there was no sense of splendor. The floor was milky white marble, and the surrounding walls were decorated with various reliefs. There were not many colors on the reliefs. It looked simple and bright, and extremely elegant. In addition to the reliefs, there were also some display windows built against the wall, which displayed some exhibits such as porcelain and armor. The girl leading the way was very professional. She would stop every 10 steps or so, make a gesture of invitation, and accurately point the way. She led the three people to a room not far from the hall, with a sign hanging on it that said estimate. There was a huge iron scale in the room. On one end of the scale was a plate, and on the other end was a square stone with a few words written on it: 100. Behind the iron scale sat three black-robed men of different ages. Compared with the old man sitting in the middle, the other two black-robed men looked more like coolies or porters. The girl explained to Uranium and Zuzuking, "This is the gold soul coin estimation room. I would like to trouble you to put out the gold soul coins and put them on the plate on the left to calculate the amount of gold soul coins." As she spoke, she led the three people to the innermost iron scale and extended her hand to guide them. "Appraiser number 2, excuse me. These three distinguished guests would like to have their gold soul coins appraised." The appraiser subconsciously raised his head and looked at the three people. He immediately showed a look of surprise, but the next moment, he set his eyes on the leader, Uranium, and said, "Each gold soul coin has a weight. This stone can offset 10,000 gold soul coins. I have more offset stones here, 200, 400, and 1,000. Which model would you like to choose? Is each gold soul coin about 10 grams? It's heavier than 1 yuan. Nearly double." Uranium murmured in a low voice, and then immediately said, "Pick a 1,000 specification offset stone." 1,000 specifications. The appraiser was even more surprised. 1,000 specifications means 100,000 gold soul coins. Originally, he looked down on Uranium and Zuzuking, and Xiaoxu as just three teenagers. Now he couldn't help but put away his contempt. "Okay." As he said, the appraiser exerted force with his arm and placed 4 200 specification offset stones on the right side of the iron scale. The empty plate on the left was held high. Uranium gestured to Zuzuking, and the other party immediately understood. The next moment, gold soul coins shot out from her hands towards the iron scale. The appraiser was an experienced person, accustomed to the luster of gold soul coins, so he was naturally not shocked by the increasing number of gold soul coins on the plate, but the girl at the door saw more and more gold soul coins, and a trace of bitterness appeared in her eyes. But she hid it well in her heart. After a moment, the 1,000 offset stones were equalized by the pile of gold soul coins released by Zuzuking. Because a lot of gold soul coins would be used, the auction house considered the plate to be large, so there was no situation where there was too much money and it could not be put down. Looking at the pile of gold in front of him, the appraiser's emotions fluctuated for a moment, and then he began to appraise Uranium. His professional and stable hands did not tremble at all. Soon, Uranium got the qualification certificate representing 100,000 gold soul coins. The girl in charge of reception on the side saw that the appraisal had been completed, and hurriedly said, "Please follow me. I will take you to handle the auction procedures first. The procedure is not complicated. You just need to set up an account at the auction house that is linked to the gold soul coin stored value card. Through this account, Uranium can not only obtain the corresponding income after deducting the handling fee from the auction of the items, but also bid, provided that the amount in the account cannot be exceeded during the bidding. At the same time, the reception girl also briefly told the three people the rules here. It was nothing more than some insignificant background words. Xiaoxu yawned slightly while listening. Uranium, on the other hand, listened quite seriously. He thought of the Chronos Soul Guide adapter and the transformation belt, and thought about whether he should come to the auction house every day to pan for gold. Once he bought one, He would laugh out loud in his dreams. Please take us to the auction house. Led by the girl, the three walked into the real core of the Sharingan Dou auction house. The auction center is located on the second floor of the auction house. There are 8 stairs to enter from the lobby. Before entering the auction, the receptionist gave each of them a mask and told them that they would need to wear a mask before entering the auction. This was for the safety of the customers. Next time, no one would receive them. But Uranium shook his head and refused the mask. Then he took out his own black and white ripple mask and asked Zhu Huking to wear her animal-shaped mask. The auction center gave people the feeling of a large auditorium. The layout was similar to the main fighting center of the big fighting spirit field. There was a circular platform in the center, and circles of seats were arranged in a radial ring around it. It was divided into 5 parts in total. The 3 rows of seats closest to the platform were red, radiating outwards, black, purple, yellow and white in turn. It was obviously set up according to different levels of bidders. Uranium took a look and walked towards the yellow direction, found a seat at random, and sat down. Uranium, what do you want to buy? Zhu Huking put the voucher back into the Space Soul Guide and asked with interest. Actually, if there is something interesting, I also want to buy it, Xiaoxu suddenly appeared between the two of them and said with a smile. We'll see when the time comes. Uranium narrowed his eyes and replied softly. Gold panning in the auction house itself requires chance. Maybe you just happen to encounter something that suits you. At present, what he lacks most is weapons, suitable soul guide weapons. He has practiced swordsmanship for a long time, but ordinary weapons are too lame to face powerful enemies. For example, in the battle with Xiaoxu, he didn't know how many weapons he threw out, and they broke one by one. Just thinking about it makes people angry. At this time, there were not many bidders in the auction center. Only about a quarter of the seats were sitting. A soul guide similar to a boxing glove was being auctioned on the auction table, and the price had been increased to 30,000 gold soul coins. Next to each seat, there was a special bidding button with 4 different buttons of 100, 1,000, 10,000, and 100,000, representing the price of each additional price. At this time, the soul guide on the stage had been successfully traded at the price of 33,000 gold soul coins. The host on the stage held a megaphone and said to the bidders with a smile, Next, we will auction a rare treasure. Please pay attention to those who are interested. Especially the Soul Master. As he spoke, he signaled to the audience, and 3 strong men pushed up a cart. The cart was covered with a red cloth, so the contents could not be seen, but from the appearance, it looked like a large square box. Uranium, Xiaoxu, and Zhu Huking were all attracted by the new auction item and stopped talking. At this moment, Uranium had some inexplicable feelings in his heart. It seemed that he was attracted by the things in the red cloth. The host said mysteriously, Can everyone guess what this is? Let me reveal the low price to all the distinguished guests first. The starting price of this auction item is 50,000 gold soul coins. Each bid must not be less than 3,000 gold soul coins. This is a very useful and top-quality item. As the host of the auction, mobilizing the atmosphere and the enthusiasm of the bidders is obviously a compulsory course. He successfully attracted the attention of the bidders. Now, please take a closer look, distinguished guests. As he spoke, he grabbed the red cloth and ripped it off. After the red light flashed, what was revealed was not a box, but a huge sealed transparent glass. Inside the glass, there lay a piece of bright green ore with a bituminous luster, constantly flashing a faint light. Suddenly, there was a burst of booing from the VIP seats around. It was as if they were fooled by a piece of broken stone. But Uranium suddenly widened his eyes. In disbelief. Maybe you don't understand what this thing is. It's called the Earth's core iron, also known as the Stone of Death. It's an extremely rare ore from deep underground. See the bright luster? That's proof of its excellent quality. Named after death, this stone has unimaginable power. No matter whether it's a soul master or an ordinary person, once they are within 100 meters around this stone, they will slowly die in agony and suffer terribly. It can be said that this is the best way to torture the opponent and break the opponent's spirit. As the host spoke, a cold expression appeared on his face, as if he was facing the enemy at this moment. This ore is isolated by this special soul guide, so there is no need to worry about it causing any damage to the VIPs. On the contrary, it is extremely gorgeous. In the ore, it can not only be used for viewing, but also as a torture tool. Even at night, it will emit bright light, dazzling and magnificent. Awesome. This is the first time I have seen high-purity uranium ore being auctioned. The luster is so bright, and there is that energy fluctuation. Even I feel scared. Obviously, the purity is very high, maybe it has reached 99%, the purity of nuclear weapons. Uranium watched the special fluctuations constantly fit with him, and couldn't help but take a breath. If this thing explodes, I'm afraid that Shandao City will be gone. Once the mass of high-purity uranium exceeds the critical mass, it will be stimulated by the moving neutrons to trigger a chain reaction. Directly enter the fission state, which is equivalent to uranium directly launching the final version of the nuclear explosion kick at Shandao City. But the next moment, uranium frowned. Even with the advanced industry in the past, there are only a few countries that have the ability to purify uranium ore. How can the industrial level of Douluo Continent do it? And if they did, how could they throw it here for auction? Sorry, the update is late. 7,300 words, 7K chapters, just as compensation. There is still some time before the Soul Master competition. A team it has to take over. You can guess who it is. Uranium ore is generally 235, concentration 3%, used for nuclear power plant power generation, non-explosive, 238, 90% concentration, used for nuclear weapons. The higher the concentration, the greater the power. Chapter 227, Change of Mentality, the Truth of All Things. After introducing the advantages of this ore, the host on the stage began to introduce some of its defects. And they are also crucial defects. As you can see, it is restricted by a special soul guide, so if you want to use it, you have to open it and take out this ore. Then naturally, its energy will begin to radiate to the surroundings, killing and harming the surroundings indiscriminately. Please take this into consideration. The host explained with a smile. In fact, at this moment, beads of sweat have already seeped out of the forehead of the young host. If nothing unexpected happens, I'm afraid that this stone that has been suppressed will fail to sell again. This special soul guide is extremely rare. It can seal and imprison all the energy inside, but it only has the function of sealing the internal energy, and it also contains a death stone. If you want to use it, you have to take out a death stone. Originally, the value of this soul guide box alone has reached more than 100,000 gold soul coins, far exceeding the starting price of 50,000 gold soul coins this time, but unfortunately, no one bid. So much so that it failed to be sold again and again. All the distinguished guests understood that this death stone was used together with the soul guide box and could not be left outside for a long time, because there was once a tragedy caused by this death stone. No one survived in a town. Skin peeled off, organs failed, cells collapsed, genes were disordered, people were neither human nor ghost, and died in pain. Even soul masters could not escape the slaughter of the death stone. The venue suddenly became silent. Experienced buyers had closed their eyes and waited for the arrival of the next item, while novice buyers learned about the pros and cons from the accompanying old man, and also gave up the idea of spending 50,000 gold soul coins to buy a death stone that would also pose a hidden danger to themselves. Just by exposing it to the outside, it can kill soul masters indiscriminately, and the speed of killing ordinary people is so fast that it is outrageous. You can imagine how terrifying it is. As he spoke, the host wiped the sweat from his forehead obscurely. The auction begins. Is there really anyone buying this thing? Zhu Huqing looked at the silent auction venue around him and couldn't help but speak. But Xiaoxuan Uranium stared at the energy ore named Deathstone. Unlike the desire in Xiaoxuan's eyes, uranium was more shocked at this moment. Is it the product of nature's condensation? Or is it the soul power in the space that helps uranium ore to be purified? Otherwise, it can't explain why such a high-purity thing can appear in Douluo Continent. There is no industrialization here. Uranium murmured slightly. This high-purity uranium ore has appeared, so are there more? Suddenly, Uranium thought of this question, and his eyes lit up. He could feel the attraction of this uranium ore to him. Very strong. It was like a delicious strawberry cake, exuding an alluring breath. Even with the blockade of the soul guide box, this fatal and attractive energy fluctuation has cheered around him. The energy of the uranium ore and the radiation field are like a natural creation. The host's voice fell, and the refreshing voice echoed in the empty auction hall, but there was no sound of bidding. The buyers were not fools. This kind of thing would not have any effect on them. Someone had spread the secret in the circle. There were many other places with this kind of death stone. A whole exposed vein. What they had now was nothing more than the best quality. They didn't need to spend gold soul coins at all. Although that vein was already a place of death and no one dared to enter, they would die. But for them, the death stone was not unique after all. The surroundings were silent. Looking at everything around him, Uranium was relieved. No one was competing with him. He was determined to get this high-purity uranium ore. Then, Uranium raised his hand and pressed the bidding button representing 1,000 gold soul coins 3 times. The next moment, after seeing someone bidding, the host's voice became a little high. 53,000. A yellow VIP bid 53,000 gold soul coins. Is there anyone who wants to bid more? Someone was actually willing to buy this kind of losing money. The host was shocked. He had been holding this stone for almost a year, and he could not sell it every time. He thought it would rot in the auction house, but he did not expect that there would be a VIP bidding for it now. Holding back his excitement, the host shouted for the second time, "Are there any more bids?" The surroundings were silent, but many people had already cast their eyes on the yellow area, looking around for the unlucky person who bought this death stone. Purely out of curiosity, could it be that there was no elder accompanying him? There were not many people in the yellow area, and the beauty of Uranium, Zhu's Huking, and Xiaoxu was even more eye-catching, like a landscape. A big beauty and a little girl sat on the left and right of Uranium, which was particularly eye-catching. 53,000 gold soul coins. Once. After asking several times and no one bid, the host started the last 3 bids. This was when the spirit of the top auction house was reflected. Generally, small auction houses would delay the time of the last 3 bids as much as possible, but this host did not do that at all. The 3 times were shouted continuously. It seemed that he wanted to get rid of this hot potato as soon as possible. Bang! The auction hammer hit the table. Deal. This soul-confining box with the Earth's heart contained Mother Iron belongs to guest number 166. Thank you for your generosity. The host bowed slightly in the direction of Uranium, and Uranium nodded gently to him. Zhu's Huking narrowed her eyes and glanced at the signs on the seats around her. Number 166 was clearly visible. What do you want to buy this for? Zhu's Huking looked away and raised her head to look in the direction of Uranium and Xiaoxu. Suddenly, she was stunned by the hot eyes of the 2 people in front of her. It was the first time she saw Uranium in this state. He was enthusiastic and his eyes were shining, like a child looking forward to a new toy. So you can get excited too. Zhu's Huking smiled, and her cold face was as warm and blooming as an iceberg snow lotus. She had never seen Uranium, who was so cold, look like this at this moment. Thinking about the past, he either said only one sentence or didn't say anything at all, and simply relied on the mysterious induction between the 2 to guess what the other person was thinking. Xiaoxu was the first to turn around and said, "This thing is very important to me and Uranium." Well, it's very important that it fits well. For a moment, Xiaoxu didn't know how to describe the feeling at the moment. The words, like squeezing toothpaste, immediately made Zhu's Huking feel a little overwhelmed. But the next moment, her brows relaxed. The auction continued. As a top-level special, there were indeed many good things. Soon, another auction item was pushed up. This time it was just a small cart. There seemed to be a long object on it. The red cloth covered it, outlining a clear trace. On the stage, the host was introducing, the following auction item comes from the collection of a nobleman. Its name is the Fluorite Image Soul Guidance Device. The host walked to the cart with a loudspeaker soul guide and smiled. You may be unfamiliar with this soul guide device, but I will introduce the functions of this soul guide device in detail. As he spoke, he lifted the cloth and picked up the auction item from the cart. A long strip, all black except for a few silver lines on the corners, very quaint, as if it was a bit old. Off stage, an old man in a red robe had his eyes lit up, and whispered to the gentle young man beside him, "Your Highness, this is what I told you, a very rare and good thing." The man called His Highness nodded imperceptibly, and continued to look at the display stand, waiting for the host on the stage to explain. Image Soul Guide Device? Why do I feel that the technology tree of Douluo Continent is a bit crooked? Where did the Soul Guide device come from? There are space attributes such as the 24 Bridges Moonlit Night, and there are also top-of-the-line things like the vast sea universe cover with 4 soul skills. I wouldn't be surprised if a domain Soul Guide device came out one day. Uranium glanced at the host who was still introducing it, and couldn't help complaining. Uranium thought of the Sun and Moon continent, and then looked at the soul guide devices that appeared inexplicably in Douluo Continent, as well as street lights, mirrors, and glass. These strange combinations are like ancient slave society, and seem to have the flavor of industrialization, and even some super technology. However, Uranium did not see any industrial assembly line products in the city, nor any processing plants. It was hard to imagine how such large-scale mirror glass was made. Douluo Continent is too strange. Is there any problem with Douluo Continent? Zhu Huqing looked back in confusion. Zhu Huqing did not understand Uranium's previous few sentences very well. What about the technology tree, the moonlit night of the 24 bridges, etc., was simply incomprehensible. No, nothing. Uranium shook his head slightly. Soon, the introduction of this fluorite image soul guide device was completed. Uranium listened and simply summarized it as, input soul power to maintain it, it will be in an activated state, and everything that happens within 100 meters in front of it will be recorded, and when the soul power stops, it will automatically stop recording. And if you want to view the records, you have to let the person who inputs the soul power continue to release the soul power, then it will unfold a light curtain in front of it, showing everything recorded. Sure enough, after these introductions, the auction began. It is worth mentioning that this kind of soul guide is a very foolproof and low-level existence in the eyes of Uranium. The reason is that a person can only record one image, that is, the first time the soul power is input, the soul power fluctuation will be remembered. If the person wants to record it again, he can only let others input soul power. Otherwise, the same person can only watch the same thing repeatedly. But no matter what, although this soul guide is low-level, it is a special one after all. It consumes the user's soul power to transform into actual images, and the value of a single item is very high. During the conversation between Uranium and Zhu Huqing, the price of this fluorite image soul guide device has reached 61,000 gold soul coins. And it is still rising. This rare soul guide is naturally very popular among nobles and soul masters. There are even some collectors and those with special hobbies who are also interested in it. The latest novel is first published in 6/9 book bar. For example, if you are a voyeur, you can use it to shoot some scenes that need to be constantly recalled, such as the appearance of His Holiness the Pope. Or it can be used to preserve some unforgettable memories, especially for the elderly, who love memories even more. Suddenly, Uranium seemed to remember something, and his eyes were immediately focused on this soul guide device, muttering, "Maybe I can use this to record nuclear explosion kicks, greetings from nuclear peace, first-person perspective, third-person perspective, whatever shocks. When I am old, I will show it to my descendants, pretend to be cool, and brag about how powerful I used to be. Isn't this the meaning of it? Good stuff, I want it." Uranium took a look at the soul guide device that had already been successfully auctioned, and followed the host's VIP number 15 and set his eyes on the red seats in the first few rows. It seems that the one who got this thing is a familiar back. Uranium's Iaxa suddenly called him in a low voice. Huh? What's wrong? Uranium immediately turned around with a puzzled look on his face. The one you just saw, I feel like it's not the real him, it's very strange, like a fake. Xiaoxu, as a 100,000-year-old soul beast, and with many talents, he easily sensed the unusualness of the back. Oh? So that's it, I know who it is. Uranium chuckled after taking another look, and confirmed his thoughts directly. This kind of front row position must be rich or noble, and so young, the back is so familiar, even Xiaoxu said that it doesn't look like the real him. Isn't this a direct indication? But Uranium didn't say it directly. After all, this is Sharingan. There are no guarantees that there are any spies inside. After a while, the auction continued. The host on the stage held a megaphone and said to the bidders with a smile, "Next, we will auction a rare treasure. Please pay attention to those who are interested. Especially male guests." Hearing this, Uranium's face suddenly began to glow with an ugly look. If I guessed correctly. As expected, while speaking, the host gestured to the audience, and 3 strong men pushed up a cart. The cart was covered with red cloth, and the contents inside could not be seen, but from the appearance, it looked like a large square box. As the host of the auction, it was obviously a compulsory course to mobilize the atmosphere and the enthusiasm of the bidders. He successfully attracted the attention of the bidders. "Next, please look carefully, distinguished guests." As he spoke, he pulled the red cloth and pulled it off violently. After the red light flashed, It was not a box that was exposed, but a huge iron cage. In the iron cage, two girls were curled up. The bodies of the two girls were mostly exposed, and only the key parts were blocked by shells. Because they were curled up, their appearance was a little unclear, but their figures were almost perfect. White and dazzling. The white skin was like crystal jade, and the long blue hair was unique. What was even more strange was that the two girls had long blue hair, which kept entangled, covering their bodies, looming. Twins. The VIPs who were observing suddenly had this word in their minds. This bunch of scum. Zhu Xiuqing watched the two girls being treated like toys by the host with a small stick to push away their scattered hair. Her eyes were cold and her voice was as piercing as the cold winter. This auction house did not treat them as people at all, but as goods. Xiaoxu also couldn't help but frown. Although she was a soul beast, she didn't want to be treated as goods one day. She had a talent for communication and could naturally feel the despair of the two girls in the iron cage. The kind of despair from the heart. Seeing this, Xiaoxu couldn't help but turned her head away and stopped looking at the scene that looked quite charming to the men. Uranium had sharp eyes and immediately noticed that the palms of the two people were tightly clenched, as if they were suppressing their anger. A faint light flashed, and Uranium's eyes revealed a cold breath. He watched the prices of the two girls rise all the way until they were finally bought by an old man in the red area, wearing a mask. Where there is light, there is darkness. The world is neither black nor white, but a delicate gray. Uranium looked at the auction that was still going on, and he no longer had the idea of buying anything. His mood was completely ruined by the human body trade. So, with my power, I will bring about change, and I will reshape this twisted world. Uranium glanced at the angry Xiaoxu and Zhu Xiuqing, and said coldly. Ancient times are not ancient, modern times are not modern, hotel glass slavery, carriage soul guide full body armor, it's just like a hodgepodge. The family is safe, and his radiation eyes are also a mutant martial spirit, which ordinary people can't see at all. If you want to save the family bloodline, you must at least go home. If you can go back, continue to study bloodline defects, but if you can't go back, it's better to use his power that is enough to nuclearize the world to play a big game. The spring breeze of reform is blowing everywhere. The people of Douluo are really proud. First of all, the protagonist has no sense of belonging to Douluo Continent, and naturally does not have the mentality of fighting for the change of Douluo Continent. He just wants to find something to do for himself so that he won't be too bored. Chapter 228 Zhu King's Invitation. Finally, the auction was over. Everything was settled. The twin sisters with mutated martial spirits were bought by the red-robed old man. Uranium had nothing to say about this. Although he was disgusted with the slave trade, he did not have the ability to change the continent at present. After all, he was a modern soul. If possible, he wanted to change everything in Douluo and make laws that conform to ethics according to his ideas. Everything he saw before him was derived from the power of the Soul Master. Let's go. Let's take this seat sign and go get our things and pay the money. Uranium stood up, took a last look at the old man who was laughing wantonly, and walked out along the passage. Zhu Xiuqing stood up angrily, glanced at the old man with cold eyes, and was about to follow Uranium out when Xiaoxu suddenly pulled the corner of his clothes. He's looking at you. Xiaoxu said softly. Zhu Xiuqing looked back in astonishment and saw an old man sitting in the front red area, suddenly stood up and swept towards them. Although he was wearing a mask, when this person stood up, Zhu Xiuqing suddenly felt a gaze of ugliness, which gave her goosebumps. The next moment, Zhu Xiuqing's eyes darkened. Uranium stood in front of her, looking coldly at the old man with a gleaming face. Look at you, old bastard. Uranium stretched out his hand and gently stopped Zhu Xiuqing behind him, saying in a cold tone. The voice was not loud, but it was loud enough to echo throughout the central auction hall. There were quite a few people who looked back with Prince Xuxing. Seeing the heart figure, not only Xuxing had a face full of ugliness, but others were also the same. However, as the voice of the accompanying man sounded, Prince Xuxing's face suddenly became ugly. At the same time, there was an exclamation beside him, and even the host on the stage became a little stiff. His Royal Highness Prince Xuxing was actually scolded? As if he couldn't believe his ears, Prince Xuxing's face trembled, his tone was cold, with a chill. Catch him. As soon as the voice fell, several figures rushed out of the shadows. They rushed straight towards Uranium and Zhu Xiuqing. The speed of teleportation. But Uranium was faster. Uranium's footsteps condensed, and the fan-shaped icon of the radiation eye flashed in his eyes. The three figures that were originally as fast as lightning in the eyes of others were already clearly visible. Just Soul Kings, three pieces of trash. The moment Uranium's voice fell, he disappeared. His speed was far above these three Soul Kings. Bang! Three figures suddenly flew backwards in no particular order. No one could see what happened, including the three attacking Soul Kings who were suddenly attacked. There was only a sound of a bang landing and the collapse of the chair. Uranium slowly retracted the frontal kick posture under the gaze of everyone, patted the light dust, and showed an arrogant look on his face. Although everything was covered by the black and white mask, the light in his eyes suddenly shocked everyone in the auction house. Cold, terrifying, powerful this man in this mask, could he be the one with the code name Annihilation of Life and Souls who won 57 consecutive victories in the Sharingan Great Fighting Soul Arena? Seeing the three Soul Kings struggling to hold their chests and straighten up, the Soul Masters who had seen Uranium dominate the Sharingan Great Fighting Soul Arena suddenly became excited, and pointed their fingers in the direction of Uranium with trembling fingers. Although he was not wearing a black hooded robe, his terrifying speed and strength, coupled with a strange mask and temperament, made the Soul Masters in the white area shout. Looking at the motionless figure, Prince Zuxing's face gradually darkened. On the surface, he seemed to be ready to call for action at any time, but in fact, he seemed to be biting three bitter melons in a row, with a bitter look on his face. Kick the iron plate, that guy is the most talented genius in the Sharingan Royal Academy, who can hang up the royal fighting team, Uranium, Prince Zuxing thought secretly. And he has Zhu King's token on him, he is the prince's man. Thinking of this, Prince Zuxing's face twitched slightly. He just wanted to pretend to be a pervert. But how come he saw such a murderous woman? He knew everything, and naturally understood that Uranium was the annihilation of the living beings in the Sharingan Great Soul Arena. He was even more murderous when he met someone with a strong murderous nature, but now he was in a dilemma. He could either pretend to be the best, but if the other party hated him, he would definitely not have a good life in the future. Or he could admit defeat now, but his face would plummet. Prince Zuxing was not a real pervert, but at this moment, he was in a difficult situation. The surroundings were quiet. There were occasional whispers. The group of raccoons following behind the prince were waiting for Prince Zuxing to give an order, and then send high-level soul masters to catch and execute the guy who dared to scold His Royal Highness. As for the two beauties following him, a middle-aged man behind Prince Zuxing raised his lips slightly, staring at the pure and tender little girl's Ayaxa with fiery eyes, and the desire in his heart was burning fiercely. As if sensing Yinzi's gaze, Xiao Zhu frowned slightly. His eyes flashed with an inexplicable luster, and a burst of murderous intent that was difficult to detect emerged. As if the fuse was about to explode, a refreshing voice suddenly sounded. "Everyone, please stop for a moment. The auction house has its own rules. The consequences of fighting will hurt both sides. It is true that Prince Zuxing was at fault first, but he is my father's younger brother after all. For my sake, can you both take a step back?" The young man's voice was not loud, gentle and elegant, but it was clearly heard by everyone. Upon hearing this, Prince Zuxing's face twitched fiercely, turned around, and looked at the gentle figure in the distance slowly walking from the other side of the red area, stopping the conflict that was about to ignite. The next moment, when Zhu Ziuqing and Yu turned their heads, they saw a young man in white clothes with an elegant appearance smiling and nodding to them. Strangely, he was not wearing a mask, and no service staff came to ask him. Behind him, there was an old man with a solemn face and identified temperament. His eyes were fixed on Uranium, with a hint of consideration. There were quite a few people who looked in the direction of the young man together with Uranium and Prince Zuxing. When seeing the young man coming towards him, not only did Zuxing's face become gloomy, but the noisy voices around him also paused, as if their throats were strangled. When the young man's tone was biased towards Uranium, Uranium understood that this meaningless fight was over. Although he knew that this young man was not the real him, he was still a little touched. It was the first time that he had encountered someone who dared to stand up for him in such a situation, and his tone was full of sarcasm. "Tisk, he said that the prince was wrong first." The young man smiled slightly and said to the stiff auctioneer, "Please continue. Don't worry about this." Then, Zhu King looked at Prince Zuxing, who was angry, and said apologetically, "Uncle, I'm sorry to say this. You are my relative, and this brother is my good friend. I really can't bear the fight between the two of you. Please give me a favor." Thank you very much. Although there was an apology in his tone, Prince Zuxing was deeply aware of the deep meaning. Okay, I will give the Crown Prince a favor today. Let's go. Looking at Zuking, and then at Uranium, who was wearing a mask and exuding a dignified aura, Prince Zuxing felt bitter in his heart, but he had to do enough superficial work, so he could only pretend to be angry and hold it back, and replied coldly. The next moment. Humph. With a wave of his sleeves, Prince Zuxing snorted coldly and turned his head to walk towards another exit of the auction house. The people following behind Prince Zuxing couldn't help but feel extremely frustrated, as if they were being pulled away from behind when they were about to climax. Zuking's disruption not only frustrated Prince Zuxing's reputation, but also won the favor of Yu, Zhu's Huking and Xiaoxu, killing two birds with one stone. As Prince Zuxing went away, Zuking also breathed a sigh of relief. He turned his head and smiled at Yu's direction and said, "It's been a long time since we last met. I can actually see you here. I thought you only knew how to practice." After that, he glanced at Zhu's Huking and Xiaoxu briefly. His eyes were clear and without any desire. Zhu's Huking only felt as if a breeze had passed through her body, and she felt comfortable. Gentle and elegant, this was Xiaoxu's first impression of Zuking. But Xiaoxu still believed in her perception. She had seen it before, and the other party didn't look like a real person, so she still had doubts about it and looked at Zuking with caution. "It's been a long time since we last met, Your Highness." Uranium nodded gently in response, and his palm gently brushed the token hanging on his waist that represented the presence of the prince. He immediately understood why Prince Zuxing did not let the Soul Master continue to fight during the confrontation. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. This gold medal means that the prince is here in person. Only those who Zuking attaches great importance to are qualified to obtain the token. This is also the token that the other party forced into his hands when the two met for the first time. Uranium has kept it because he had forgotten about it a long time ago. Okay, why don't we go? It's not convenient to chat here. I am looking forward to the auction items I got today. Zuking looked around, smiled at Uranium, and took the lead to walk out along the passage. The host on the stage saw that he was leaving, and his expression was obviously relaxed. Uranium did not hesitate and followed quickly. Xiaoxu and Zhu Zuking looked at each other and followed closely. The three followed Zuking out of the auction center. As soon as they went out, a waiter came up. Unlike the waiters they had seen before, this waiter was not exposed, and her long skirt was silver. She was more beautiful. Although she could not be said to be stunning, she was of a pretty good standard. "Dear guest, please follow me." The girl in the silver skirt bowed to Zuking very respectfully and made a gesture of invitation. Zuking raised her hand and motioned her to lead the way. The three did not say a word and followed Zuking. The four of them walked into a room next to the auction center under the leadership of the girl in the silver skirt. The room was very empty, but the decoration was very elegant, with a comfortable white leather sofa and 4 kinds of exquisite fruits on the round coffee table. The girl in the silver skirt said, "Please take a rest first, the auction items will be delivered soon." The door closed, and Yu took off the mask on his face. Seeing Yu took off the mask, Zhu Zuking naturally stopped hiding it and threw the mask aside. With a cold expression, she leaned against Yu, like a shadow following him. Zuking sat down on the sofa, not saying anything, just waiting quietly. After a while, a big man pushed a small gift box in. The gift box contained not only the fluorite image soul guide device that you had just seen, but also some various soul guides that emitted faint soul power fluctuations, as well as some rare gems, herbs, etc. Of course, there were no uranium mines or life-threatening ores. Then another big man pushed a glass soul guide into the room. It was the Earth's core mother iron that you had bought before, which was actually a high-concentration uranium ore. At this moment, it was lying quietly in a special confinement soul guide, emitting a green light. Zuking let the items be put away and handed over a red card. "Help me settle the bill and settle my brother's bill as well." "Yes." The girl in the silver skirt took the card and immediately asked the staff to leave. Zuking then turned to Uranium and smiled, "Brother Uranium, you have helped me a lot." As soon as the words came out, a feeling of spring breeze came over him. Uranium flashed through several previous fragments in his mind, and frowned slightly. "You are not taking advantage of me, are you, Brother Zhu?" Uranium thought of something, his brows stretched, and his tone was teasing. After all, he helped him settle the bill, and the fight just now was nothing to him, but Zhu Huking's little blood was more troublesome, so he had no intention of losing his temper with Zhu King. Haha, to be honest, it's actually not wrong. I'm very sorry about this. Why don't you take a look at what good I have here and treat it as compensation? Zhu King smiled slightly, his face did not change at all, and he generously said his thoughts and mistakes. Taking advantage is taking advantage, and it doesn't matter if you say something that is out in the open. Although this psychological game cannot be called a political struggle, it is obviously more meaningful than previous political struggles. Because Zhu King, Prince Zuxing, and Uranium all got what they wanted. Although Prince Zuxing was humiliated in public, lost face at the auction, and was ridiculed by Zhu King's actions gave him a step, so that he would not fall into a dead end with Uranium. He also learned about the relationship between Zhu King and Uranium and sorted out his doubts just now, why he had a token that meant the presence of the prince. Uranium was exempted from fighting with Prince Zuxing because he was not afraid of anything. At most, he would not stay in Star Dou Royal Academy. But if a battle broke out, a group of high-level soul masters would come up, and he would definitely not be able to take care of Zhu King and Xiaoxu. Once Xiaoxu exposed the traces of his 100,000-year soul beast, the spirit hall would immediately notice it, and then Uranium would have to face the encirclement and suppression of the title Douluo. A mere battle would lead to such consequences, which he did not want to see. As for Zhu King, he naturally gained more. First, he shook the alliance of his opponents and embarrassed Prince Zuxing in public, making the other party lose face in front of everyone. His nephew left with a sentence of "give me face," like a jumping clown. In particular, Zhu King saw the wavering expressions of those behind Prince Zuxing. These people have already understood who to stand behind, which is the real victory. This is definitely not Prince Zuxing. Second, his prestige has increased, and it has been volatilized in this psychological game. There will definitely be undercurrents in the country. After all, the reputation of the prince has been trampled under his feet. Those who have ideas naturally know that the prince is the future emperor and the real master of the Shindao Empire. This is a great benefit for Zhu King to rule the Shindao Empire. Third, it solved Uranium's troubles. Uranium did not want to fight, and Zhu King naturally appeared. Under his consideration, it will inevitably bring the two sides closer. For the goodwill of such a genius, this is very necessary. It can be said that all three parties have won, but the real winner is Zhu King. After sorting out his thoughts, Uranium immediately realized the deep meaning of it, and his heart couldn't help but feel a little cold. Is this a politician? I remember that when they explained Douluo Continent, didn't they say that Jinrixu's brain was broken? Uranium couldn't help but think of it. This doesn't look like it. There is one more update. Chapter 229 The Master of the Empire, Jinrixu and Uranium. Zhu King spoke out his thoughts without reservation, with a frank expression, without any intention of hiding anything. Because there was no need to hide anything, if he wanted to win over Uranium, then he must make the two of them consider things on the same line, and the appearance of Prince Zuxing just gave him the opportunity. His coming forward not only gave Uranium a backer, but also showed Uranium that he was willing to make enemies with Prince Zuxing, his uncle, for him. Zhu King believed that under this kind of favor, coupled with his sincerity in revealing all his thoughts and actual conditions just now, even if Uranium was not moved on the spot and showed his loyalty, he would probably be touched by this, and it would lay a more solid foundation for future recruitment. Uranium nodded. He could understand Zhu King's intentions because the other party had already made it clear. But this does not mean that he needs to agree immediately. Joining Zhu King means joining the Spirit Hall. Although the Spirit Hall has done a good job popularizing the awakening of spirits among the people, and driving the evil spirit masters to the Slaughter City, it has largely eliminated the number of evil spirit masters in Douluo Continent, which can be said to benefit all people. But after all, he is the so-called villain, Tang San's enemy. In fact, he is not opposed to the unification of the Spirit Hall. After all, wasn't the unification during the Warring States period like this? Collecting the 9 cauldrons, sweeping the 6 directions, the first emperor, has become yesterday. As for destroying the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect, the Shandao Palace incident, and the surprise attack on the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, Uranium does not care. Except for important people, everyone in Douluo Continent has nothing to do with him, so helping the Spirit Hall or helping Tang San depends on his mood. Suddenly, Uranium thought of his previous thoughts. He didn't want to see slave trade anymore, So he wanted to make laws to restrict soul masters. Thinking of this, Uranium's expression became serious. He raised his head and looked at Zhu King, who had a sincere face. He asked worriedly, "Brother Zhu, you are the prince after all. Even if you don't do this for me, it won't affect your status. But now it will make Prince Zuxing hate you. So why bother? What virtue and ability do I have to let you do this for me, Brother Zhu? Acting skills? Who is afraid of who?" Uranium thought to himself. Haha, Brother Uranium, I actually disliked my uncle a long time ago, and he even dared to look at your friend like this just now. I spoke up this time just to make him lose face. Zhu King smiled and shook his head, and said some vulgar words without any taboo, as if he had taken himself out of the position of prince in an instant. At this moment, Zhu King was like a good friend who stood up for Uranium. "Brother Zhu, you are too kind. Now that I have offended Prince Zuxing for me, to be honest, I feel guilty." Uranium sighed and looked at Zhu King's eyes with worry. "I don't know if Prince Zuxing will deliberately trip you up. Otherwise, if it affects your reputation and status, I will be guilty." Jinringsu played Zhu King and Uchiha Uranium played Uranium. The two people who cooperated so well reached an amazing agreement at this moment. That is, they used masks to deceive each other's masks. "Haha, Brother Uranium, you don't have to worry about me. I am the prince and the heir to the throne. My father still values me and will not ignore me because of this matter." Zhu King laughed, as if he didn't take all this seriously. But Uranium was keenly aware of one thing. First, he said that he was the heir to the throne to show his potential, and then he said that he would not be ignored for helping him to play the emotional card. Every word seemed like a seasoned politician, making him walk into the other party's emotional trap unknowingly. "I said I felt guilty, and you really took advantage of me to climb up? Although you said so, Brother Zhu, I am still embarrassed to cause you trouble. After all, you helped me pay for the things in the auction house and took advantage of you." Uranium looked a little embarrassed, but this embarrassment was just right, not too much to make people feel artificial, nor too little to be unnoticeable. "In fact, you don't have to, Brother Uranium. Just staying in the Royal Dao team has helped me a lot. When the Soul Master competition becomes famous in the future, the entire Douluo Continent will naturally be shocked by the Sharingan Empire. This is a good thing for me and my father." Zhu King smiled indifferently and shifted part of Uranium's attention to the Soul Master competition. He is a smart man, and naturally understands that excessive pursuit of guilt is a way of overdoing it. This kind of thing only needs to be mentioned a little. "Soul Master competition? Oh, I understand. Don't worry, I'll take care of it." Uranium pondered for a while, then suddenly realized that he was very confident in his own strength. Looking at the entire Douluo Continent, who else can fight him at the same level? Not to mention the same level, the nuclear explosion kick alone is more than enough to threaten Seoul Douluo, and even the damage is overflowing. By the way, Brother Zhu, if I become famous in the Soul Master competition, will it affect the relationship between countries? For example, a certain force secretly assassinates me. Uranium thought about it and decided to bring up a more lethal topic first. After all, if they want to unify the Douluo Continent, the fewer talents there are in the Sharingan Empire and the Xingluo Empire, the more beneficial it is to the Wuhan Hall. As Uranium becomes famous, there will inevitably be assassinations. So at this moment, asking Zhu King or Jinringsu this question is also largely to raise his own concerns. It is also to confirm his importance in the eyes of Jinringsu. If Zhu King perfunctorily told him that it was a matter of the Empire's reputation and there would be no assassination, or that the Sharingan Empire would protect him and he didn't have to worry about such lies, then he didn't have to take Zhu King's boat, otherwise he would be sold out, and it would be better to wait for the avalanche in the future. Almost as soon as Uranium finished speaking, Zhu King said firmly, "No, assassinating a genius is a thankless task. Whether it is a family, an empire, or the spirit hall, they will not do things that dig their own graves. Otherwise, once exposed, they will surely rise up and attack. As long as I am still here, you don't have to worry, Brother Uranium." Uranium seemed to feel that Zhu King specifically mentioned the spirit hall, the empire, and the family, otherwise he could have summarized it with other forces. If that was the case, Uranium felt a little relieved. It seemed that Zhu King was sure that he had him, otherwise he would not have regarded him as his own, and then said such a sentence that felt like a confirmation of the relationship. It seemed that there was no problem. Uranium relaxed now. Since there was no assassination attempt by the spirit hall, He could show off his skills and let the world witness his strength. Zhu King and Xiaoxu beside him did not make any sound. They had already sat in another place. Zhu King ate fruit in small bites, while Xiaoxu did not move. She looked blank, and her beautiful eyes blinked slightly, watching Uranium and Zhu King talking to each other. It was the first time she saw him like this, talking so much. "Don't be surprised." He said that when he encounters such a situation, he usually turns on the Emperor mode. As if she noticed Xiaoxu's daze, Zhu King raised her lips slightly, gently leaned against her ear, and whispered. She had long been accustomed to it. Uranium was like this every time. When he met someone he wanted to fool, he would fool him as much as possible, as if he would not stop until he fooled the other party. The voice was very light, and even Zhu King, whose soul power level was as high as the Soul Emperor, did not notice it at all. He was still communicating with Uranium about Soul Masters, Soul Master competitions, and topics between various colleges. But as the conversation got longer and longer, Uranium found that he seemed to be trapped. Zhu King's knowledge was like a torrent. He didn't know how many books he had read and how many actual situations he had seen. Almost every time, Uranium said one sentence and Zhu King said 3 sentences. Suddenly, while chatting like this, Uranium had an idea and immediately thought of a good idea to change the topic. Otherwise, he would really be led into a ditch by Zhu King. "By the way, Brother Zhu, what do you think of the future empire?" Uranium watched Zhu King pause for a while, casually ate a piece of fruit and continued to ask. "Empire? Brother Uranium, do you have any insights on governing the empire?" Zhu King immediately became interested. His expression was full of seriousness, without the slightest intention of making fun of him. "Haha, forget about insights. I just can't stand some things, so I want to ask Brother Zhu, what should you do if you ascend to the throne in the future?" Uranium shook his head gently and said what he thought. "After chatting for so long, it's time to throw out some of my real thoughts, otherwise all the things I said before would really be just talking nonsense. I can't stand it." "Are you talking about the slave trade just now?" Zhu King frowned slightly, thought for a while, and asked immediately. Indeed, the conflict just now was caused by Prince Zuxing's admiration for Zhu King's beauty after the slave trade ended. The Xiandao auction house has auctions 24 hours a day, and it happened that it was the slave trade that made Brother Uranus unbearable and left early. "Yes, I can't stand it. I want to change all this in the future." Uranus nodded, and a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes, but it was not directed at Zhu King, but at those so-called human traffickers. "To be arrogant, Brother Zhu, I will definitely be a titled Douluo in the future. I believe I can reach that point soon. Sometimes I can't help but wonder what I can do and what I can change. After seeing this transaction today, I understand that Douluo Continent needs to change, and slave traders should not exist. I want to eliminate them." As soon as the voice fell, a sharp momentum suddenly exploded from Uranus, as if this was Uranus's philosophy and what he thought in his heart. Seeing that Uranium seemed to start to reveal his true feelings, Zhu King's eyes flashed with joy. The chat between the two finally improved, and finally had a chance to knock on Uranium's heart. But when thinking about the slave traders, Zhu King frowned slightly. "It's not easy. It's very difficult. This is something that has existed since the founding of the country. Every country and every town has it. It can be said that it is completely impossible to change. Unless he is determined to cut it off directly, it cannot be eradicated." As for what Brother Uranium said, he must become a titled Douluo. Zhu King is very confident that with his soul power of level 49 at the age of 14, he will definitely reach the Soul Saint before the age of 20. This is a sure thing, and it is even possible to surpass Tang Hao and become the youngest titled Douluo in history. There is no doubt. And with Uranium's talent, after becoming a titled Douluo, his strength will definitely reach a new level. The changes to the Xiandao Empire cannot be described in words. The existence of a titled Douluo is like a landslide in a tsunami. If he really wants to eliminate slave traders and slavery in the Xiandao Empire, this is very likely to be achieved, but it is not realistic at all. The reason is that after she takes over the Xiandao Empire, it will be the time for the Wuhan Empire to unify the Douluo Continent. With the strength of the newly promoted titled Douluo, Uranium can't make any waves at all. So this is the difficult part. Even if she wants to help Uranium, even if she doesn't like slave traders, the Wuhan Empire is not just her decision. There is another person, Bibi Dong. If you really want to help Uranium, you have to be one of them. The latest novel will be published on the 69th book bar. Thinking of this, Zhu King glanced at Uranium, who had silver hair, red eyes, handsome and perfect face, and fair skin, and his heart was slightly touched. Itchy. Seeing Zhu King frowning and thinking, Uranium couldn't help but feel a little confused. What is there to be confused about? Just say something like, "Don't worry, I'm the prince, I can handle it," or something like, "You have me behind you, don't worry." Do it to deal with him a little bit. Why does it take so long? However, Uranium didn't know that Zhu King was thinking about how to put a hat on Zhu King at this moment. After all, according to Jinriksu's standards, Uranium's talent, temperament, talent, and strength are all top choices, and have even completely surpassed her. After all, she is now 24 years old and is only a soul emperor. Uranium will definitely be a soul saint before the age of 20, and can reach the title Douluo at the age of 30. But the most important point is that Uranium is very handsome, and it beats all the men she has seen. This is the most exciting point for her. If Jinriksu didn't have this idea before, she only used it, now she has it. She shook her head slightly, and Zhu King smiled in her heart, thinking that there might be something wrong with her brain. It was crazy to think of these things at the critical moment of answering. After coming back to his senses, Zhu King raised his lips, his eyes sparkled, and he said confidently, "Don't worry, brother Uranium, it doesn't matter if you haven't become a title Douluo yet. When I inherit the throne, I will start this matter immediately. I can't stand this kind of slave traders either. Your business is my business. With me here, you don't have to worry." After that, Zhu King seemed to feel that the time was ripe. He turned his head and looked into Uranium's eyes and said, "Brother Uranium, when I inherit the throne in the future, can you help me?" He was serious. Now was the time to show his cards. Seeing Zhu King's serious expression, Uranium couldn't help but feel a shudder in his heart. Is this guy serious? I wonder how many families will suffer losses from cracking down on slave traders? I wonder how many city lords have their own slave-catching teams? I wonder if his words, once true in the future, will cause the indirect interest cycle to collapse? Uranium wanted to see a trace of hesitation, as well as a hidden disdain, deception, and other expressions in Zhu King's eyes. But all he saw was clarity and seriousness. This guy is serious, Uranium thought to himself. So let it be, since Zhu King is willing to start the reform, then I can save some trouble. After all, I am not strong enough to kill the title Douluo, and I don't have the strength. If that's the case, then I believe you. After a moment of silence, Uranium looked serious and nodded heavily. The next moment, the two looked at each other, with only each other in their eyes. "Brother Uranium, is it a deal?" Zhu King asked with a slight tilt of his head. "Yes." Uranium nodded slightly in response. The two looked at each other and suddenly laughed at the same time. No matter what tricks Zhu King plays, when I complete my complete body, I will have the final say in everything about Douluo. Uranium thought so. No matter what tricks Uranium plays, when I complete my God test inheritance, Uranium is the one who has the final say. Jinriksu thought so. It's time to recommend a book that I like to see again. I recommend a book by my friend. Weird Flow Immortal Cultivation Game. The following is a brief introduction. A unique immortal cultivation game is launched, and players are flocking to the game. Fang Yu is one of them. But soon, he found that the game was full of weirdness and extremely difficult. In the early stage, a large number of players were persuaded to quit, but Fang Yu stayed and found that this game was not simple. 3 months later, weirdness came to reality, and the game data was synchronized with reality. Everyone panicked, and these players who were persuaded to quit suddenly returned, accompanied by players from all over the world, all of whom poured into Blue Ocean. But when they started again and were killed by weirdness, they found that the old players in the game had a different style from them. "Fang Yu, bold and weird, I can tell at a glance that you are not human. Fang Yu, weird, I want you to help me practice. Fang Yu, weird, did I allow you to escape? Great and powerful Xianlong. By the way, there is no female protagonist Jinriksu, but there is a love line, but it is not a female protagonist, similar to old coins paid each other? Or 2000 layer cakes test each other? Jinriksu is really a face lover. The reason why I updated so late is that I checked the original novel and came to a conclusion that although Tang Sen was talented and won the Soul Master competition, Jinriksu didn't take it seriously because Tang Sen was just an ordinary handsome guy at that time. Tang San awakened the Blue Silver Emperor and became a super handsome guy. He played the piano at his aunt's place. Jin Rongsu knew that Tang San, who was aliased as Tang Yin, was a member of the Haoshan sect, but she still had some shadows of him in her heart. In the Xiandao Palace incident, looking at the handsome Tang San, she couldn't help but show him her true identity as Jin Rongsu. She was completely fascinated by Tang San. After becoming a god, she kept playing with him, and even her mind was full of Tang San's handsome figure, which was enough to show Jin Rongsu's character. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230. Return to the forest and prepare to kill pigs. The two chatted for a long time until the sun was slightly tilted. Most of the time, they talked about some random things, such as favorite things, soul masters, and the adaptability between soul rings. But what they talked about more was the spirit hall. Every time, Zhu King would intentionally or unintentionally bring the topic to the spirit hall, and then vaguely talk about what the spirit hall had done, such as helping a hidden village awaken its spirits, allowing this group of primitive people who had been reclusive to return to the embrace of the town, or comparing the special things between the spirit hall and the Heaven Dao Empire. Although each time the perspective was from the Heaven Dao Empire, Uranium still keenly noticed something wrong. You don't want to recruit me into the spirit hall so soon, do you? Jin Rongsu's brain is not broken, we have only met a few times. Uranium couldn't help but complain in his heart. Although Uranium had such doubts at this moment, Zhu King still noticed something, and immediately stopped talking, not mentioning anything related to the spirit hall, and then took a slight detour and shifted the topic to Xiaoxu and Zhu Xiuqing. He was very curious about the relationship between these two people and Uranium. In response to Zhu King's curiosity, Uranium calmly spoke out the words he had prepared in his mind, such as Xiaoxu's life experience, but Uranium did not mention any couples or particularly important places related to Zhu Xiuqing, so as to avoid Zhu Xiuqing being paid special attention by Zhu King for his own reasons. After talking about the most important things and getting Uranium's reply, the chat gradually came to an end. Knock knock knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door that was originally closed. Your Highness. A gentle old man's voice came from outside the door. As if he felt that the time was almost up, Zhu King slowly stopped his clear voice, looked at the setting sun outside the window, and took the initiative to apologize. Sorry, Brother Uranium, I have an appointment with Duke Harbold for a private party tonight, so I'll leave first. It's okay. Uranium shook his head, not feeling that there was anything wrong. Haha, Brother Uranium, I'll leave first. Zhu King smiled apologetically again, then stood up and walked out the door. After watching Zhu King walk out of the room, and leave the auction house with a red-robed old man waiting outside the door, and get on a carriage, Uranium finally breathed a sigh of relief. Huh? It turns out that Zhu King is still a socialite in Xiandao. She attends Duke's parties, Earl's salons, and chambers of commerce. She also assists the Emperor Ziyi in the palace. No wonder I feel that he is not a very threatening person to me. It turns out that he wants to expand his influence in the Xiandao Empire and even gave up most of his cultivation time. Uranium looked at Zhu King, whose face was clear, and finally disappeared from his sight. He couldn't help but complain. With Jin Rongsu's innate talent of level 20 soul power, and her age is not young, she is only a soul emperor in her 20s. This cultivation progress is too slow. If there must be a reason, it is probably because the other party deliberately lowered it. Otherwise, it would be too terrifying that the Crown Prince of Xiandao is a soul saint at the age of 20. No, she has such a strong talent, why doesn't she stay here and practice? When you finish practicing for the succession exam, you still need to get a Xiandao Prince. In this era when Tang San has not become a god, the angel god can completely push everything and beat all those who don't obey. After considering Jin Rongsu's age, he felt more dissatisfied. No wonder the storyteller said that Jin Rongsu's brain was not working well. He had seen Zhu King's communication skills. This wave of storytellers is on the 5th floor, and he is on the negative 1st floor. As the surroundings became quiet, Zhu Xiuqing saw that there was no one around, and the smile that had been suppressed in her heart could no longer be suppressed. She stood up straight, Her eyes curved like crescents, and pointed at the upright-looking you on the sofa with one hand, and kept laughing. Xiaoxu's brain circuit seemed to have turned around, and her big watery eyes blinked, but she just smiled slightly with her lips pursed in reserve, and did not laugh with her body trembling like Zhu Xiuqing. But it seemed that this was just an illusion, and she seemed to have not come back to her senses yet. Zhu Xiuqing's coldness, like an iceberg snow lotus, seemed to be led astray by you. There's nothing funny, I'm just like this, right? Looking at the giggling girl in the room, Yu was stunned for a long moment, and then slowly came back to his senses. He looked Zhu Xiuqing up and down, and said helplessly, "This is the first time I see you laughing so hard, but I was really serious just now." After a while, Zhu Xiuqing restrained her smile, but her mind once again appeared the way you just fooled the Prince Zuking, and her face turned pale instantly. Playing is playing. Will you be okay just now? Zhu Xiuqing hurriedly walked in front of you and asked nervously. Deceiving the prince is a serious crime. Once discovered, the consequences are unpredictable. This is what Zhu Xiuqing is most worried about. If Zuking finds out, it will be a big deal. Seeing Zhu Xiuqing so anxious, Uranium smiled helplessly. "Don't worry, are you still worried about me? At worst, we can just run to the Xingluo Empire. With me here, no one in the Xingluo Empire can do anything to you." Zhu Xiuqing could only nod slightly to Uranium, but the next moment, she blinked her beautiful big eyes and whispered to Uranium, "What are you planning?" She already felt that Uranium seemed to be planning something, and the previous Uranium did not have such a strong sense of belonging to the Xiandao Empire. He actually wanted to change for the Xiandao Empire. If she was not particularly familiar with his temperament, she might have thought it was another person. However, in response to Zhu Xiuqing's question, Uranium only smiled and gently uttered two words. "Keep it secret." "Okay, it's afternoon, let's go pick some clothes for Xiaoxu, and then we should go back to the forest. I have been looking forward to my 5th soul ring for too long." Uranium looked at the setting sun, and the afterglow of the setting sun was gradually approaching, and couldn't help saying, "Go and come back quickly, so as not to cause any trouble in the forest." As soon as he heard about going back to the forest, Xiaoxu suddenly woke up from his dazed state, his eyes sparkling. "You little fool, you are so energetic when you hear about going back to the forest." Uranium looked at Xiaoxu and stood up immediately, and couldn't help teasing. Listening to Uranium's slightly playful words, Xiaoxu was rarely silent for a moment, and then whispered, "I don't want to be exposed. I always feel that something is wrong with the prince just now, so I did this. The human world is so dangerous." The childish voice kept echoing in the room. Low voices are contagious. Zhu Xiuqing couldn't help but be silent. Xiaoxu is not a human, but a soul beast. If it is a tidal Douluo, I am afraid that the possibility of noticing it is very high, but Xiaoxu is unique as a fairy grass, and it is not easy for ordinary tidal Douluo to see that he is not a human at a glance. Since you have such concerns, why don't we go back to the forest as soon as possible and start to transform, Xiaoxu?" After a moment of silence, Uranium raised his head and whispered. Although he wanted Xiaoxu to stay with him for a while, he had no ability to protect himself in the current situation. His destructive power was definitely enough, but this was not a reason for him to run rampant. The Douluo in this world, the high-end ones like Angel Douluo and Aoliu, and the second-level strong Jian Douluo, once he left the nuclear explosion kick, he might even become Xiaoxu's weak spot. "Don't worry, I will become stronger immediately. After the transformation, leave everything to me." The original solemnity was swept away, and Uranium turned his head and smiled at Zhu Xiuqing and asked, "Xiuqing, do you want to test your soul power? I just saw a martial soul hall on the side of the road." Zhu Xiuqing shook her head. Her pretty face did not change at all. "No, in my perception, it's about level 37, but the strange thing is that I obviously increased my soul power so much at once, but I don't feel that my foundation is unstable." The girl paused for a moment, then continued, "And I feel that there is still a ball of energy in my body that has not been absorbed. Level 37 is not the limit." Hearing Zhu Xiuqing's doubts, Uranium smiled lightly. "Of course, the fairy grass is not something that is forced to grow. It is named after the word fairy. It is a thing that consolidates the foundation and nourishes the essence. It will not shake the foundation, but will make the foundation deeper. I think you will be able to experience it as you practice in the future. And you can't absorb this ball of energy now." You may have to wait until you reach level 40, when the soul ring transforms your body again, before you can adapt. While speaking, Uranium also felt the balls of energy inside his body, and the corners of his mouth raised. Once these energies are absorbed, his soul power will be able to advance by leaps and bounds. After sensing the inside of his body, Uranium and Xiaoxu looked at each other, gave her a reassuring look, and then signaled Zhu Xiuqing to leave the auction house. There is no need to stay here. Going back to prepare for the 5th soul ring is the real important thing. Zhu Xiuqing also nodded. Well, actually, I like the forest after staying there for a long time. It's like a paradise. I cook some light dishes every day, practice my soul power, and enjoy the scenery. However, immediately afterwards, Uranium hit Zhu Xiuqing's fantasy at the moment. You will definitely get bored if you stay there for a long time. Why don't you choose to go to the mainland to have a look? If you stay in one place for a long time, then go to the next place. So what are your plans? After the Soul Master competition is over, with our soul power, we should have graduated, right? But isn't the Academy training us as the next generation of emperors? Zhu Xiuqing suddenly remembered something, and asked after the 3 of them walked out of the door, following Uranium. The 3 of them walked side by side on the wide road, surrounded by shops and bustling. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. We will definitely graduate, but we don't have to stop caring about the Academy after graduation. I will probably spend more time on the Academy. After thinking for a while, Uranium said calmly. Well, maybe in the future, we can go to the Academy to be a teacher or something. Zhu Xiuqing seemed to think of the soul power requirements for being a teacher, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Forget it, they are all children of nobles, not good seedlings. I don't have the idea of being a teacher. I become stronger and famous, which is part of my return to the Academy. Uranium played with her hair hanging on her chest and rejected Zhu Xiuqing's idea. But after all, the school also provides a lot of high-level soul beast meat for meals. It is reasonable for him to give back to the Academy. While walking, Uranium soon learned from Zhu Xiuqing that the Sunset Forest was blocked. However, Uranium had already mentioned this issue to Zhu King. He just simply mentioned that he would go to the Sunset Forest later and obtain the 5th soul ring. Zhu King naturally responded casually, and presumably no one would stop him at all. If I guessed correctly, it should be caused by my previous battle with Xiaoxu. It's not a big problem. Sunset Forest. Soon, the 3 of them arrived in front of the Sunset Forest, and the road was smooth and unobstructed. Let's go in. Uranium glanced at the somewhat dim forest and said to the 2 with a smile. The next moment, Uranium took Zhu Xiuqing and Xiaoxu and walked into the outskirts of the forest that was like a busy traffic. The Sunset Forest in this direction faces Xiandao City. There are countless soul masters who try to obtain soul rings from the Sunset Forest. There was no road in the Sunset Forest, but it was naturally formed by being stepped on by many people. It has been half a day since they entered the Sunset Forest. The stars are high in the sky, and the evening breeze blows, bringing the sound of the wind. The bright moonlight shines on the 3 people walking at night. The moon is like a silver plate, gently scattering light. The number of soul beasts encountered along the way is very small. Although they also encountered a few thousand-year-old soul beasts, most of them were just over 1,000 years old, and with Xiaoxu's fatally terrifying fluctuations, those soul beasts did not come to provoke the 3 of them. Originally, according to Xiaoxu, she could instantly disperse all the soul beasts within a radius of 50 miles and free up a space, but Uranium rejected Xiaoxu's proposal. Using coercion over a large area will make other soul beasts afraid to flee, causing them to rush into other soul beasts' living areas, thus starting a deadly fight that should not have happened, just like me before. You just need to ensure coercion within a certain range, and don't disturb their survival. Uranium glanced at some of the still very weak soul beasts and said reluctantly. In fact, he was not very happy about using radiation to kill the latent soul porcupine, but in order to become stronger, he could only do his best under such limited circumstances. Uranium could not say anything false and empty, such as the latent soul porcupine was an evil soul beast, or a soul beast that must be killed. Whether the soul beasts were evil or not was the soul beast's business. What did it have to do with him, humans? But it was precisely because of this that Uranium felt the preciousness of life more and more. I wonder if we can come up with a way to become stronger without killing soul beasts. For every soul master, at least 10 soul beasts have died in his hands. Life is worth cherishing, not to mention soul beasts that have been living and practicing for a long time and are much older than humans. Uranium's heart was full of torment. But he knew that this torment was as false and meaningless as crocodile tears. He still had to kill the soul-lurking porcupine, because he wanted to become stronger. He wanted to be strong enough to transcend the laws of the world, so that his descendants, who were as sensitive and gentle as himself, would no longer have to endure the torment and pain of killing innocent lives. Why isn't there a mysterious way to cultivate soul power and become stronger without the need for soul beasts? He is the gentle Uchiha Uranium. But this gentleness awakens the power to destroy the world. Radiation field. Nuclear explosion kick. This is the power to protect gentleness. Without this power, the word gentleness is nothing but a groan without illness, as ridiculous as bubbles. Uranium lowered its head to sense the position of the soul-lurking porcupine, and the belief in its heart gradually became firm. All kindness is built on strength, otherwise kindness, gentleness, courage, and faith are all false and empty shells. All the pain at the moment is just a short dream. When the dream is awake, life will continue. I seem to understand the meaning of Uchiha's kaleidoscope a little bit. Murmuring in a low voice, Uranium gently stroked his face, and in his eyes, 3 fan-shaped icons slowly turned in Uranium's eye sockets. Only those who have lost love can understand the heaviness of love. Uchiha did not open his eyes with hatred. It was love. Chapter 231. If you want to die, it's easy. At night, the moon was silver and the stars were sparse. Several figures suddenly crossed the night sky and bounced forward along the traces of the road. The shadows of the trees shook, and the soul beasts were forced to leave by the strong sense of oppression. The figures of soul masters flashed and quickly approached along the road opened by Uranium. Like a vicious venomous snake. Suddenly, these 7 or 8 figures stopped. "My lord Marcus, this is it." One of the old men looked at the traces of coke on the ground and said respectfully to the middle-aged man, who was dressed gorgeously but quite gloomy. The moonlight fell, illuminating the face of a middle-aged man who had originally looked like a lustful pig brother to Zyaksu. The middle-aged man's face was full of red light. Although the green clothes on his body looked ordinary, there was a faint light flowing. Obviously, this clothes should have been blessed with some soul power protection. On the ordinary face, there was a touch of arrogance that was difficult to conceal. This is a must-have for every noble. The person I want is a little girl about 6 or 7 years old. I will meet her tonight by following this trail. The middle-aged man raised his hands and stared at the remaining flames on the ground with his wolf-like eyes. It seemed that at this moment, his eyes were also ignited by the flames, and his eyes were blazing, flashing with fiery desire. He had already checked. There was no such family in the Shandao Empire and the Xingluo Empire for the so-called Eye of Destruction martial spirit, and there was no such martial spirit inheritance in the ranks of the nobles. In other words, the 20-year-old soul sect was just a commoner. Since he was a commoner, it meant that there was no master to protect him secretly, and he did not have the qualifications for the nobles to help him. Although His Royal Highness was willing to fight against Prince Zuxing for him, if it was a dead person, and a commoner, His Royal Highness would not suddenly turn against him. Talent, however, needs time to be fulfilled before it is qualified to stand on the stage. This person called Uranium will at best be a thug in the future. Although a 20-year-old soul sect has high talent, there are still people who can do the same as him. He is not the only one. As for the person who once saw him kick back 3 soul kings, it can only mean that the other party is gifted. Since he is the crown prince's man, he must be eliminated in advance. The most important thing is that a man is innocent but guilty of possessing a treasure. With 2 such beautiful little beauties, but without the ability to protect them, isn't this specially tailored for him? When he thought of these 2 beauties enjoying themselves under his crotch, Jialinu trembled slightly, as if he had already felt the intoxicated scene. If you want to blame someone, blame me for picking you up. Imagining the intoxicating scene in his mind, as well as the 2 people crying like nightingales, Jialinu seemed to feel that he was sublimated and was already impatient to enjoy it all. Because of the fighting power that Uranium had shown before, he specially brought a level 71 soul saint who was hired at a high price, plus 2 soul emperors and 5 soul kings, which were more than enough to kill the person. If he didn't dare to kill him, he might be able to cripple him and let him watch with his own eyes how his girlfriend and sister served him. Thinking of this, Jialinu's mood became even more surging, his lower body towering, and his ugly face was fully displayed. The next moment, after exploring the situation around, the old man said respectfully again, "My lord Marcus, it has been checked. They will continue to set out at night. Following this road, we can probably catch up with them." As he spoke, the old man pointed to a direction that was trampled. "Then hurry up, you go and bring them all back. The two girls are not allowed to be hurt at all. That man, break his limbs and bring him back." Liu narrowed his eyes slightly and said indifferently to the crowd, "Old B, thank you for your help." After saying that, Liu bowed slightly to the black-robed figure in the farthest distance. This person was the beast spirit Feng Lijuan bird spirit, the spirit saint of the agility attack system. "It's okay, you have already paid." The hoarse voice of the old figure called Old B sounded, and he replied lightly, "Yes." The Soul Kings responded respectfully, and then, under the leadership of the two Soul Emperors, they prepared to run towards the rugged path. But the next moment, a cold laugh suddenly rang out. "No need to look for it, I'm here." The voice was so close that it seemed to be right next to my ear. "Who is it?" The middle-aged Soul King who was guarding on the side suddenly felt an alarm bell in his heart, and hurriedly protected Marcus Liu in front of him. The spirit was instantly possessed, and he looked at the source of the sound with a vigilant expression. In the dark forest, with the sound of falling leaves being crushed, a tall and thin figure was completely revealed under the pouring moonlight. "Uranium. It's you. You dare to run out, you really don't know how to live or die." Liu thought it was someone else, and when he looked carefully, it was the young man he saw at the auction at noon, and he smiled contemptuously. But although he said so, Liu was actually shocked. At such a close distance, didn't even Bilao notice it just now? A group of soul masters did not give him a sense of security. What kind of aura was hidden? If all the soul masters had really gone out just now, leaving only a soul king to protect himself, then according to the opponent's previous record, he would be very likely to be attacked. Thinking of this, Liu's forehead began to ooze out beads of sweat, but he hid it well. In his noble life, he had already developed the habit of not showing his emotions. If he showed anger, it was just a disguise. But at this moment, he really felt a little terrified. "You didn't choose to run away, but took the initiative to walk towards me." Liu looked at Uranium getting closer and closer, and his gloomy face was slightly pulled, and he taunted Uranium. "If I didn't get close to you, how could I have scattered your ashes?" Uranium glanced at Liu, who was protected by a group of Soul Kings, Soul Emperors, and Soul Saints. His originally cold voice instantly became icy and piercing, like the chill in the cold wind. The space around him solidified a little. The huge soul power pressure rushed straight into the sky. Uranium's figure became more and more illusory with the terrifying soul power fluctuations, like a phantom in the wind, with an elusive sense of déjà vu. Such a terrifying pressure instantly changed the face of the soul saint known as Bilao. With this level of soul power fluctuations, even he had to open his martial soul true body before he could release it to the surroundings. Moreover, he seemed to be able to feel a cold and tingling feeling constantly flashing between his eyebrows. Bilao had lived for so many years, so he naturally understood what it was. That was the cold death. How is this possible? The old man's face became extremely ugly. "Didn't we agree to be the soul sect? Oh? Your perception is still okay, unlike these idiots who don't know when they are about to die." Uranium suddenly raised his head, and the radiation eyes in his pupils stared at the horrified Bilao, and his lips slightly raised. "It's a pity, you are all going to die." The piercing voice seemed to become real, piercing the body and mind of everyone around him. He really wanted to kill. This group of people must all die, and they must be eradicated. Uranium's eyes suddenly showed a bloodthirsty red light. "Kill him for me." The uneasiness in Jail's heart reached its peak. He pointed in the direction of Uranium and roared, resisting the intense heartbeat in his heart. The 5 Soul Kings did not hesitate, and their martial spirits were possessed. Various plant and animal martial spirits, leopards, mice, books, trees, and birds, all kinds of strange soul masters rushed towards Uranium. The wind blades rolled up, and the fierce roars continued. The metal-like pages formed a storm like blades, and rushed towards Uranium. At this moment, Uranium felt his body suddenly sink, as if it was slowed down by the roar of the roaring soul leopard. "If you want to die, it's easy." The next moment, Uranium gently raised his head, and the red light in his eyes was bright. Uranium's figure suddenly disappeared. The speed was extremely fast. No afterimage could be seen. Even Douluo, who was a soul saint, couldn't see where uranium was. Boom! 4 or 5 long-range soul skills tore the empty ground apart, and a cloud of dust rose. And there was no one in the dust. How is this possible? Count Galinu watched uranium suddenly disappear from the battlefield with his own eyes. The speed was so fast that it was definitely not something a normal soul master could achieve. And now, the siege of the 5 soul kings couldn't hit the other party, which obviously exceeded the speed of the soul king. Could it be that this guy is the speed of the soul emperor? Galinu's heart suddenly trembled. He let the other party run away just like that, and at this speed. If he waited for the other party to grow up, then his family would be in trouble. Thinking of this, Galinu actually felt a strong regret. Why did he provoke him? Exclamation mark. Let's start with you. Suddenly, a voice mixed with cold murderous intent suddenly sounded from the center of the battlefield. And, it was right next to Galinu. Galinu's heart suddenly sank, and a strong sense of uneasiness grew uncontrollably in his heart. But then, he did not feel the opponent's attack coming. Suddenly, he seemed to feel something, and suddenly turned back and looked behind him. The aura of Douluo, who had been guarding him, disappeared. No, it didn't disappear. Galinu was a soul master after all, and he could see some situations clearly at night, but at this moment, he regretted turning back. The creepy fear rushed from the tail vertebrae to the top of the head, and his scalp was about to explode. The latest novel is published on the 6th-9th book bar. Uranium appeared behind Galinu like a ghost, standing side by side with Douluo, as if the two were good friends, but Uranium's expression was quite cold, like a deep and piercing ice lake. If Uranium hadn't been holding Douluo's head, the 7-ring soul saint would have been beheaded. Suddenly, Galinu felt that his entire worldview had collapsed. Bang! Douluo's headless body slowly fell backwards. As the existence with the highest soul power, he didn't even last a minute before Uranium cut off his head with a knife, and fell to the ground in a mess like a dead dog. How is this possible? Galinu looked at all this in horror, and even the anger in his heart was overwhelmed by shock. This is a soul saint. Not a cabbage. Kill him if you say so. This is a soul saint who is close to the top of Douluo Continent. How come things have developed to this moment? The person involved, Galinu, has only regrets in his heart, deep regrets. Things have gotten out of hand, and he can even kill a soul saint. Nothing is impossible. Next, it's the turn of the 2 soul emperors. Uranium approached Galinu and stuffed Douluo's head into his arms with one hand. His eyes glowed red as he stared at the 2 soul emperors who were still looking for him. After all, he appeared too quickly, so quickly that he just finished a fight. He killed a soul saint like killing a chicken. Others didn't react at all until the sound of Douluo's body fell to the ground, which made the other soul kings and soul emperors turn their positions. But what they saw was Galinu, who was pale and expressionless, and the gray-haired head in his arms. The horror that could not be described in words climbed up the backs of the people present. Soul Saint was killed like this? Even if it was a toad, it should jump before dying, right? All the soul masters present had such a ridiculous idea in their minds. The next moment, the eyes of all the soul masters moved to the center of the battlefield, to the devil-like figure. The 2 soul emperors who were targeted couldn't help swallowing their saliva, and their expressions were so tense that their arms were shaking. Fuck. I'm going to kill you. An obese soul emperor's scalp was numb because of Uranium's stare, and he couldn't bear it anymore. He roared to boost his courage, and with the possession of his martial spirit, he rushed directly towards Uranium. The speed was so fast that it was like blue lightning. Humph. Uranium looked at the frightened soul emperor, without blinking, and whispered, "Pause." The words came true. Time was paused. This was the second pause. The killing of the soul saint just now was the first time, and no one could stop his attack. Unsurprisingly, after the soul saint was beheaded by him, he couldn't even let go of his martial spirit body, and his consciousness stayed forever in this period of stagnation, and he could never wake up. Although it was only a short 2 or 3 seconds, it was enough for Uranium to do something that was difficult to do normally. For example, now. Kill these 2 soul emperors. You can't die like this. I have no sense of existence when I kill. Shaking his head, he raised the iron short knife that appeared in his hand at some point, and Uranium's figure suddenly became blurred. The next second, he came to the back of the soul emperor at the back, casually shook the blood beads on it, and slowly put away the knife. It was as if the space distortion was smoothed out. The stagnant time once again started the wheel of time. But among them, there were two people who were left in the interlayer of time forever. No matter who it was, once it died in the time stop, it would never be resurrected. Because, when he died, there was no such person. No one knew what happened. The Soul Emperor who rushed forward didn't even notice that under the gaze of everyone, he rushed forward and his head flew up. This is the real split action. Puff. Blood instantly rose from the high-pressure broken neck. It rushed straight up more than 3 meters high. At this moment, the surrounding battlefield was quiet. Only the two figures who slowly fell down gradually made a dull sound. Chapter 232, Eliminate the Root of the Trouble. The battlefield around was silent. The 5 Soul Kings present stood stiffly in place, completely shocked by the gesture of Uranium killing the Soul Saint and Soul Emperor in 1 minute. Everyone's horrified eyes were fixed on the figure who was slowly putting away the knife at this moment, and even their breathing could not help but stagnate. Slowly turning around, looking at the Marcus Jalnu who had just come to his senses and couldn't stop retreating, Uranium tilted his head, and the smile on the corner of his mouth was a little hideous. Bowed down to the power of Uchiha. The next moment, the 3 Megadama radiation eyes in Uranium's eyes suddenly turned. Invisible power descended. With a mental power comparable to that of the title Douluo level, even if Uranium didn't look at everyone around him, the 6 people present couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Jalnu wanted to say something, but he couldn't feel the existence of his tongue. It seemed that he could see everything about himself, but he couldn't control his own body. Everyone, whether it was the Soul King or Jalnu, stopped all their actions and fell into dead silence. Visible to the naked eye, the 6 people's eyes all showed the same radiation eyes as Uranium, as if they were carved out of the same mold as Uranium. I am a person who advocates peace. I will not kill people because of a conflict, so I don't care about the conflict in the auction at all. Uranium slowly walked to the center of the battlefield and gently raised his index finger. The sound was not loud, but it was enough for everyone to hear clearly. Although his body could not move, Galenu suddenly felt a deep sense of uneasiness from Uranium's behavior, but due to the limitations of Uranium's pupil technique, he couldn't even show a look of fear. But peace needs to be maintained by force. Turning halfway, the moon's silver color sprinkled on Uranium's clean face, and the silver long hair accompanied by the moonlight, a dazzling light appeared. Galenu's uneasiness reached its peak. What on earth do you want to say? Who understands what you are saying? People cannot understand each other. There are strong soul masters, weak soul masters, kind soul masters, and naturally some soul masters with bad intentions. They use their strength to oppress others at will, just for their own selfish desires. Douluo Continent is such an ugly world. The strong oppress the weak, and the weak oppress the weaker. It breeds countless nobles like you, and garbage who use their power at will. Uranium smiled softly, and pointed his finger horizontally at the stiff Jalnu, and his tone suddenly became cold. And what you have to face is only annihilation. As soon as the voice fell, Jalnu was horrified to find that the 54th level strong attack Soul King who was standing opposite him, the farthest away, suddenly had a distorted face. Ah! As if because of the strong fear that made him break free from the shackles of the illusion, the Soul King screamed, and his eyes were instantly gray. The next moment, he fell down softly. Dead. Squeak. Visible to the naked eye, a thick yellow stain slowly flowed from the bottom of the corpse's trousers. The spirit broke through the critical value, brain death. Ah, sorry, one died. Uranium seemed to be just awakened at this moment, and looked at the frightened Soul King behind him with an apologetic tone, but his face did not waver at all. It was like a cat accidentally killed a mouse. There was still silence around. Only Uranium's voice kept echoing in the forest. Forget it, it feels that it is not easy for you to live. Life is a torture. I might as well send you away early. 1 second less is 1 second. After casually killing a Soul King, Uranium suddenly realized that this meaningless mouth cannon would only make the other party mentally collapsed. It would be better to end it early to avoid wasting his time. But there is still something very important to understand. How about this? You all tell me about your relatives and their locations first, starting with you. Uranium pointed to Jalnu with one hand. Indicated to start from him. At this moment, Jalnu felt desperate. The meaning of this young man was very clear. Cut the grass and root. No one is left. But what made him even more desperate was, my name is Jalnu. I am the mayor of Klex City in Fac province of Shandao Empire. My title is Marcus of Blackthorn. The stiff and rigid voice of the middle-aged man began to gradually sound. The toneless voice gradually echoed in the open space. I have 3 sons, all of whom are in the family. They currently live in Blackthorn Manor, about 30 kilometers away from Shandao City. The eldest son is 31 years old and is a soul master. All the soul kings present saw Marcus J.L. constantly talking about the whereabouts of his relatives, and they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Move. I can't die. But these so-called soul masters can't even control their facial expressions. Not to mention moving. Soon, J.L. finished speaking. All the relatives he had made friends with were revealed. Without a trace of reservation. What Uranium wanted to do was already very clear. Since he wanted to kill people, he would follow the clues and clear out all the garbage. Slaves, maids, or lovers with a clean background could be spared, but the news related to him would be erased. Kill all those who might seek clues for the Marquis's revenge. Kill them all. Uranium knew that the routine of online novels was to beat the younger ones and then the older ones came, or there was one who was not killed, but the other party escaped and became stronger and then came back to kill him, and so on. So he killed all the direct bloodlines first to avoid any problems in the future. The old ones were like this, so the younger ones were not so clean. The next ones were the remaining 4 soul kings. If Uranium did not have such strong strength, I am afraid that Xiaoxu and Zhu Zhuking would have met with misfortune. He knew very well that nuclear peace needed strength to maintain. This time it was just a soul saint. What if it was a title Douluo next time, or some extreme Douluo? Can he still protect Xiaoxu and Zhu Zhuking? He can judge the behavior of these people like this now, so can someone judge him next time? So, he has to become stronger. But he is not getting stronger for the sake of getting stronger. He wants to use his strength to protect his remaining goodness. He is the most gentle Uchiha Uranium. Uranium has no intention of letting these accomplices go. Damn them, all must die. Maybe it's a bit cruel, maybe it's very villain-like, but so what? Thinking of this, along with the disappearance of the aura of the 4 soul kings and the sound of corpses falling to the ground, Uranium raised a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, Uranium thought of something and immediately stopped the action of preparing to end Galinu. Uranium walked in front of Galinu, looked at Galinu with lifeless eyes, and directly removed the illusion for him. Patting his shoulder, Uranium said softly, I'm sorry to scare you. In fact, I was just trying to scare you just now. You are a Marquis of the Shandao Empire after all. Killing you will make the king furious, which is not worth it for me. I let you go. At this moment, Galinu regained consciousness. In a trance, he still didn't understand what Uranium meant by what he said. Let him go? As if seeing the expression on Galinu's face, Uranium smiled and said, but all the accomplices must die. Can you understand me? After that, he repeated, don't worry, I won't kill you. You are free. Go quickly. Really let me go? Exclamation mark. At this moment, Galinu was shocked and angry, but he was also surprised by the turn, and his heart was mixed with mixed feelings. He was sure that he had not heard wrong. And he could hear all the voices. As Uranium's words rose, Galinu couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope in his heart. His mood at this moment, from the bottom of the valley back to the peak. If you don't leave, I will keep you here forever. Uranium seemed to think that the Marquis wanted to talk trash, and his tone suddenly became as sharp as a sharp edge. He pointed to a dark path, and recalled what Xiaoxu had said before. Uranium, leave that person to me. Xiaoxu said so. Okay. Okay. GL couldn't suppress his excitement. He didn't even dare to look at Uranium. He didn't even consider Uranium's abnormal behavior of letting him go even though he had asked for the address. Instead, he ran in one direction quickly. Fast. Soul power was surging. No matter what, as long as he can survive, it's fine. GL thought to himself. Uranium saw GL running away like a poor and helpless dog, and his lips couldn't help but raise an arc. He didn't let him go out of kindness. Xiaoxu obviously wanted to do it himself. As Xiaoxu killed the same kind of soul beasts like killing chickens, I'm afraid he would be more ruthless to the human soul master who had any thoughts about her. But how he would do it, Uranium couldn't guess. Either he would be tortured to death slowly by the radiation field, or he would feel endless death pain in the illusion. In short, with Xiaoxu's ability, this garbage called JL would definitely remember it for life. She was a good girl who only obeyed herself, but for other beings. She was a demon. In the forest at night, an embarrassed figure kept flashing. The leaves rustled, as if there were ghosts shuttling through the forest. Hurry up, faster. Giolini is a level 37 soul master with low talent. The latest novel was first published on the 69th book bar. But at this moment, he actually showed an escape speed comparable to that of a soul master. The purpose was to make himself run faster and not die here. 1 soul saint, 2 soul emperors, 5 soul kings, all the team members he brought with him, all died and were killed as easily as killing chickens. And the person who killed them was a young man who is recorded as 20 years old, but actually 15 or 16 years old. Damn it, if I can go back, I must move. I can't stay in the Sharingan Empire. It's too dangerous. Giolini couldn't help thinking about the next path in his heart, but there was no word about killing uranium. He was afraid. After seeing the soul saints being killed with his own eyes, his courage was also broken by uranium. But as he ran, Giolini suddenly felt something was wrong. The forest in the night was almost the same, with forests everywhere. He had been running for an hour. With his soul power speed, he should have been out of the forest long ago. Why was he still wandering in the forest? Giolini stopped and looked at the forest in front of him, his face full of doubt. This place is so familiar. Have I been here before? The dark forest became darker and darker. It seemed that the terrifying existence that chose people to devour was staring at him. It should have started. Uranium looked at the direction where Giolini ran away, closed his eyes, and carefully felt a breath of Zyaxu, where he also stayed. I don't know when it will end. I'll go do my thing first. With a slight smile, Uranium glanced at the corpses lying on the ground, and frowned. With a light sigh, the 4th soul ring on Uranium's body, the dark 10,000-year soul skill, began to light up. Boom, there was only a loud noise in the forest, breaking the silence. Huge smoke and dust rose, but there was no obvious mushroom cloud. All traces of the battle disappeared without a trace. Only a large pit in the center was left, which still exuded a faint residual heat. This was the performance of uranium destroying the corpses and erasing the traces. He was too lazy to dig a pit to collect the corpses. He was doing something else. Everything was simple. The next moment, in the smoke and dust, a figure walked step by step towards Sharingan City. The speed was not fast, but there was a ghostly feeling beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Time is like water, always slipping through fingers inadvertently. The hot summer has been replaced by the cool autumn, and the lush green branches have also begun to be mixed with a little yellow. It is still the neat little house, with sunlight pouring in spots everywhere. The waterfall is venting its roar at the side, and the sound of water is constantly surging. The surrounding forest is lush and green, as if with endless vitality. 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye, and the time for the soul of the soul-sucking porcupine to be exhausted is also approaching. This was the hut where Uranium and Zhuzyuking once lived together. Although there were many traps around, Zyaxu was not a human being, so naturally no entity could step on the traps and trigger the explosion. In the neat hut, Uranium was called up by Zyaxu early, as if she was a little housekeeper. Zhuzyuking also stopped practicing all night, slowly raised her cold eyes, and an indescribable silver light suddenly flashed across. The next moment, the girl's fatigue from practicing all night was swept away, and her spirit was lifted. My practice speed at night is so fast. Is this also the talent brought by the moonlight Wang Chunlin fairy grass? Zhuzyuking murmured, turned her head and looked at the rising sun outside. The soul power that was rapidly practicing all over her body stagnated and gradually returned to its original state. Speeding up the soul power practice speed is a very simple ability, but it is quite practical. I should be able to catch up with Uranium soon. I'm almost level 40. The girl first encouraged herself confidently, and then saw Zyaxa floating in from the door. She went straight through the door, like a non-existent entity. No, she didn't have an entity to begin with, everything was just an illusory shadow. Zyaxu, you scared me to death. Zhuzyuking was frightened for a moment, patted her chest that was like a milky white wave, and breathed a sigh of relief. After all, I can't touch the door. Zyaxa laughed, her innocent face blooming like a green lotus, and immediately made the light in the room slightly brighter. Unbelievably beautiful. This is how Zhuzyuking felt at the moment. She had seen her countless times, but every time, she would be amazed by Zyaxa's appearance. If I had to describe it, Xiaoxu's appearance was more like a female version of uranium. And it was a girl version, uranium in women's clothing. The outlines were almost exactly the same. Thinking of this, Zhu Zhuking's face darkened again. H.U. When uranium left the camp, he sneezed as if he was being talked about. Hunting the soul-lurking porcupine, he alone was enough. Chapter 233, Domination of the Sky. Firepower coverage returns to the blue sky. Nuclear missile fist. Uranium walked in the forest. The soul beasts living in the sunset forest must be relatively weak, and the deeper you go, the stronger the soul beasts will naturally be. But the soul-lurking porcupine is different. It chooses to wander around randomly. But for uranium, even if it goes deep into the sunset forest, there is no threat. The sunset forest has long been cleared by Xiaoxu. Soon, uranium felt that he was gradually stepping into the range where the soul-lurking porcupine was. An indescribable pressure covered the surroundings. This is the sign of a powerful soul beast, and it is also the so-called prototype of a domain. But it has not reached the age of 100,000 years, and there will be no chance in the future. Uranium sensed the radiation energy around and nodded secretly. Xiaoxu was right. There was no radiation energy from his body around. Going deep into the soul beast settlement, uranium certainly didn't want to consume too much soul power. After recovering slightly on the top of a hill, he cast his eyes into the distance. In the previous journey, he finally encountered some troubles. 2 golden tigers with a cultivation of more than 3,000 years blocked his way forward. 1 female and 1 male. Uranium carefully observed the other's lower body and came to the conclusion that they were a couple. Although it was a bit troublesome, they still died in uranium's hands without using nuclear explosion kicks. Their bodies as hard as diamond were finally kicked and exploded. What uranium wanted was a complete corpse, not the fragments that were broken into powder by the explosion kick. It has been a long time since I made dishes with high-level soul beast meat. Recently, he read a few cooking tips from chefs in Shandao City and planned to make some food for Zhu Zhuking to taste. After returning to his original intention, when soul beasts provoked him in the past, he would either scare them away or let them leave on their own. There was no such thing as killing them directly. But now, if you want to blame someone, just blame these 2 golden tigers for being the first soul beasts he encountered. Anyway, he would not attack soul beasts. Huh? Suddenly, his keen perception made him shudder. Although he found nothing in his mental detection, he still felt his hair stand on end. What's going on? Surprised, uranium ended his rest state as soon as possible. He trusted his perception very much. The sudden warning sign could make him react so violently. This sudden danger might. Radiation field, activated. Taking a deep breath, uranium gradually calmed down. The only one who could give him such great pressure was the pig. The radiation field spread out in all directions. Almost in an instant, he caught a huge soul power fluctuation, right under his feet. How is it possible? Isn't it still far away? Although he was shocked, he didn't worry at all and let the soul beast perform. Because he was shocked by this method, not the opponent's fighting power. He was invincible. With his hands hanging naturally on both sides of his body, uranium's eyes began to emit a faint silver light, and the soft silver had a strong murderous aura. The radiation eye martial spirit was activated. Do you want to dance too? In an instant, his spirit, energy, and spirit had all been raised to the peak state. The next moment, uranium's eyes were suddenly covered by dust rising into the sky. A giant figure suddenly drilled out from the ground and rushed into the sky. Ank! Exclamation mark. The terrifying soul power fluctuations mixed with a terrifying roar resounded through the sky. The soul-lurking porcupine soared into the sky. Uranium tapped the ground with the tip of his left foot, and his whole body stopped for a moment. The fine steel short knife had already been transferred from his right hand to his left hand. The next moment, with his body half turned, he suddenly retreated backwards. At the same time, he turned around, and the clanging sounds of various fine steel weapons rang out, and they were thrown at the giant figure that jumped in the air at will. Boom! The behemoth fell to the ground with a bang. The big tree collapsed, and the huge rocks shook. The strong shock wave scattered in an instant, but before and after rushing to uranium, it was like a breeze blowing on the face. In the roar, the broken stones flew across, and the fallen leaves of the trees in that direction were suddenly blown away, clearing a blank space. Uranium grabbed with his left hand, and the fine steel long knives that were taken out before appeared in his hand one by one. and then kept throwing them out. The roar of the soul-hiding porcupine landing was heard far away, as if the entire Sunset Forest was shaken, and the violent echoes kept reverberating in the forest. In just a moment, everything around was leveled. In the smoke and dust, a giant figure like a mountain slowly appeared. The dark brown skin had cracked and cracked, revealing the dark red muscle tissue and gray-white fat layer. The originally crystal spikes on the back were also dim and dust-free, as if covered with a layer of light gray gauze, no longer the same as before. The dark eyes had no luster, but revealed a terrifying madness. It was tortured by radiation energy. The flesh and blood cracked, and the soul power was getting worse day by day. Now it is close to the edge of madness. 70,000 years? I should be enough. Looking at the soul beast in front of him that was emitting terrifying soul power fluctuations, Uranium murmured softly, with the cold murderous intent on his face. At this moment, the soul-hiding porcupine looked in the direction of Uranium, and the murderous intent in his eyes was no less than that of Uranium. Of course, because all this was caused by this human. Soul-hiding porcupine, a 10,000-year soul beast, very good, I'm looking for you. At this moment, Uranium not only did not feel the slightest fear in his heart, but instead felt an inexplicable excitement. The word fear had long disappeared from his mind, replaced by the word calm. Of course, he did not need to fight this big guy head-on. His goal was to play with it to a limited extent. After all, the radiation field was enough to suppress any radiation soul beast, whether it was the radiation titan ape or the one in front of him. Radiation soul-hiding porcupine. At this moment, Uranium suddenly moved. He jumped out like an arrow and took the initiative to provoke. At the same time as his body rushed out, his eyes, the pupils of elements, slowly lit up, and the terrifying aura of controlling the radiation power instantly bloomed. The soul-hiding porcupine, which had already prepared for the battle, could not help but be stunned. An indescribable sense of fear instantly appeared in the depths of its heart. It even overshadowed its amazing killing intent. At this time, in the eye of element, Uranium had clearly seen the direction of the soul power in the opponent's body, and the fourth soul ring, explosive kick, began to light up. The soul-hiding porcupine was also a soul beast with super mental power. It quickly got rid of the fear, and it was also because of its own mental power that it did not become a crazy soul beast. But when its size met the eye of element, its body could not help but tremble violently. In the air, Uranium screamed fiercely, and a layer of colorful light suddenly burst out from its legs. This colorful light contained 7 colors: blue, red, yellow, cyan, gold, black, and purple, but then it merged into one and turned into rich gray. Energy converges, soul power explodes. When they appeared together, the air around the soul-hiding porcupine's body was violently distorted. The degree of distortion was so strong that even its huge body could not be seen clearly. The moment the gray light filled with terrifying soul power fell on the head of the soul-lurking porcupine, the light twisted violently and turned into a huge vortex, as if it was going to crush the soul-lurking porcupine's body. Bang! The vortex broke with a loud chi sound, and the soul-lurking porcupine screamed, and a pair of black eyes suddenly burst, blood spurted out, and its body rolled over before it barely stood up. But on its skin, dark brown blood continued to flow, and its face was hideous. Not bad. Uranium couldn't help but admire it at this moment. It can survive being shot in the head by him. It seems that my explosive kick is not enough to threaten it. The soul-lurking porcupine in front of me should be only more than 70,000 years old, and it actually endured this blow from me, and it was the most deadly head, and looking at its appearance, there is not much difference between having eyes and not having eyes. All this is said slowly, but in fact it happened in a flash. At this time, Uranium relied on the explosive power of a burst of energy, but he could not really kill it. Once he fell into the opponent's fighting rhythm, it would be difficult for him to kill it without injury. While releasing the strongest attack, fake, Uranium sighed in his heart, and the soul power took advantage of this moment to pour out with all his strength, pushing his body forward like a meteor. The soul-lurking porcupine let out a shrill howl. Although it had lost its eyes, it still relied on its powerful mental power to judge Uranium's movements. And its sharp whistle began to emit violent soul power fluctuations, as if a special soul skill, directly facing the path that Uranium had to take. The dusty spikes behind him lit up instantly, and the crystal soul power fluctuations were extremely pure, with waves of death, as if ripples were shining in the space. Soul spikes. Whoosh! The soul spike seemed to arrive in an instant, almost sticking to Uranium's body. In his mind, Uranium only had a flash of thought, so fast? Pause. The next moment, time stopped. At the critical moment, Uranium stopped time. Gently pushing aside the spikes, a chill spread from Uranium's eyes. It was too thrilling. Sure enough, soul beasts of this level have amazing combat power. It's better not to take risks and play games with it. Just end it. Uranium extinguished the idea of playing with this soul-lurking porcupine. In order to prevent himself from turning over and being nailed to death by the soul spikes, he decided to end this little game. The radiation field rose with one hand, and in his eyes, 3 fan-shaped radiation eyes suddenly turned a circle. The next moment, time continued. The soul spikes continued to move forward, but they could only pierce the ground powerlessly and dissipate into crystal soul power. And the big pig trembled all over before it could feel any killing breath. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. It seemed like a disaster was coming. Invisible threats and terrifying power instantly exploded in the entire radiation field. The soul-lurking porcupine, which was almost entirely a radiation soul beast, froze in an instant. The radiation energy in its body was rioting. Endless fluctuations surged in its body and broke out. Only a few crisp sounds were heard, and under the control of Uranium, the life of this giant soul beast that dominated the Sunset Forest came to an end. This is as it should be. I am the Emperor of Radiation. Submission to my feet is your only meaning. Looking at the corpse of the soul-lurking porcupine, Uranium's eyes revealed a trace of firm brilliance. He was absolutely sure that under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for an 8-ring soul Douluo level strongman to deal with such a big eye. Only a titled Douluo can guarantee victory, and it is not a 100% sure win. The soul spikes are very terrifying. If you are stabbed, you will have mental problems. However, all this is in the past tense. Uranium succeeded after all. For him, the most important thing now is to absorb the 5th soul ring in front of him and officially become a soul king. Uranium raised his eyes and looked at the lifeless soul beast and the slowly rising soul ring. The soft soul power flowed and operated in a normal way. Uranium's mental power moved slightly and pulled the black soul ring on the soul-lurking porcupine's body to fly towards him. It was also a 10,000-year soul ring, but the soul ring produced by the soul-lurking porcupine was not ordinary black. In the black, gray light flickered faintly. Uranium could clearly feel the fluctuation of the gray light. This was the unique fluctuation of the radiation soul beast. It was the same when absorbing the 4th soul ring. I hope you can bring me what I want. I have been longing for long-range soul skills for too long. Uranium murmured softly, and a firmness flashed in his eyes. Let's start. Concentrate and close your eyes, and the soul ring enters your body. Uranium's first feeling when the black soul ring entered his body can be best described in 2 words: explosion. That's right, as soon as the black soul ring merged into his body, Uranium felt as if his body was about to explode. The whole person trembled violently. A layer of gray flickering halo burst out from his body in an instant, spreading out to a diameter of 3 meters, and then gradually faded, and Uranium's face turned pale. From 20,000 years to more than 70,000 years, it is equivalent to the 5th soul ring to the 8th soul ring, and even the 9th soul ring. The span is too big. But if it can be absorbed smoothly, the soul skills he can get are also extremely terrifying. He never expected that the breath of this soul-lurking porcupine would be so overbearing. The first thing that gave him a warning was not the powerful mental power at the core of its soul ring, but the power of attributes. His radiation field can already absorb beyond the level, and can even absorb this power perfectly, but it is still too much. At that moment, it broke out in Uranium's body. Uranium already has a very strong willpower, but when that terrifying power exploded, it still felt like its whole body was about to burst. That feeling is definitely not pleasant. However, all he can do now is to endure. The word endurance is like a knife above the head, but it is also 100 times of endurance to turn into gold. The soul power was fully operational and began to receive the soul ring. At the same time, a force burst out from Uranium's body. In Uranium's words, it should be that the wings of the idiot have grown hard and he wants to fly. Beat him. Uranium's body turned gray in the next moment, and the source of the gray was his slowly rotating radiation eye. Invisible and colorless microwave particles began to emerge from his body. High-energy particle streams surrounded his body, gamma-ray energy penetrated everything, high-speed electrons carried positron streams around his body, and the strong black light spread to every corner of his body. The cold breath instantly suppressed the manic explosive force. The majesty of the radiation field was also released at this moment, which produced a comprehensive suppression of the soul ring of the latent soul porcupine. The latent soul porcupine is strong, but no matter how strong it is not the opponent of the radiation field. Moreover, it has no soul vibration to fight against uranium, because its soul has been dispelled by the radiation field. Today's latent soul porcupine is just a ball of fat. With the full cooperation of the inner ghost in the soul lurking porcupine and the radiation field, the following fusion process was no longer suspenseful. After a brief pain, the black fifth soul ring began to slowly imprint on his soul and body. In his subconscious, the soul ring seemed to have been changed by uranium's needs. The characteristics of the soul spikes, soaked in the terrifying energy interaction of radiation, have undergone more unknown changes. The original meaning of radiation is energy. At the microscopic level in the world, there are countless particles in perpetual motion, and the energy generated between the movement of these particles is radiation. The radiation field mixed with the original power released from the soul lurking porcupine gradually merged with the uranium's body, not only greatly increasing his soul power, but also making his body stronger. From soul sect to soul king, it is an important threshold for any soul master, which means that the soul master has entered the intermediate stage from the primary stage. Although he has a combat power far beyond that of the Soul King, his strength has undoubtedly improved again. Moreover, perhaps because the soul ring of the latent soul porcupine was strong enough, or perhaps because there was too much energy accumulated in his body, after the fusion of the fifth soul ring, his soul power actually successfully broke through the 55th level and entered the 56th level. This is definitely a pleasant surprise for uranium, who needs to practice speed. The reason is that uranium is the fairy grass eaten by the 48th level, Yao Hongshan Renju. The soul power of the fairy grass alone directly pushed him to the threshold of the 50th level. Coupled with the soul power of the latent soul porcupine, uranium made 5 consecutive jumps and reached the 56th level of soul power. When he opened his eyes, the sky was already bright, and the clouds and mist in the sunset forest were misty, and the rising sun in the east could not be seen. Uranium jumped up and stretched his body hard. A strong sense of power suddenly filled his whole body. That feeling was really wonderful. The flexibility of his body was stronger, and the breakthrough of soul power also increased his overall strength by at least 30%. If converted into soul power, the power of his nuclear explosion kick would probably increase a lot. The extreme temperature of the center may be enough to reach 150,000 degrees with a superposition of 2 energies. Of course, all this is speculation. Uranium does not intend to test the power of nuclear explosion kick now, and he cannot test the difference between 100,000 and 150,000. After all, they are all gasification. I don't know how long it has been. With previous experience, uranium really can't be sure whether it is the morning of the 2nd day, the 3rd day, or even the 4th day. With a thought, silver light flashed in his eyes, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, and 5 soul rings suddenly rose from his feet. Finally, I have mastered this power. Carefully feeling the power of the 5th soul ring in his body, uranium could no longer bear this surprise, and a fierce roar broke the silence of the sunset forest. His guess was right. The radiation field is the most powerful field in the world. Unrivaled and unstoppable. My 5th soul ring. Uranium raised his hands tremblingly, and the invisible and colorless energy condensed in his hands, as if it would soar into the sky in the next moment. Dominate the blue sky. Nuclear missiles soar into the sky. Conquer the 4 seas. Infinite pursuit is unmatched. This is the power that modern warfare should have. Suddenly, uranium stretched out his arm and pointed to the sky, his face ferocious. From today, distance is no longer an obstacle. A deafening roar resounded through the sky. The truth is only within the range of missiles. Ho ha ho ha. 5K chapters, 1,300 more words than 4K. Chapter 234 Soul Bone Evolution. Everything has calmed down. Uranium slowly opened his calm eyes. His face was no longer as excited as before, and his mood had calmed down. After all, he was only 14 years old, and he couldn't fully control the joy of getting endless power before, so naturally he had that middle school look just now. But he is a time traveler after all, and he has lived 2 lives. The means for him to sort out his emotions are not comparable to ordinary young people. Soon, He sorted out his mood. I have reached the level of Soul King, and with this soul skill, I think I am qualified to enter the ranks of the strong. Uranium exclaimed softly, thinking calmly. After all, the nuclear explosion kick cannot be used in normal conditions, so his means are generally only the explosive kick and ordinary knife slash, and at most time pause. In addition, the radiation field cannot be used. There are too many restrictive means. I always feel that it is not right to suppress it. I really want to let go and do a big fight. The previous competition with Xiaoxa was good, but it was a pity that I was beaten up. This is the first time I have encountered it. Looking at the gradually dimming soul power fluctuations in his hand, Uranium sighed softly. After obtaining the soul ring, the soul master will understand what this soul skill is. In addition to giving it a name, all he has to do is to make this soul skill more proficient. At this moment, in Uranium's understanding, the fifth soul skill he obtained is a bit special. Unlike Douluo Continent and any other world, Uranium's current fifth soul skill is simply an alternative version of express delivery. First, use soul power to condense a round energy ball from your palm. Uranium slowly raised his palm according to this idea. As soon as the words fell, an extremely huge breath suddenly rose up. It did not come from the palm in front of him, but from his entire body. A blue light quietly emerged. It might be just a tiny blue light spot, but when billions of blue lights came together, it was a blue world. Uranium immediately felt that he had become the center of this ocean. His body was like a huge tilted mouth, madly releasing the rapidly surging blue ocean to the outside world. An unprecedented sense of control rose from the deepest part of his body. At this moment, Uranium did not feel the pressure and fatigue of the huge energy disappearing from his body, nor did he feel the emptiness in his body. He was surprised to find that when the hot flow of courage in his body rushed out, an extremely gentle breath gently brushed through his body. He seemed to be able to completely control everything around him. This was not an illusion. I don't know why, when I felt this gentle breath, Uranium suddenly had the urge to cry. It seemed to be a kind of emotion, as if what he was enduring at this time was the caress of his mother. Alone in a foreign land as a stranger on Earth, my nose was inexplicably sour. Closing his eyes, Uranium was unwilling to let this feeling pass. He gave up the perception of everything in the outside world, and even stopped using his mind to calculate his gains and losses at this moment. All his attention was placed on the unreserved and undemanding tenderness. Uranium seemed to see the scene when he was just born in this world, and the moment when he left the Earth. A private car was suddenly rear-ended, and under the huge impact, he was directly pinned to death against the wall. He would never forget the great pain and the unforgettable despair. Although he had been reborn in this world and lived for 14 years, with a kind father and a gentle mother, it seemed that this place had become his second home, but if he could return to Earth. In a trance, Uranium seemed to have some understanding, but also a little lost. The current situation does not mean that he can go back. The dark blue energy is an extension of his power. The huge blue light rushed in, and Uranium's body was completely immersed in an extremely soft ocean and floated gently without any pain. There was only the breath that gently touched his soul. Soul rings appeared one after another. The first soul ring is the flame beast, the second soul ring is the wind sickle beast, the third soul ring is the night demon bat, the fourth soul ring is the radiation titan ape, and the fifth soul ring is the soul porcupine. A huge amount of energy began to gather. The fifth soul ring is the nuclear missile fist. The black and gray 10,000-year soul ring began to shine gradually. At this moment, it seemed that the space was solidified. Behind Uranium, a simulated nuclear missile slowly solidified, as if it would soar into the sky in the next moment. The whole thing is dark blue, about 10 meters high, with a sharp top and a straight bottom, like an upright pencil, or a bullet flashing a deadly cold light. All over the body, this special spike has no impurities, crystal clear, and can see through everything inside, just like a crystal ornament, with a dangerous and tempting trembling beauty. But if someone who knows the goods carefully observes the inside, he will find an extremely terrifying scene. Inside the spike are rapidly surging, extremely active microwave particles. Once this thing explodes, the power is unimaginable. So that's it. Is this the positioning mark? At this moment, Uranium's right hand was also rendered with a dark blue, just like the nuclear missile he was staring at behind him. Almost at the moment it solidified, 3/4 of the soul power in Uranium's body was drained away. It was an extremely terrifying soul power consumption. Short-range missiles, ready. Use the soul power mark to determine the position. It is invisible and intangible. The soul power I feel determines the flight speed, flight altitude, warhead explosion intensity, and range. It's just as I thought. Soul power determines everything. Turning his head halfway, Uranium took a look at the nuclear missile that exuded identified temperament. For no reason, he felt relieved. But the next moment, he frowned. But if it wants to determine the specific location of the opponent, what should I do? Douluo Continent is so big, there is no guarantee that he won't have an enemy on the other side of the continent. He can't just run over and kill the opponent himself, right? Location. I roughly understand. It's a marker. As long as I stand in a certain place, I will naturally determine the direction. As long as I want, the nuclear missile will quickly set off and deliver a surprise express to the enemy. After thinking for a moment, Uranium understood why its own dark blue energy continued to spread outward. It turned out that these light spots were just coordinates. In other words, do I need to take the initiative to locate the coordinates? Then, I'm afraid I still need a large-scale, ultra-large-scale radar-type soul skill, otherwise it would be too tiring to keep walking and punching in by myself. No, I have already decided to travel around the continent after the Soul Master competition. It seems that this is nothing. Uranium smiled and shook his head, dispelling the idea just now. Okay, it can be cancelled. I'm afraid its power will not be lower than the nuclear explosion kick. Fortunately, as long as it is not launched, I have full control. However, after cancelling it, at most half of the soul power can be returned, and the rest will be wasted on the structure. The dark blue light spots outside flickered for a moment, and then quickly flowed back into Uranium's body. As soon as he finished speaking, the crystal-clear giant nuclear missile behind Uranium began to fall apart. Like dust, it drifted away with the wind. As the soul skills were cancelled, Uranium suddenly felt a pure soul power pouring into his body from the outside world, making up for his terrible consumption just now. The strong soul power pressure gradually disappeared. Everything around him fell into long-lasting calm. I feel that now, without the nuclear explosion kick and this nuclear missile punch, I can hang up the Soul Saint and beat him. With a light breath, Uranium's eyes gradually lit up, and he had a bold idea in his mind. He wanted to cultivate a force that belonged only to him. If he wanted to change the Douluo Continent, there must be a lot of things, and it was impossible for him to do everything himself, so he naturally needed subordinates to do chores for him. As for what power gave him the confidence, Uranium remembered what he had said before. If conditions permit, he would go out to sea and take a look at the Sun and Moon continent. That is the most prosperous place for soul guide technology, and see if there are any talented people there to work for him. The energy contained in the radiation field is an endless chain reaction. As long as there is a soul guide to control this energy, it is completely possible to make a nuclear power plant or otherworldly power station. From his observation, Douluo Continent is still in a very superstitious slave feudal society. It is nothing more than poor productivity or poor quality of martial spirits, but these can be changed by the power of science and technology. Even if it is a soul guide cannon or a nuclear power plant, it is acceptable. He wants to bring changes to Douluo Continent, instead of being like Tang Sen, who ignores everything after becoming a god and continues to maintain this deformed slave feudal society. He is not a sophisticated egoist. He is a time traveler. If he doesn't do something, is he worthy of his identity? Is he worthy of his time travel? What empire, what nobles, what sects, all must be swept into the garbage dump of history. Since soul masters have such powerful abilities, why don't they come to build a new society? And there is still a Douluo Continent that has not been developed. If it doesn't work, it's okay to drive these few imperial remnants who can't be killed to the new continent. For example, the Spirit Hall, the Haitian sect, and so on. This is so interesting. If I can go down in history, I'm already excited. Uranium waved his hand casually, absorbing all the radiation energy generated by the surroundings into his body, and couldn't help but feel refreshed. The battle ended. Uranium took a look at the huge remains of the soul-lurking porcupine, and suddenly, his brows slightly frowned. The next moment, the frown was relieved, followed by a burst of ecstasy. He felt it. It's a soul bone. Uranium was not idle, and his hand touched the soul-lurking porcupine. After a while, a trace of excitement appeared on his face. He stood up like a knife and cut off its right claw. He dissected it in a few seconds, revealing a strange bone. The latest novel is published on the 69th book bar. This bone is dark blue and exudes a strong soul power fluctuation. It is obviously a soul bone. Uranium's luck is not just good, it's simply too good. The more powerful the soul beast, the more powerful the soul bone it drops. Moreover, it is the right arm bone that ranks in the middle among soul bones. This is definitely a pleasant surprise, because only soul beasts of 100,000 years can steadily drop soul bones, and there is no rule that soul beasts of the age of the soul-deepening porcupine must drop soul bones. Good stuff, and it was dropped by a radiation soul beast, which is very suitable for me. Uranium raised the soul bone with a happy face and placed it on the top of his head, letting it be directly exposed to the sunlight. In the sunlight, the dark blue soul bone is indescribably gorgeous and crystal clear, just like the remaining spikes on the back of the soul-deepening porcupine, emitting a faint refraction. It seems that uranium can see another world with rich and vivid colors through this soul bone. There is no doubt that its quality is extremely good, and it can even be called perfect. This is much better than the radiation titan giant ape soul bone that uranium obtained at the beginning, and the age alone is enough to beat it. Then let's start quickly. Absorb the soul ring and then absorb the soul bone. Not only can I get a key soul skill, but I can also improve my physical fitness. Slowly putting down the right arm bone, Uranium didn't say anything more. He sat cross-legged and mobilized the soul power that had just broken through to induce the soul bone to merge with himself. It can be clearly seen that the right arm bone was like melting under the effect of his soul power, turning into a pool of dark blue liquid that slowly seeped into his right hand. The liquid transformed from the right arm bone of the soul-sucking porcupine was injected into his arm. At first, he felt very comfortable, as if a warm liquid was covering his right hand. However, soon this warmth turned into burning heat. Although the soul power in his body was running at a high speed, it could not intervene in the fusion of the soul bone in his right hand. And the burning heat gradually turned into blazing heat. It can be seen that Uranium's entire right hand has turned dark blue, and vaguely, it seems that something is about to drill out of his palm. The intense burning sensation made his forehead sweat. The feeling of having his palm roasted on fire was too painful. Uranium felt as if his right hand was burnt, and his entire right arm gradually began to feel the same way. Unconsciously, Uranium frowned slightly. Be quiet. In the spiritual world, Uranium suddenly stared at the soul bone energy in his arm bone. He had the experience of fusing soul bones. The stronger the soul bone, the more difficult it was to fuse. Especially when he first fused, he still felt pain in his body when he thought of his unbearable experience of fusing soul bones. But now, even the soul-stealing porcupine was killed by him, and its remaining energy was still restless, simply not taking him seriously. It seemed that Uranium's rebuke had an effect. It was visible to the naked eye that Uranium's right arm, which was originally blue, began to gradually show a touch of flesh color. This was certainly not because of his mouth cannon, but because there was a new vortex that absorbed most of the energy of the soul-stealing porcupine's soul bone. Uranium looked over along the flow of energy inside his body, and suddenly his whole body trembled. The left arm bone of the radiant titan giant ape was actually absorbing the energy of the right arm bone. This was simply unbelievable. The soul bones had already been fused together, so how could this unconscious situation occur? But the next moment, Uranium's expression eased. He could feel that the two soul bones seemed to be connected. As his thoughts turned back, the situation in which the left arm bone and the world devoured the energy of the right arm bone disappeared instantly, as if a child who was stealing food was caught by his parents on the spot. But the difference is that the soul bone has no thoughts of its own. Everything it does is what Uranium subconsciously tells it to do, but Uranium, who is conscious on the surface, obviously did not notice this. All this is because Uranium just roared, asking the right arm bone to be quiet. The 70,000-year-old soul bone seemed to have only 40,000 years left. Half of its energy was eaten by the left arm bone all of a sudden. If Uranium had not discovered it in time, I am afraid that this soul bone would have become a useless soul bone. And the left arm bone began to mutate in Uranium's perception. The gray bone gradually glowed with a silver light. This is the evolution of soul bone. Uranium is not an uninformed civilian. He knows very well that the evolution of soul bone requires prerequisites. But Uranium has absorbed the soul power of many radioactive soul beasts before, as well as the spiritual energy of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, and even ate the fairy grass. Everything he could do did not make this soul bone evolve. But now, It actually began to shine with deep soul power fluctuations. Visible to the naked eye, uranium's tense body, one side flashed a faint blue luster, and the other side emitted an ancient gray, as if there was an indescribable power that was gradually awakening. Uranium was surprised and happy at this moment. What surprised him was that his left arm bone actually evolved when it absorbed the right arm bone. This was like putting your own BGM in someone else's TV homepage. What made him happy was that he seemed to have found the reason for the evolution of the soul bone. That was another soul bone. It's time for the long-lost book recommendation link again, recommending a friend's book. It's a fairy tale type, a family mortal flow. The following is a brief introduction to the legend of Kangli. The blood of the Kangli Ling family stained the sky. This is the rise of a legendary family, and no one can stop them. The fairy tale sect work Uchiha with more than 1.3 million words. Chapter 235 Nuclear Blade, the end of Sunset Forest. Time passed by bit. After the left arm bone absorbed the energy of the right arm bone, uranium could fuse without any pressure. Although he didn't feel sorry for it, he just said to be quiet because he felt pain, which didn't mean that he couldn't bear the energy of the soul bone, but in the end, the operation of the soul bone world appeared. In other words, he split his 70,000-year soul bone into two energy levels of 50,000 and 40,000 years. The fusion of uranium and the right arm bone of the latent soul porcupine was much smoother than expected. It took less than 3 hours for him to complete the whole fusion process. When the last ray of blue light completely merged into his right arm, the fusion process ended. Uranium slowly opened his eyes with a long breath, and the blue-gray light in his eyes flashed away. If someone else compares the contrast before and after, they will feel that uranium's temperament has changed a little. Originally, uranium gave people the feeling of being elegant and cold, but now it has a faintly piercing sharpness, which is somewhat similar to Zhu's Yuking after she opened the dark spirit body state. Finally completed, but this soul skill surprised me a little, almost perfectly fits all my current situations. Uranium stood up on the spot, patted the loose oil on his body, and stretched his waist wantonly. The crisp sound of bone firecrackers rang out, just like twisting the waist when preparing to get off work after sitting in the office all day, and the whole body was filled with a sour and refreshing feeling. It was very fascinating. Okay, let me see how far my soul bone soul skill can reach. After absorbing the soul bone, he clearly felt that his mental power had increased slightly, which was a situation that had never appeared before. Sure enough, as I expected, the Sharingan is a martial soul of spiritual attribute. The radiation eye is a mutant martial soul, but it does not make the spiritual attribute disappear, and the soul lurking porcupine is a spiritual attribute. From the word soul, it can be seen that the spikes on the back can directly attack the spirit. After I absorbed its soul ring and soul bone, my mental power has increased, and it should have reached the level of the 92nd and 3rd level title Douluo. Uranium's face was happy, and he quickly estimated the increase in his spirit. You know, the 4 spirit rings he absorbed before didn't have this situation at all. When he thought about the fact that he could increase his spiritual power by absorbing spiritual beasts, uranium didn't know what it felt like at the moment. If his first 4 spirit rings were produced by spiritual attribute spirit beasts, then his spiritual power at the moment might be comparable to level 95. But the world is like this. If he lives a smooth life and then obtains spirit rings, then he probably can't really dig out the big killer of radiation field, not to mention that he is spoiled and it is still unknown how many Magatama he can open. Although the forest brought him many blows, it made him grow to this level now. Forget it, there is no need to regret this. Without the forest, I wouldn't be who I am now. With the increase of spiritual power, I may be able to deal with the Soul Emperor with my spiritual power and pupil power alone, and this is not my limit. If I can go back home and learn a specific practice method, I may be able to control the Soul Saint or even the Soul Douluo. After all, my spiritual power is at the title Douluo level. After thinking for a while, Uranium immediately put the focus on the soul bone. The soul steed porcupine was extremely powerful. With this right arm bone, the power of his right arm was greatly enhanced. He could feel it at this moment. His right hand seemed to be full of power. He could feel the faint squeezing feeling when he clenched the air. If it was a person, he could probably break the bones of a soul master with one hand, right? There was also a third benefit of fusing this soul bone, which was also the most important thing. Soul bone soul skills. Open. While thinking, Uranium raised his right arm with excitement, and the radiation eye slowly turned in the pupil. His arm stretched out, and then his right arm had completely turned into a breathtaking blue-gray. If you look closely, you will find that it is not the arm that changes color, but a layer of light attached to his arm, and these lights are blue-gray. Swoosh! The next moment, the light on Uranium's arm, mixed with soul power, extended directly forward. It formed a sword blade that was materialized by soul power, with sharp edges and composed entirely of soul power. It extended from the back of his hand and merged with his right arm. What is this? Uranium was startled, and then his face condensed, and he observed the light blade on his arm very solemnly. It was composed entirely of energy and filled with indestructible and deadly destructive power. I seem to have seen this thing somewhere. I remember that it appeared when I first fused the soul bone world. Uranium's memory was not bad. After the light blade in front of him unfolded, Uranium immediately recalled that in the forest, Uranium fused the first soul bone, and the gray airflow all over his body circulated, and finally turned into a prototype of an arm light blade. But unfortunately, it completely dissipated in the end, as if it was just a dream. After that, even if Uranium forcibly used soul bone energy or soul power, it still did not make the light blade that had appeared appear again. But at this moment, Uranium's mood was quite complicated. My soul skill is actually like this. Is this a fusion of the previous energy? Or is it another soul bone soul skill that appears according to my thoughts? Slowly raising his right hand, the light blade also rose up, visible to the naked eye. Under the illumination of light, there was actually no shadow. Moreover, in Uranium's perception, its consumption was not large. Maybe I should test it out. Is it a sword style made of high energy particles that can cut through everything? Or is it made of soul power, which will not be able to cut through once it encounters a stronger soul power? Confirming his thoughts, Uranium swept directly towards the distant tree. The next moment, Uranium was startled. He suddenly felt the soul power rapidly fading away. Then, Uranium watched the blue-gray soul power energy on his right arm suddenly burst into light. The sword made of soul power continued to extend, like a 400-meter broadsword, cutting through the towering giant tree at an angle. The light blade extended very long, and the periphery of his entire arm began to be filled with energy, as if the light blade was widened and lengthened. This works too. Soul power consumption is only consumption after all, but the results it has achieved are huge. The tree more than 400 meters away fell down silently and obliquely, and fell to the ground with a rumbling sound. For a moment, dust was raised high, and ordinary birds flew away. Uranium looked at everything in front of him and could not help but be stunned. If this sword could reach an infinite distance, and if his soul power was enough, wouldn't it be a star-cutting sword? On Douluo Star, it could cut an asteroid in outer space with one sword? Although it was only more than 400 meters at the moment, he felt that although his soul power was consumed rapidly, it was not much for his overall soul power. More than 400 meters, at most it was only about 5% to 7%. Amazing, this is only about 40,000 years. If it was a full 70,000 years, the soul power consumption might continue to decrease. It is worthy of being produced by a radiation soul beast. Under the amplification of my radiation field, it is almost fully enhanced. Ordinary 100,000-year soul bones may not have such a powerful enhancement as mine. For Uranium, radiation soul beasts are completely different from ordinary soul beasts. Because the soul rings produced by the soul beast are almost perfectly matched with Uranium, the soul power consumption is greatly reduced, and the power is greatly increased, because this is comparable. For example, Uranium's first and second soul rings were produced by the escape flame beast and the wind scythe beast respectively, which had nothing to do with radiation, and the soul skills produced were also very ordinary. The 3 soul rings that followed were more abnormal than the last. They were simply tailor-made for Uranium. If I want to obtain soul rings in the future, maybe I only need the radiation soul beast. After all, I don't have twin martial spirits. For me, each soul ring is a step closer to the end. At least, I only need to kill 4 more soul beasts, and I won't have to slaughter these innocent creatures anymore. Uranium secretly warned himself in his heart that power is just an extension of the mind. Only by controlling the mind can we control the real power, and we can't be blinded by false illusions. Since I am the radiation eye martial spirit, why don't I call you the radiation light blade? Oh, no, the name sounds weird, not very domineering, and Douluo Continent doesn't know what radiation is. I want to change it. Uranium put away the light blade, looked at the arm that was still shining faintly, and his heart couldn't help but move slightly. Why not? The nuclear energy blade is very compatible with my strength, so there shouldn't be any problem. The next step is the highlight. Okay, let's try another soul bone skill next. He wants to see what kind of surprise the soul bone world that has absorbed the energy of the right arm bone for 30,000 years can bring him. Let's get started. Uranium gathered her long silver hair and combed it behind her head, with a slight smile on her lips. The breeze blew past, and her hair fluttered quietly in the wind. The wind is blowing. The wind in the forest, mixed with a hint of water vapor, is shocking and refreshing. The cool breeze playfully rolled up a few fallen leaves and slowly flew in the air. With Uranium's vision, if he concentrated his mind, he could even see larger dust particles. Time, stop. The indifferent hum that seemed to dominate everything suddenly sounded in the open space. Suddenly, Uranium seemed to hear a slight bell ringing. It was the bell called time, which paused slightly. Then, the space began to twist strangely, the black and white picture flashed, and then returned to its original state. However, the world has changed. Uranium stood in this world and watched with his own eyes. The dust in the air went from floating to fixed, from moving to still. The sound of the wind stopped abruptly, interrupted by the special soul bone skill. The surroundings fell into dead silence. Uranium seemed to be unable to hear any sound, and the water flow stayed in the air during the surging process. The splashing water was the same. 1 second has passed. The latest novel is first published on the 69th book bar. Uranium whispered. 2 seconds have passed. This has reached the limit of the past. 3 seconds have passed. Uranium's expression became excited. The longer the time, the higher the value of this soul skill, and it will increase geometrically. 4 seconds have passed. Uranium's body trembled slightly. 5 seconds have passed. After Uranium counted the 5th second, suddenly, the surrounding space began to distort. The next moment, the distortion dissipated. The effect of time stopping returned to its original state. 5 seconds. 5 seconds. This is enough to decide the outcome of a war. Thinking of everything he had just experienced, Uranium could not calm down the excitement in his heart, and even his arms trembled. Trembling for his own strength. But suddenly, Uranium frowned. It seemed that there was a sense of peeping, which flashed by. It should be impossible. With the strength of my mental power, even the observation of the extreme Douluo can feel it. It seems that I have gained too much power and made me too sensitive. In this world, the gods will not look at the lower world at all, but the world is different. My time stopping can't affect the god realm at all. Otherwise, a soul bone that is tens of thousands of years old can stop the time of the gods. It's too much respect for the soul beast. Thinking of this, Uranium couldn't help but smile, and felt funny about the inexplicable feeling he just had. He now doubted whether the feeling he just had was peeping, because he couldn't feel the feeling of being watched. Could it be that it is the world consciousness of Douluo Star? At this time, Uranium considered this point again. After all, this was somewhat consistent with the feeling just now. The whole world belonged to it. Not to mention spying, even if it was openly seen, he could probably imagine it. Okay, there is no point in thinking about these things. What needs to be done has been done. Sunset Forest no longer has a soul ring that matches Zuzuking's. Moreover, my 6th soul ring wants to challenge the level of 100,000 years. There is number 100,000-year-old creature in Sunset Forest. This place should be left. Smiling and shaking his head, Uranium began to collect the materials on the soul-lurking porcupine. But first, the radiation energy on its body must be taken away. The soul spike on its back. Take it away. Although the eyes were blown out, the pig head with very good appearance? Cut it off and take it away. The blackened hard shell? Take it away. After processing for more than an hour, Uranium slowly stopped. He took down everything he thought was valuable. In addition to the blackened blood on the ground, the soul-lurking porcupine in front of him was almost completely dismantled by him. After all, it is the top existence that is closest to the 100,000-year soul beast. There are many good things on it, and among them, the soul spike is the most valuable. If Uranium guessed correctly, it might be able to store souls. In other words, as long as there is a soul spike near a person after death, it will be absorbed into it to avoid the end of the soul being scattered. The body of the dead can be frozen and preserved. In the future, if there is a soul skill that can revive the person, the soul can be resurrected and stuffed back. Forget it, these are all guesses. The soul is so mysterious, who knows if it is true. After packing up everything, Uranium nodded with satisfaction. Everything is over. I can go home. Although it is fun in the forest and I can live with Zhu's Huking, it is not as comfortable as the super big warm bed in the Sharingan Royal Academy. He also missed everyone in the Royal Dao. It's time to go back and see everyone. Everything is over. Uranium closed his eyes and began to slowly feel whether there were any radiation sites that had not been absorbed in the Sunset Forest. After all, he had infected 3 soul beasts and a piece of woodland in a frenzy. But surprisingly, in his perception, there was nothing. Has that radiation site been eliminated by Xian? Feeling that there was nothing, Uranium was slightly stunned, but the next moment, he showed a joyful smile. In this case, there is nothing to finish. This forest has experienced such a major blow. I am afraid it needs to be properly cultivated before it can recover. I will talk to Zhu King about the situation and close this forest. Otherwise, it will not be a paradise for soul beasts. Uranium thought for a while and came to such a conclusion. High-level soul beasts are almost dead. Other soul masters can't get any soul rings at all. Perhaps closing the forest is the best choice. After all, this is the trouble he caused. Even if he begs for mercy, Zhu King must implement it. Because he can't do it alone. Then, Sunset Forest, Ciao. Uranium turned around and greeted the forest behind him. Ciao means goodbye in Italian. Although Sunset Forest may not want to see him again, Uranium turned around and left. Xiaoxu and Zhu Zhuking's positions basically matched his route, so he only needed to walk towards the periphery of the forest. Not long after Uranium left, the leaves were still moving slightly as usual. The wind in the forest blew through this land of struggle, mixed with a slight smell of blood, and drifted away. And more water vapor covered and diluted the smell of blood. The forest is using its own ability to soothe the devastated earth. The reduction of soul beasts has not caused problems with the ecological balance, because soul beasts will always become stronger. Small soul beasts appeared in various parts of the forest and began to occupy habitats and water sources, but other soul beasts invaded and started fighting. The reproduction and survival of all things are still the same as usual. The scattered fallen leaves danced in the woods, floating up and down. But they never fell to the ground. The sound of the wind gradually became louder. The cool wind took away all the sadness and brought a breath of life. This is the charm of nature. Human beings have never been the masters of nature. Sunset Forest Volume End. Chapter 236 Farewell Xia Wu, Zhu Zhuking's Determination. Early in the morning, the bright sunshine gradually poured into the dim room, lighting it up slowly. The sound of birdsong was endless, and if you were good at listening, you could still hear the sound of birds flying up. With a breeze, Sharingan Royal Academy gradually became alive. A scorching sun was rising. Uncomfortable. With a vague murmur, Uranium turned over and covered her head with a delicate and soft silk mattress to prevent the sun from shining directly on her head. So comfortable and distinctly, Uranium seemed to hear something approaching. In her perception, a familiar breath seemed to appear outside the door. The next moment, Uranium suddenly opened her eyes wide and jumped up from the bed immediately, just like she was nervous when she woke up in the morning in her previous life and found that there were still 10 minutes of morning self-study. She casually straightened the messy mattress, crossed her legs, and closed her eyes to practice. It was as if she was pretending to practice all night. So thrilling. She was almost discovered. In his mind, he was still thinking about what to eat for lunch. With the approach of footsteps, the door of Uranium's room was opened. A cold voice suddenly sounded. Stop pretending, the sun is shining on your butt, hurry up and get up for breakfast. Zhu Zhuking looked at the bed with cold eyes, and a human figure had been pressed out, but Uranium still closed his eyes and practiced as if he didn't see anything, and the corners of his mouth twitched. This is a huge and luxurious single-family house. There is no second floor, but only one floor, which is also thousands of square meters, like a super-large suite, with a single living room, a dining room, a practice room, a workout room, a swimming pool, and a study. It is luxurious beyond words. After washing up, Uranium wiped his eyes in a daze, and then yawned comfortably. This is the life he wants, everything he wants, and he lives a comfortable life. He actually wants to live in the forest, This idea should be quickly wiped away. Breakfast is a light roll of vegetables plus soul beast meat sauce, 3 or 5 big buns, and a pot of fragrant soul beast fish soup. The food at Sharingan Royal Academy is excellent. According to the chef, it is basically made of precious dishes and secret recipes of nearly 1,000-year-old soul beast meat. It is very nourishing to the body and is especially suitable for laying a foundation. Shrek is completely incomparable. There is no way. Sharingan Royal Academy is not short of money at all. Xiaoxia has gone into seclusion to transform. It will probably take 2 or 3 years. I think we can stay for a while after the Soul Master competition. When she comes out, we will travel around the continent, right? Uranium said incoherently while drinking fish soup. The meat buns were dipped in the fresh fish soup and poured with a little meat sauce. This bite almost made Uranium bite its tongue. It doesn't matter, but I want to go back to the Douluo Empire first and go home to see it. Zhu Huqing picked up a piece of fish meat and ate it in small bites, but her voice did not fluctuate at all. It was completely different from the incoherent Uranium. Isn't your family's profit-oriented? Won't it be dangerous for you to go back? Although you didn't know much about the Douluo Empire, he was still very concerned about Zhu Huqing's situation. Moreover, he thought of another thing, which was about Daimyo. Logically speaking, you should go back with him, right? You asked half-jokingly, but his heart couldn't help but tighten. This is the person he has set his eyes on. How could Daimyo abduct him? As if seeing through Yu's disguise, Zhu Huqing raised her red lips slightly, as if mocking Yu's naivety at this moment, and seemed to feel slightly satisfied in her heart. Sure enough, the book she read a few days ago was right. Men are always easy to lose their IQ when they like someone. Even if they are as smart as you, it is the same. Of course. I'm going with you. The girl's words were dragged out for a long time, and Yu felt that his soul was about to be scared out, but the ending made him stunned. With whom? Me? What am I going to do? Then, Yu suddenly reacted, his throat couldn't help but dry, and he wanted to say something, but he couldn't say it at all. Why did Zhu Huqing say that? Is she going to show her cards? In his mind, Uranium couldn't help but start to think wildly. In his 2 lives, he had never had a girlfriend, nor had this experience, let alone the so-called experience. And most importantly, he sadly discovered that even if he said anything next, his mind was blank. Seeing Uranium's dumbfounded look at the moment, Zhu Huqing gently knocked on the edge of the bowl, making a crisp sound, which quickly brought Uranium back to his senses. Ahem, nothing, you continue. Uranium coughed softly, and immediately grabbed a bunch of cabbage, and put it directly into his mouth without even dipping it in the meat sauce. The crisp and sweet taste instantly calmed Uranium's mind. Recalling the embarrassment just now, his face burned. Is this a virgin? I'm so rubbish, Zhu Huqing said a few words and his mind was in a daze. Why, the royal marriage, do you want to resist? Uranium coughed again and asked softly. As long as we run away, nothing will happen. Zhu Huqing has already looked down upon all this. In the past year of living with Uranium, she suddenly felt that the so-called marriage was nothing more than following tradition. The elders sacrificed everything for their next generation, and forced them to implement it. If she hadn't met Uranium, perhaps she wouldn't resist it, because she knew she couldn't survive. However, it was Uranium that gave her hope to resist, and gave her hope to choose her own destiny. Since that martial soul fusion skill, since the previous conversation with Daimyo in Soto City, Zhu Huqing has understood. For the elders, the iron law of the royal family is everything, but for Zhu Huqing, being with Uranium is choosing the future. That's true, but why do you want to go back? After you go back, you may not be able to get out. Uranium frowned. Going deep into the Douluo Empire, unless a powerful nuclear explosion kicked the road open, he might not be able to guarantee to bring it back safely. After all, the emperor of the Douluo Empire is the White Tiger Douluo, the father of Daimyo. What he did was like slapping the emperor in the face, as if he had directly kidnapped the wife chosen by the royal family. But what Zhu Huqing said next could not help but move Uranium. The reason why I want to go back is to tell my sister, my mother, and the clansmen who have oppressed me and looked down on me. I want to tell them that I did not fail in the fight for the throne, but that I looked down on the position of queen and did not want a queen, because I have my own pursuits, because I have waited for someone who deserves me to do so. Zhu Huqing's face was quite gloomy at the beginning, because she had a very bad life in that family where profit was paramount. But as she spoke later, her face was like a beautiful gayling flower gradually blooming, and her eyes were full of determination. She did not regret it. Uranium could not help but stare blankly. The next moment, the two looked at each other. Uranium seemed to be able to see a clear shadow of himself in Zhu Zhuking's eyes. Zhu Zhuking was the same, because she was willing to give up everything to be with Uranium. Originally, it was difficult for her to perceive her true feelings, and all this was thanks to Daimyo Bei. It was what Daimyo Bei said to her in the fighting arena that made her suddenly realize that what she wanted was definitely not to live with strangers, and definitely not to give birth to children for the strange Daimyo Bei. She was a person with feelings. Ever since she saw Daimyo Bei hugging people left and right, she had been desperate about her future life. But for her, Uranium was a ray of dawn that dispelled the haze. In order to grasp this light, she was willing to pay any price. I remember that in the royal family battle of Douluo Empire, the loser must die, right? Uranium frowned, and his tone suddenly took on a hint of coldness. Although he knew that he would definitely not be expelled from the royal family after leading Zhu Zhuking to win the Soul Master competition, he was not very happy about this cruel mechanism. Well, two people who fight for the right to survive in the royal family must defeat the other party, otherwise they will be imprisoned by the royal family, their entire soul power will be abolished, and they will be exiled to remote areas for life. Zhu Zhuking obviously understood this better and easily said the words that determined life and death. The latest novel is first published on 69 Shuba. The losing party will undoubtedly die. Isn't it to achieve a higher achievement? Uranium suddenly asked doubtfully. No, it is necessary. Defeating the other party and achieving a higher achievement does not mean anything, it only means that it is valuable, but one of the two parties must win. This is a cruel blood battle. The girl's expression suddenly became a little lonely. She knew very well that with the help of Uranium, she would definitely get a good ranking in the Soul Master competition, but if she didn't defeat her sister personally, what would be the point? Uranium was stunned and fell into silence. Must we defeat the other party? If we look at the recommendation of the royal fighting team, if history is not changed, then the biggest possibility is that Shrek will fight all the way up, and the top four will be the royal fighting team led by him, the Douluo Empire, Shrek, and the Spirit Hall. Jin Rinxu must know how powerful he is. As for the secret operation, it is very likely that Wang Dao will kill Shrek first. After all, Tang San is the master's disciple, and his fourth spirit ring is at the 10,000-year level. And he is so strong, it is very likely that the Spirit Hall will easily deal with Douluo, let him deal with Shrek, and then the final showdown. The probability of Wang Dao's team being ranked in Douluo Empire is very small, so small that the Spirit Hall will not do so if they have a brain, because after so many elimination matches, Shrek's strength has made the Spirit Hall alert. In order to deal with such a powerful enemy as Uranium in the end, it must retain all its strength and let Uranium kill Shrek. Because Uranium can single-handedly brush all the people in the Soul Master competition, even if everyone comes together, it will be the same. There is no room for any room. In other words, you must beat your sister, right? Uranium suddenly broke the silence and asked in a low voice. If this is the case, perhaps he will give up the quota for the first team first. Because of this, she would definitely not be able to meet the Douluo Empire, and Zhu Zhuking would definitely not be able to meet her sister. Even if she won the Soul Master competition, she would definitely feel unspeakable pain in her heart. Even if she could take her away, would she still have to live a life of no fixed place? This would not make her happy. At present, he only has one way. First eliminate Shrek, let his second team replace Shrek's place and go directly to the semifinals. Then the next situation will be such that the four teams are the Royal Fighting Team 1, the Royal Fighting Team 2, the Douluo Empire, and the Spirit Hall. First of all, Uranium can be ruled out against the Spirit Hall, because the secret operations in the Spirit City must be a group of shady ones. Then there will be two teams left for Uranium to choose, one is the Royal Fighting Team 1, and the other is the Douluo Empire. Uranium can guarantee that he can be matched with the Douluo Empire 100%, not the Royal Fighting Team 1. The reason is simple. If Uranium plays against the Royal Fighting Team, it will be a match that is not obvious on the surface, but is definitely a fake match. The Spirit Hall will face the Nether White Tiger of the Douluo Empire, the Spirit Fusion skill. Let the Spirit Hall choose whether to play against the Spirit Fusion skill, which can leapfrog, or play against the Royal Fighting Team, an ordinary Soul Sect team without a Soul King. You can figure out what to choose with your butt. One is the Nether White Tiger and the other is an ordinary soul sect. If it were him, he would definitely choose the Royal Fighting Team. Is there a better team than bullying the Royal Fighting Team? Why bother with the Nether White Tiger? Uranium thought so, and then he thought of something else. Xiao Wu's identity as a 100,000-year soul beast seemed to be in the finals. She was illuminated by the light of the 7 treasures glazed tower of Ningfengzi, the healing soul master, and was directly bounced away, which allowed Acacia Heartbroken Red to leave her body and be detected by the title Douluo. What if he could change Xiao Wu's future and prevent her from falling into danger? Uranium couldn't help thinking so. Although the plot will be irreversibly modified, Tang San no longer has Xiao Wu's sacrifice, Daming and Erming's sacrifice, and the golden finger is greatly discounted. It is also unknown whether the subsequent plot can proceed as it was originally. After all, there are many less cheating things. Without those 100,000-year spirit rings, Tang San will only choose lower ones. This is not just a matter of missing a spirit skill, but a matter of the potential of the spirit master. Forget it, it doesn't matter to me whether Tang San has a golden finger or not. As long as Xiao Wu is safe, as long as Tang San can protect Xiao Wu, why should I care so much about other things? Shrek, Wuhan Hall, and the Empire are nothing more than a group of strangers, not as important as Xiao Wu's finger. Uranium shook his head and sighed at his emotions in a low voice. At this moment, he couldn't help but recall Xiao Wu's kindness to him. He seemed to still see Xiao Wu's sewing marks on that set of clothes, but unfortunately, everything was destroyed in that battle with the radiation titan giant ape. Xiao Wu was the only person who had good intentions towards him at that time. She gave him the courage to survive in the forest and prevented him from collapsing and falling into self-denial. It's really hard to imagine the me before. I used to regard her as my spiritual pillar, but now Zhu Xiuqing has replaced her position without me noticing. Could it be that there is an inexplicable fate between me and these two girls? It's a pity that if she didn't have Tang San in her heart, I would have to protect her for the rest of her life. Uranium murmured in a low voice, with uncontrollable emotions in his eyes. It was not love and desire. Uranium was not a sentimental person. With Zhu Xiuqing, everything was satisfied. He was just missing the past and the past years. Okay, I'm here for everything. I'll solve it. Uranium stopped recalling, raised his head, and smiled at Zhu Xiuqing. He had the ability to make arrangements for the Xingluo Empire in advance if it dared to touch her. After we finish eating, I'm going to Xiandao City. I'm going to see someone. You know her, it's Xiao Wu. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237 Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy, Royal Fighting Team 2. Soon, the two were ready. They first went to find Teacher Qin, but they didn't find him. According to the words of the chief of Mengshenji, Teacher Qin had left with Shrek and his group 2 months ago. As for why he left, the chief of Mengshenji did not hesitate to hide it, but said it generously. It was Prince Zuxing, who had previously clashed with Yuan, and Zhu Beng, one of the only 2 sons of Emperor Zhu Yi. For Teacher Qin's departure, the chief of Mengshenji was so angry that his teeth itched. This was certainly not directed at Teacher Qin, but at Zhu Beng and Prince Zuxing who had caused trouble. If it weren't for him making trouble, with Teacher Qin's talent, he would definitely be able to embark on the path of a title Douluo in the future, but now, he was actually forced to leave. After Zhu Xiuqing also understood the whole story, her eyes couldn't help but turn cold. It was that old man who made trouble again. As if sensing Zhu Xiuqing's expression at the moment, Yuan gently squeezed her tender palm. Although he didn't say anything, his attitude at the moment made her feel quite at ease. Then, Mr. Meng, now that Teacher Qin has left, what should the team leader do? Uranium suddenly asked. After all, the Soul Master competition is still a year away, so we have to pick a prestigious team leader, right? After all, it is the largest Soul Master Academy in the country. Even if the youngest Soul Emperor has left, it doesn't matter if we arrange an older one. Team leader, Uranium, do you have any idea of being the team leader? I think you have already broken through to the Soul King. From your breath, I can feel that you are a Soul King at the age of 15. Tisk, you really surprised me. After a moment of hesitation, Meng Shenji looked at the tall uranium, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Haha, sorry, I forgot that the team leader can't play as a team member, haha, I'm too old. Meng Shenji laughed, and his sharp but not harsh voice gradually sounded. At this moment, Meng Shenji didn't have the majesty of the chief at all, but talked to uranium with a normal mind like a kind old man. Meng Shenji's current state is inseparable from uranium's achievements. Okay, team leader, I will arrange for someone, you don't have to worry about that. After talking for a while, Meng Shenji suddenly changed the subject. Uranium, you should have more things to do, right? After all, uranium has lived in Shandao Royal Academy for a long time. Meng Shenji naturally knows uranium's character. He will never allow him to go there in person for trivial matters such as team leader. Well, Mr. Meng, I do have an idea. I want to form a second team of Royal Dao, and I will lead it myself. Now I need some players. Listening to Meng Shenji's words, uranium immediately nodded, and said without hesitation. Oh? I remember that you said you were too lazy to play one game after another. The second team can be given to you, so will you disband all the original players? As an old elder, Meng Shenji can naturally understand uranium's thoughts at the moment. It's nothing more than showing yourself well in this Soul Master competition. Young people like to show off. That's right. I don't need any offensive or control players. I only need auxiliary players. Uranium thought for a moment and nodded with certainty. Moreover, if I lead Team 2, we will definitely win this domestic elimination match. Then when we reach the finals, it will be Team 1, Team 2, Team 1 of Xingluo, and the Spirit Hall. In the finals of the Soul Masters of the entire continent, our Shandao Empire will account for half of the teams. I believe this can greatly inspire all the Soul Masters in the country, right? Uranium used one set of tricks to persuade Meng Shenji, from international prestige to domestic Soul Masters, and then to the reputation of the Academy. It can be said that all of them hit the sweet spot that Chairman Meng Shenji got. Plus, the teams of the Royal Dao are all from the Shandao Royal Academy. Naturally, the reputation of the Academy will sweep away those gilded academies and waste academies, leaving only the title of the cradle of cultivating strong people. Team 2 alone is enough to defeat all the Soul Masters in the country. What an honor. As Uranium continued to speak, Chairman Meng Shenji's breathing could be clearly heard, and it became heavier. He finished his words. Then, he waited for Meng Shenji's reply. Meng Shenji calmed down a little, raised his drooping eyes and looked at the calm Uranium, with a flash of admiration in his eyes. Uranium, even if he didn't have such a terrifying talent, with his current temperament and talent, he would definitely be a famous figure in Douluo Continent in the future. Okay, I'll let the teacher prepare it, and you can just be the captain of the second team of the Royal Fighting Team. After the team members are selected, I will let you come to see. After considering the pros and cons, Meng Shenji readily agreed to Uranium's request. It's just a captain position. Then, I'll leave first, Mr. Meng. Seeing that the matter had been settled, Uranium immediately bowed to Meng Shenji and led Zhu Huqing out. Without any delay, he left after talking about the matter. Pushing open the door, Uranium looked at the girl with the same calm face as him, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. If we use the second team, we should use our strength to defeat them. With 6 auxiliary spirit masters in your hands, you can probably easily defeat a group of people, right? Uranium did not let go of the hand connected to her, and even gently pinched her delicate palm with interest. But in return, Zhu Huqing scratched the back of his hand with a backhand. We are outside, be restrained. Zhu Huqing rolled her eyes at him, and couldn't help but feel a little headache about his rough behavior just now. Why does it feel like he has become a little stupid? Obviously, he was so cold before. How could Zhu Huqing know that after untying the persistent family knot and clarifying his inner heart, Uranium at this moment is equivalent to a combination of a middle school Uchiha plus a Earthling. Only here with Zhu Huqing can Uranium show his most real and original character. In the outside world, he is still himself, the cold him. The relationship between the two naturally took a step closer as Zhu Huqing confided his feelings. The two of them left the teaching building very quickly and walked slowly towards Shandao City, leaving only Chairman Meng Shenji inside the house to observe the intimate relationship between the two. At this moment, the old man's eyes were filled with unknown thoughts. They are so close to the young lady of the Zhu family, the royal family of Xingluo. I think they have already shown signs of affection. This is not good. In Meng Shenji's eyes, the figures of the two people were getting farther and farther away, and he couldn't help but sigh secretly. No matter what, Uranium, the Sharingan Empire is secured. No matter what he did, even if he robbed the prince's fiancée, we must protect him. We must inform His Highness Zhu King about this matter and let him make the decision. Soon, the old man walked into the tea room and slowly made himself a cup of tea. For a while, the fragrance of tea was everywhere. Along the way, Uranium did not dare to anger Zhu King again, and Zhu King ignored him. The two returned to Xiandao City in a silent atmosphere. He felt a little guilty. He always felt that he was taking Zhu King to see another girl, and she was the type he cared about. Although it was not a relationship between a man and a woman, it was not a father-daughter relationship like Xiaoxu. This special situation made him extremely careful. That's right, he only raised Xiaoxu as a daughter. Are you kidding? He was already 15 years old, and Xiaoxu was only 6 years old. Moreover, she still had his blood in her body, and her hair color had also changed by half. If there was such an ambiguous admiration, wouldn't it be copper refining? In Uranium's heart, there was only one place for a lover. If his life was a book, then there would always be only one heroine. Zhu King. Because of Uranium's handsome appearance, handsome and elegant, and Zhu King's cold face and fiery figure, which were almost the extreme contrast, the two of them walked in Xiandao City and immediately attracted the attention of most people. For a moment, everyone's eyes swept over the two of them. The smart ones immediately sensed the unfathomable fluctuations of Uranium's soul power, and suddenly they were awed and dared not look at Zhu King anymore. Some brainless people, seeing Zhu King's innocent face that could be said to be tempting to commit a crime, could not help themselves, but were also pulled back by their accomplices who knew what was going on, so as not to spill blood on the streets and add to their troubles. Uranium approached Zhu King and laughed in a low voice. I told you, don't wear such a revealing tights outside. Look, the dandies on the street, their eyes turned green after seeing you. The latest novels are first published on 69 Shuba. Zhu King glared at him, but didn't say much. Instead, she took out a one-piece black robe from the Space Soul Guide, put it on casually, and showed her face from under the hood. Is that so? Uranium hurriedly nodded in agreement, but her eyes barely noticed a few dudes who were still standing there and sweeping at Zhu King, and she remembered this group of people deeply. How come they are also like this in the other world, with no skills at all, but they like to stir up trouble more than Teddy? Seeing that Zhu King was covered by the black robe, Uranium was also slightly certain in his heart. Somehow, he didn't like others looking at Zhu King with lustful eyes. When he met those dudes again in the future, he would definitely brainwash them to prevent them from harming civilian women. The two walked towards the former Blue Tyrant Academy, now Shrek Academy. As they walked, you couldn't help but said to Zhu King, if you see Daimyo in the future, just hide away. If he dares to harass you, tell me and I'll deal with him. He was afraid that Daimyo would take advantage of her. No need to hide away. If he dares to make a move, I can deal with him myself. Zhu King rolled her eyes at him. Her tone was quite calm, and she didn't take the fact that Daimyo's soul power was higher than hers seriously at all. Unconsciously, she also learned some of Yu's personality, confidence in her own strength, and the expansion of her horizons. You can easily beat Daimyo, and she can fight you in a short time with this soul bone shadow folding, so doesn't it mean that she can easily beat Daimyo in a short time? Yu seemed to have thought of something, and the cold and solemn expression on her face suddenly softened. She looked up and down at Zhu King, and a smile gradually appeared at the corner of her mouth. I can't believe you would say such a thing. I remember that you wouldn't say it even if you could beat someone. Uranium suddenly recalled the first time they met. At that time, several soul masters who traveled around the continent challenged Zhu King. At that time, Zhu King had the strength to chase them, but she didn't say anything. And now, she looks so domineering that she dares to fight Daimyo if he dares to come. It has changed a lot. As if she felt that she had said something wrong, Zhu King's face suddenly turned red and glared at him fiercely. It's all your fault. It was obviously a scolding, but at this moment, Zhu King's gentle voice made Uranium feel a little bit cute. My fault, my fault. Uranium quickly raised his hands in surrender, with a look of repentance on his face, but there was no regret in his eyes. Instead, the doting tenderness was overflowing. Zhu King could clearly sense the tender look on Uranium's face, and her ears turned red. She snorted softly, turned her head away, and ignored him. Seeing Zhu Zhuking's look, Uranium couldn't help but laugh foolishly. At this time, the two of them had already arrived at the gate of the academy. The plaque of Lamba Academy had disappeared, and instead, there was a huge golden plaque with 5 golden characters of Shrek Academy. The signature was Flanders. "We're already there." Uranium raised his head and looked at the plaque above his head, and immediately looked in the direction of the gatehouse. Uranium ran forward and said something to the guard at the gatehouse. The guard hurried into the academy. "Let's wait a while. I'm using the name of Teacher Qin, and I think there will be a result soon." Zhu Zhuking was naturally not an ignorant person. She nodded gently and began to observe around. Is this the place chosen by Teacher Qin? Although the place is not big, it has a temperament that Shan Dou Royal Academy does not have at all. That kind of temperament is called solidity. If she had to choose between Shan Dou Royal Academy and Lamba Advanced Soul Master Academy, she would probably choose Lamba Advanced Soul Master Academy without hesitation, right? She always felt that Shan Dou Royal Academy was too impetuous, and those noble children were staring at her all day when she was training. She could even see someone trying to find out where she lived, as if they were planning to knock on her door in the middle of the night. It was so terrible that it was no different from a boar in heat. Is this the quality of the students in the largest academy in the Shan Dou Empire? Not as good as the Junior Soul Master Academy she used to go to in the Xingluo Empire. After a while, the movement in the academy attracted the attention of the Master and Teacher Qin. The Master and Teacher Qin walked quickly from the academy to the direction of the gate. When the academy guard reported that a young soul master and a beautiful black-haired girl were visiting, Qin Ming and the others knew that it must be Uranium. In order to make up for the guilt in his heart, he had to do so. After all, he left without notifying the students. For Uranium, no matter what, it was unacceptable. "Teacher." Uranium saw Qin Ming and waved at him with a smile. "Hello." Uranium nodded to the old-fashioned middle-aged man beside Qin Ming. It has nothing to do with the other party's soul power. This is just basic respect for the elderly. I will start to update in September. These days I have to organize things in the dormitory, move, and hand over company matters, so I can't update in advance. Well, it will be soon. It's already the 29th. Don't worry. Chapter 238 Love Heartbroken Red and Xiao Wu. Uranium, long time no see. Your soul power. Qin Ming also nodded to Uranium immediately, smiling and responding. But the next moment, his expression suddenly froze. He couldn't feel the depth of Uranium's soul power now. He could still sense Uranium's soul power of level 48 half a year ago. Could it be that his strength has crossed the threshold of level 50 in just a few months? Although Qin Ming showed that he couldn't see anything, his heart was already in turmoil. This soul power upgrade speed is too fast. Uranium naturally had no scruples and hurriedly strode forward. "Teacher Qin, I'm here." Qin Ming glanced at Uranium with an inquiring look. "I've been gone for almost half a year, and I must have made some progress. You don't have to look at me like that." Uranium noticed Qin Ming's somewhat stiff look, smiled, and generously admitted his current soul power progress. But the master, looking at Uranium's generous appearance at this moment, couldn't help but sigh secretly. With such talent, coupled with his soul power level far exceeding that of all the Shrek 7 devils, the Soul Master competition will probably be very difficult to win. But fortunately, according to Qin Ming, Uranium is a member of the Royal Fighting Team 1, and will only be sent to the finals in the end, so there is no need to face him now. Although Xiao-san has always been excellent, once compared with Uranium, even a strict master like Master can't help but sigh that this kind of genius is probably the best in the world. 14-year-old Soul Master. However, Master didn't know that with his soul power, he naturally couldn't see Uranium clearly. At this moment, he was already a 15-year-old Soul King. "Let's talk while walking." Uranium smiled at the two of them. Master's eyes have always been on Uranium. When he heard Uranium talking to him, he turned his eyes back and raised his hand to invite the academy. "Come on." Although nothing can be seen from his rigid and stiff face, Uranium sensitively feels that this middle-aged man seems to have some special ideas. Could it be that I want to use my strength to suppress the Shrek 7 devils so that they won't be impatient? Uranium quickly figured out the key point. The master was not the kind of person who would be enthusiastic towards outsiders. Even if it was the Shrek 7 devils, he would only smile at Tang-san. The rest, like Daimyo Bei, all looked cold. Even if uranium's strength was superior, it might not be as important as what Tang San had for lunch in the eyes of the master. People are different. Uranium understood what happened between the master and Bibi Dong, and was sure that he would not become a stumbling block for him, so he didn't take the other party's attitude seriously at all. He just wanted to finish his business and leave. The four people walked into the academy. Walking into the Blue Tyrant Academy, it felt quite different from the Shandao Royal Academy. Although there was no beautiful scenery like the mountain of the Shandao Royal Academy, everything here gave people a very grand feeling. The spacious path led directly to the interior, with tracks of woods on both sides of the road. At the end, you can see a large playground with a diameter of more than 200 meters, surrounded by a circle of 3-story buildings. Teacher Qin Ming introduced to the two of them that among these 3-story buildings, there are places for simulated environment training, student dormitories, and teaching buildings. If Shandao Royal College is built on the mountain, then this Lamba College is built in the center of the forest, because around the teaching building, the remaining area is all forest. It is said that this is the largest flora in the entire Shandao city. Along the way, Zhu Huqing did not speak. With her temperament, she was not a talkative person, and she had nothing to say to Qin Ming and the man called Master. Zhu Huqing walked side by side with Uranium, neither hurried nor slow, but vaguely. It seemed that she was always slightly behind Uranium by half a body position, and invisibly, the primary and secondary rankings of the two were clearly distinguished. Soon, the master left first and went towards the direction of the main teaching building of the college. After talking for a while, he had some understanding of Uranium's martial soul, the Eye of Destruction. The main martial soul, is a very interesting name. He has to record these things quickly. However, Uranium did not understand the difference between the Sharingan and ordinary body spirits. Anyway, the master did not understand this aspect. If he was fooled a little, he should not be able to detect it. Seeing the master gradually walking away, Uranium could not help asking, "Teacher Qin, everyone misses you very much? Everyone takes you as an example. Why did you leave Shandao Royal Academy without saying a word?" Qin Ming's voice suddenly stopped, turned his head to look at Uranium with a puzzled look, and said lightly, "Uranium, I don't know what you think of the academy and the family." Then, he continued, "The sense of belonging, it is the sense of belonging that drives me forward." Although Qin Ming's words were very concise, they made Uranium startled. "I grew up in Shrek Academy since I was a child. It was the teacher who taught me everything. Although now I think back, I may choose other academies with better teaching conditions, but if I let me start over again, I will still choose Shrek, because my respected elders are all there. But I'm sorry for Yanzi, Xianheng and others." After saying all this, Qin Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Uranium watched Qin Ming's expression gradually relax, and couldn't help thinking of his family. If he encountered such a thing one day in the future, would he make such an impulsive choice? Yes. Uranium came to this conclusion without thinking at all. "By the way, are you here to find someone? Or is there something else?" Qin Ming suddenly asked. After walking for so long, he didn't know what Uranium's purpose was. "I'm here to find Xiao Wu," Uranium said without hesitation. "Then I'll take you there. She is in the mimicry training area." Qin Ming took Uranium and Zhu Huqing and did not go to the teaching building, but went directly to the forest behind. The three of them were silent, and soon Qin Ming had stopped. There was a bush in front of them. The bushes were close to human height and looked very dense. Qin Ming smiled slightly and shouted to the bushes, "Xiao Wu," paused for a moment, "Look who's here." Hearing the word Xiao Wu, the smile on Uranium's face suddenly solidified, and his expression was slightly slowed down, and his eyes showed deep and excited emotions. He knew that it was time to test his acting skills. How to make Xiao Wu spit blood on it? This is a big problem. Forget it, let's tell the truth. I don't want to lie, and it's not good. If Tang Sam sees the fairy grass, I'll be exposed. After thinking for a moment, he gave up the urge to be an actor. In the blink of an eye, a white figure quickly flashed out from the bushes. The pink and tender face full of childishness, the pair of particularly slender and tight legs, the small waist that was not big enough to hold but very elastic, and the scorpion braids that hung to the ground. Wasn't it Xiao Wu? "Teacher Qin, you are here." Xiao Wu didn't finish her words, because the slightly familiar person appeared in her eyes. "You." The pupils almost shrank immediately. Xiao Wu immediately recalled what she had done in the past, and the last battle, when she was grabbed by the back of the neck by her and thrown out of the fighting arena. It was like carrying a rabbit. Yes, it's me. Uranium's face softened a little, and he glanced at the mimicry training area around him casually. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Although it was not as good as Sharingan Dou, it was almost the same. Plants and rabbits are still somewhat compatible. Teacher Qin, Xiuqing, I have something to say to Xiao. Can I trouble you for a moment? Before Xiao could say anything, Uranium asked apologetically to both sides. It's better to say this matter earlier now. Moreover, he took the Wangchuan Kiashudu, so Tang San couldn't find Xiao's true identity. In addition, the breath of the fairy grass was concealed. If it could prolong Xiao's pure love for a little longer, it would be worth it. Okay, I'll wait for you in the teaching building. Qin Ming nodded first and informed Uranium. As he said that, he walked towards the direction of the teaching building. He thought he knew you quite well. He would not do anything to oppress others. You, this little guy, seemed to be quiet, but in fact, he would think twice before doing anything. Moreover, his pride would not let him do such a thing. Then I'll go visit the academy here first. Zhu Xiuqing also left with Qin Ming, leaving only you with a sullen face and Xiao Wu who looked at a loss. Hey, you, what's the matter? Xiao Wu's perception of you was not bad. If the time of knowing each other was counted, it had been 6 or 7 years, so she was not wary of him. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. There was silence all around. Only the sound of the wind kept blowing through the bushes with green shadows, bringing up the rustling sound. I want to give you something. It's very important to you. Uranium felt a breeze blowing across his face, making his long silver hair flutter. Then, he took out something from behind with some effort. It was an ordinary-looking white flower, the size of a palm, shaped like a peony, without leaves. A large stone was connected to the root stem. The stone was completely black. From the way Uranium lifted it, it could be seen that its weight was extremely shocking. On the white flower, there were a few pieces of shocking red, bright red like blood, which looked a bit thrilling. Uranium said seriously, this grass is called Acacia Heartbroken Red. It is a divine treasure among the immortal herbs. It also has a legendary story. You see the deep red bloodstains, which are the hard work of the young man. Listening to Uranium's words quietly, Xiao Wu was deeply touched. Could this immortal grass have such an origin? But what followed was a secret shock. Uranium wanted to give her this immortal grass with strong meaning. Is this his intention? This won't do. She only has Tang San in her heart. As if seeing the vigilance and determination in Xiao Wu's expression, Uranium couldn't help but smile bitterly, but was also happy for Xiao Wu. At least, no matter what Tang San's character was, no matter what he did to Hu Hao after becoming a god, he was Xiao Wu's favorite person, and it can be seen from the original work. Xiao Wu was willing to give up her life for Tang San. And Tang San would choose to commit suicide without hesitation, just to make Xiao Wu alive. But the effect of the fairy grass has not been introduced yet. Uranium continued, the flower is an extraordinary product. I conservatively estimate that it can at least increase the spirit power by 10 levels, and it will also have a comprehensive transformation of the body. The more Xiao Wu listened, the more her brows frowned. She thought that this kind of thing between lovers had nothing to do with her, but then she thought of herself and Tang San, and she couldn't help but be a little stunned. Could it be that the next moment, Uranium's words broke Xiao Wu's daze? I actually know everything. I will sincerely bless you and Tang San. I originally planned to keep this fairy grass and give it to you later, but unfortunately, considering the other effect of this fairy grass, I can only give it to you now. As soon as the voice fell, Uranium carried the fairy grass, walked to Xiao Wu's face, and placed it in front of her. It is handed over to you. I suggest you eat it before the Soul Master competition. As he spoke, Uranium took a few steps back. Wait, Uranium, why didn't you finish talking about the other effect you just mentioned? Xiao Wu stared blankly at the moving bloody peony in front of her, and suddenly the voice sounded, making Uranium's body stiff. This fairy grass, she likes it very much. However, she also wants to understand why Uranium gave it to her, when it is such a good fairy grass, and she can obviously take it herself. Is she so important to Uranium? The number of times they met each other is also very few. Even though the time of separation was very early, Uranium, I also want to know why. Xiao Wu was very clear-headed. What Uranium did must have some special intention. The bushes rustled. The two looked at each other. Uranium's face gradually climbed up with a touch of nostalgia. How should I put it? I still remember that it was you who gave me the courage to live, Xiao Wu. Uranium raised her head and looked at the warm sun, her tone full of nostalgia. It was your kindness that saved me. There is nothing to say. I will do my best to protect you, but unfortunately, Tang-san has already taken a step ahead of me. Simply, I will give you the acacia heartbroken red, although it is not even 1/10,000th of yours. Haha, don't worry, I don't mean to snatch you from Tang-san. I know your intentions very well and they have always been with Tang-san. After a few dry laughs, Uranium glanced at Xiao Wu, who was shocked, and couldn't help sighing in his heart. Finally, he said what he thought in his heart. But the next moment, Xiao Wu's soft voice sounded. Then, I can't accept your fairy grass. I know you don't have that idea, but I can't let Xiao-san get jealous, right? Xiao Wu smiled and rejected the fairy grass from Uranium. Her tone was firm, without any room for retreat. Even though she knew that Uranium had absolutely no intention of pursuing her, and that this fairy grass might be very suitable for her, she still didn't want it. You should probably think about it again, Xiao Wu. It can help you cover up the aura of the soul beast, so that you won't be discovered by the title Douluo. Uranium seemed to have noticed that Xiao Wu's attitude had changed a little, and was very helpless, so he could only throw out the final trump card. I said no, it means no. Xiao Wu's face suddenly froze. Chapter 239 Departure to Dranook City. As Uranium's words about covering up the essence of the soul beast sounded, Xiao Wu's expression suddenly became gloomy. A dangerous aura began to emanate from Xiao Wu's body. The trembling bushes around her instantly stopped swaying under Xiao Wu's pressure. In her eyes, there was a dazzling cold light. But she did not go crazy because Uranium saw through the secret deep in her heart, nor did she kill people to silence them, because this was just her stress reaction to her insecurity. Although she was afraid, she tried hard to maintain that dangerous look. Alice, I said, you really need this. Uranium watched Xiao Wu force herself to show a look of fear. Obviously, her own calves were shaking, but she still refused to give in on the surface, like a little rabbit that was scaring people, showing her sharp teeth. In response, he couldn't help but sigh. Xiao Wu, do you still remember the first time we met? Where was the place where we met? It was deep in the Xingdao Great Forest, and there was no one around you, which is enough to prove something. Xiao Wu, if I were a bad person, I'm afraid you would have been in danger a long time ago. Uranium casually gathered her hair and let it fall behind her, and said in a concentrated voice. He regarded Xiao Wu as his sister. But he was not a talkative person. Just a few short sentences made Xiao Wu's face suddenly stunned, as if thinking about something. It seems that what Uranium said is right. When she went back to the forest, no one usually saw her, so she went back to the forest with peace of mind. However, on that occasion, she met Uranium. Although the two of them only looked at each other, in the environment deep in the Xingdao Great Forest, two children without anyone to accompany them, no matter how you think about it, there is a problem. Uranium was forced to do so because he was carrying nuclear radiation. If he didn't leave, he would be forced to exterminate his clan. What about Xiao Wu? Thinking like this, Xiao Wu's strong sense of danger dissipated a lot. As Xiao Wu calmed down, she immediately thought of another question. Even if I get angry and want to silence him, can I beat Uranium? You know, Daming and Erming are not here. And Uranium also said that the title Douluo can sense the breath of his soul beast. Xiao Wu couldn't help shaking when she thought that she had been wandering around in the dangerous human world. The human world is really dangerous. Uranium watched Xiao Wu wake up from her thoughtful state, and her heart was relieved. She is still the gentle Xiao Wu. It should be fine. The two looked at each other, and unlike Uranium's plain eyes, Xiao Wu's eyes were full of gratitude. She already understood. Uranium, thank you very much. The next moment, Xiao Wu suddenly bent down, and the black scorpion braid suddenly slid from her back to the side, echoing with her white neck, and fell to the ground, bowing to Uranium to thank her. Just like Uranium bowed to her before. It was in Soto City that the two met for the second time. The wind blew again. Everything returned to the original state. However, it was visible to the naked eye that Xiao Wu became closer to Yuan. Because between the two of them, Yuan was willing to help Xiao Wu keep the secret. For the first time, Xiao Wu felt the care from someone other than Tang-san. Soon, Yuan and Xiao Wu reached a consensus. Because the effect of the Acacia Heartbroken Red immortal product is to cover up the breath of soul beasts, even if she doesn't eat it, it is very important for Xiao Wu. Originally in the original work, Acacia Heartbroken Red has 3 functions. The first is to cover up the breath. The second is to help her resist the attack of a 6,000-year-old human-faced demon spider. The third, and the most important one, is that it gives Xiao Wu the hope of resurrection. But Yuan will not let Xiao Wu's death happen again. So it is better for Xiao Wu to eat this immortal grass as soon as possible and accumulate strength in advance. With him around, Xiao Wu probably can't even go to Wuhan City, and she will be eliminated in advance in the Soul Master competition, not to mention that Bibi Dong and others will discover the true form of the Soul Beast. Maybe it's a bit cruel, but according to Uranium's judgment of the original work, because of his arrival, even if the Shrek 7 Devils arrived at Wuhan City, the prize for the champion would not be 3 soul bones, but something else. Because these 3 soul bones were originally given to the Golden Generation by Bibi Dong in the name of orthodoxy. With Uranium's strength, I'm afraid his information had been packed away by Jin Ringsu and sent to Bibi Dong's desk. With Bibi Dong's temperament, how could he fight a battle without confidence? And these 3 soul bones may have been secretly digested by the Golden Generation to avoid Uranium from taking 3 soul bones for free. But as a Soul Master competition held once every 10 years, at least 50,000 year-level soul bones should be available, otherwise it would be unworthy of such a big name. Uranium is very much looking forward to what it will get in the future. You don't have to thank me for this. I suggest you eat the fairy grass before the Soul Master competition, because it is just as effective. Uranium shook his head, avoided Xiao Wu's bow, and replied calmly. Although the Heartbroken Love Red is suitable for Zhu Xiuqing or him at the moment, Zhu Xiuqing has the Moonlight Wang Chunlin, which is not inferior to the Heartbroken Love Red. It even changes the characteristics of her martial soul, and her training efficiency at night is almost doubled, which is something that the Heartbroken Love Red cannot bring. So whether it is suitable or not depends on who uses it. Okay, I have done what I want to do. I will leave first. Looking at the swaying Heartbroken Love Red on the ground, Uranium smiled slightly and prepared to turn around and leave. Xiao Wu has the Heartbroken Love Red, so the safety factor must be higher, right? As for what will happen to the Shrek 7 Devils in the future, he doesn't care. No. I don't need to eliminate them in the first round. I might as well play them in the last game and let Xiao Wu show her face in Douluo Continent. Although this is a bargain for Tang San and Shrek, it doesn't matter. It feels too cruel to let them go out on the first round too early. Uranium thought for a while and made a decision in his heart. It's okay to play for a while longer. The more famous the Shrek 7 Devils are, the more famous they will be if they are defeated in front of the whole country of the Xiandao Empire. Otherwise, they will be sent away in the first round, and I will not have any sense of accomplishment. Just as Yu was talking to herself, Xiao Wu hesitated and asked her to stay. Wouldn't you stay a little longer? Daimyo Bei is here too, and I just saw Zhu Xiuqing is here too. Obviously, she didn't understand that Zhu Xiuqing had already identified someone. After hearing Xiao Wu mention Daimyo Bei, Yu was slightly stunned. Then, a headache came. Zhu Xiuqing was nearby. If Daimyo Bei saw her and pestered Zhu Xiuqing, wouldn't he be sending Zhu Xiuqing to his door? Thinking of this situation, Yu's face changed. You're right, I have to take Zhu Xiuqing away quickly. Chao Xiao Wu's words urged Yu's actions. The originally slow speed of action suddenly increased a lot. Even Xiao Wu didn't see what happened clearly, and she felt a flash in front of her eyes. The next moment, Yu disappeared in front of her. What happened? Why are you running so fast? Xiao Wu looked at the wind that was generated by the fast movement and rolled up the fallen leaves, and tilted her head in confusion. Well, forget it, I didn't expect that you could detect my identity as a soul beast. Oh, no. I forgot to tell him that I can't reveal this to others. Xiao Wu didn't come to her senses for a while, but as you left, she suddenly felt bad. She originally wanted to chase after you, but Xiao Wu suddenly found that the Wuju stone tied under the Acacia Heartbroken Red was unexpectedly heavy. She even spent a lot of effort to lift it. Can I just eat it? Or should I pick it off first? Seeing that there was no hope of chasing you, Xiao Wu could only stop, looking at the palm-sized white flower in front of her with a melancholy face. On the white flower, there were a few amazing red pieces, and the bright red like blood looked a bit thrilling. Xiao Wu was silent. Picking this flower requires sincere feelings. But in terms of feelings, are she and Tang San really that kind of love between men and women? For a moment, the past scenes appeared in her mind one after another, and Xiao Wu couldn't help being stunned. Tang San had been gone for 3 months. Every night, her mind was full of Tang San's figure. The departed Jew, of course, didn't understand Xiao Wu's hesitation at the moment. Because his mind was full of Zhu's Huqing now. For Xiao Wu, he had no idea of love between men and women at all, only taking care of his lovely sister, or silly daughter. There's more than love in the world, more family affection, friendship, nostalgia, desire, etc. The combination of 7 emotions and 6 desires is a complete person. Soon, you came to the main campus. Since coming to the Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy, you had not observed it carefully. Although the main campus is not as gorgeous as the Shandao Royal Academy, it is also very practical. At this time, there are many students communicating with each other on the playground. These students are the foundation of the Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy. Ordinary Soul Masters. People like you, Zhu's Huqing, or Xiao Wu and Tang San have long been in seclusion in the mimic training area, preparing to impact the Soul Master competition. Naturally, they can't be as happy as the students in front of them. But Uranium felt like he was dreaming of going back to college. These people in front of him inadvertently touched his memories. In the future, how about I open a university? Since I'm here, I have to change something. University, library, Western restaurant, snack street, computer city, I miss it so much. Looking at these people of all kinds, Uranium couldn't help but have an idea in his mind. A bold idea. After all, the operation mode of the university is different from that of the Soul Master Academy. Although they are divided into one class, there are many tutors, and they are all adult education, but the different class division system and free time management seem to be a new attempt for Douluo Continent. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. I just saw her walking in this direction, why didn't I see anyone? Scratching his head, Uranium casually flicked his silver hair. Very strange. At this moment, he was standing outside the playground, quietly staying. Soon, some female students' eyes stayed on Uranium. So handsome, this was their first impression. Indeed, with Uranium's appearance at this moment, even Tang San, whose martial spirit was sublimated and promoted to Blue-Silver Emperor, might not be able to compare with him in terms of handsomeness. His long silver hair was neatly scattered behind him, hanging down to his waist, and his red pupils were as gorgeous as rubies, shining brightly, like an intoxicating top-grade red wine, exuding a different charm. And his figure was even more upright, with a standard height of nearly 1.8 meters. He wore a silver and blue mixed-style heroic clothing, which set off Uranium's elegant temperament. As the female students' eyes were on Uranium, the other male students did the same, but the difference was that they could feel something that the female students could not feel. For example, strong. A strong power that faced the edge directly. No male student dared to stare at you for more than 5 seconds, as if they would be torn apart by the sharpness in the next moment, which made them change their eyes. It seems that she is not here. Seeing that the attention of these students seemed to be leaning towards him, Yu curled his lips, turned his head and walked in another direction. But before he took a few steps, he was suddenly stunned. A figure suddenly flashed in front of him. No, it flew backwards. Bang! The figure fell to the ground with a bang, hitting the ground, raising a thick dust. Indistinctly, it can be seen that it is a rather majestic figure. Whoosh! The petite female figure landed lightly without making a sound, like a ghost. What's going on? Yu was puzzled when he saw Zhu's Huqing standing in front of him and Daimyo Bei lying on the ground with a shocked face. Could it be that Xiao Wu really said it in such a short time? Daimyo Bei and Zhu's Huqing, they met now? At the moment, lying on the ground and struggling to stand up, it was Daimyo Bei, the 39th level strong attack system war soul master, the evil-eyed white tiger. And the one who knocked him to the ground was Zhu's Huqing, the 37th level agile attack system soul master. The difference in soul power between the two can be described as negligible. Zhu's Huqing has soul bones, so the difference of only 2 levels is not that big. Zhu's Huqing is right. If she encounters Daimyo Bei's harassment again, she can deal with Daimyo Bei by herself. Let's go. As if she realized that the people here were about to gather, her face changed immediately. Run quickly, people are under the eaves. If you don't run after hitting someone, you will be held accountable. They are outsiders. Do what you say, and you immediately rush to Zhu Xiuqing, grab her little hand, and rush straight to the door of the Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy. The speed is so fast that it actually sets off a faint afterimage. Huh? Before Zhu Xiuqing could react, she saw you, picked her up and slid away. Daimyo Bei, on the other hand, sat there in a daze, his face full of loneliness. Daimyo Bei was stunned. The cause of everything happened just now. Just now, he and Zhu Xiuqing met in the woods. Although he was quite excited to face each other at this moment, he was followed by a strong sense of uneasiness. Because he could no longer feel the inexplicable fit of the fusion of their martial arts spirits. This made Daimyo Bei completely dumbfounded. He chased after Zhu Xiuqing and asked what happened. He asked you if you did everything. Because Zhu Xiuqing was only with you. Originally, he could still not care because Zhu Xiuqing was his fiancée, but now, even the martial arts fusion skills are gone. This is still a fart marriage. As a result, I don't know if it touched Zhu Xiuqing's nerves, or Daimyo Bei said something bad. Zhu Xiuqing suddenly took action. As soon as he started, Daimyo Bei felt something was wrong. How come her soul power is almost the same as his? Just when he was distracted, Daimyo Bei was hit by Zhu Xiuqing's palm and flew backwards. The power was so great that it even exceeded the upper limit of the agility attack system and was comparable to the strong attack system Soul Master. So after landing, he was confused. What happened? At the gate of the Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy, Uranium pulled Zhu Xiuqing all the way to the gate with sparks and lightning, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Daimyo Bei would go crazy and snatch people. Because of the relationship between Zhu Xiuqing and him, it must be impossible to hide. Okay, don't worry about me like this. Seeing that there were still people around, Zhu Xiuqing's face was slightly red, and she gently shook Uranium, who was holding her palm tightly. It was too rude to pull like this in public. Oh. Uranium immediately came back to his senses, looked around, and immediately pretended to retract his right hand as if nothing had happened. Ahem, my business is done. Why don't we go? I've calculated that you should be level 40 soon, at least 4 or 5 months. According to the energy left by Moonlight Wang Chunlin, you will improve your soul power very quickly. When you reach level 40, the last energy of the light ball may be completely absorbed by you, and your soul power will be improved again. Uranium coughed solemnly and calmly analyzed the residual energy of the fairy grass in Zhu Xiuqing's body. Go? Where are we going? Just like the Sunset Forest, go directly to the Soul Beast Forest. Zhu Xiuqing asked doubtfully. It's only been a few days since we returned to Shandao Royal Academy. Are we going to set off so soon? Well, let's go to Delanak City, which is the closest city to the Star Dou Great Forest. This time, we won't be like the Sunset Forest. We will fight quickly and make a quick decision. Uranium nodded and confirmed. Delanak City is a large city adjacent to the Star Dou Great Forest in the Shandao Empire. It is within the Phasno province and borders the Bara Kingdom. It can be said to be the place closest to the Star Dou Great Forest. And in the city of Delanak, there is the only high-level Soul Master Academy in the Phasno province of the Shandao Empire. Pusilington High-Level Soul Master Academy. How should I put it? I just need to fill in the holes I dug before, such as correctly interpreting the first meeting between Uranium and Xiao Wu. Alice, looking back at the book I wrote, I suddenly found that there are many holes. It's troublesome, really troublesome. Chapter 240 Uranium, will fight 10 people today. Uranium made a hasty decision. Because Zhu Xiuqing didn't need to leave so quickly. But after seeing Daimyo Bei, he made up his mind to let Zhu Xiuqing get the 4th soul ring as soon as possible. With the existence of the fairy grass, her cultivation speed is very fast. And when she absorbs all the energy of the fairy grass and obtains the extraordinary 4th soul ring, I am afraid that she can walk sideways at the same level. Even challenging higher level people is not a difficult task for her. And I don't have to worry that Zhu Xiuqing will be easily defeated. If she wants to kill, the shadow jump plus the space slash will directly cut off the person and the weapon. Uranium shook his head and looked at the girl with a calm face, thinking in his heart. Soon, the two left a Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy directly without informing Qin Ming and others. Because there was only one thing for this visit. To meet Xiao Wu. In addition, Zhu Xiuqing accompanied him here, and meeting Qin Ming was also a coincidence, and the encounter with Daimyo Bei was an accident. He didn't even think about meeting the Shrek 7 Devils, the protagonist group of the Douluo Continent era. Let's go. Just go our own way. At the end of the street, Uranium suddenly stopped, looked back at the Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy, stood there, and sighed. What's wrong? Zhu Huqing frowned and turned around to ask in confusion. She didn't understand that Uranium was a time traveler, so naturally she couldn't understand his thoughts at the moment. But she could vaguely feel that Uranium's mentality seemed to have changed. Did he seem to have figured it out? Nothing. I just realized that going my own way and understanding my own thoughts are the most important. I've been thinking about where we're going after the Soul Master competition, and now I've figured it out. Uranium smiled softly. First go to the far north to see the real permafrost. Then go back to the Zhu family with Zhu Huqing, and take a look at the lost Grand Canyon of the Star Dou Empire. As for what will happen when you return to the Zhu family, let's just rely on fists. After leaving the Zhu family, Uranium has not yet decided where to go next, but what is certain is that in the near future, there must be a way to go to the sea. However, he was not sure if there were any boats to take now. Maybe he had to wait until he could fly before he could take action. As for why the first stop was the far north, he had his own ideas. Soon, the two left Shandao City and headed towards Shandao Royal Academy. Because Zhu Huqing's soul power cultivation speed was very fast, it came from not absorbing all the fairy grass spirit energy. So next, after handing over the affairs of the Royal Dao Team 2 to Chief Meng Shenji, he had to set off immediately. As for the other friends of the Royal Dao Team 1, he also wanted to meet them, because when everyone went their separate ways in the future, there would be no meeting. Outside the Shandao Royal Academy, the scenery here is really beautiful, especially at this time when the sun sets and the sunset is all over the sky. Against the backdrop of the red clouds in the west, whether it is the lake at the foot of the mountain or the mountain covered with various plants and up to 1,000 meters high, it gives people a feeling of paradise. The two walked forward in the breeze on the road with falling leaves. Silver hair and black hair fluttered behind him, and before he knew it, Zhu Huqing's figure had leaned against Uranium. This is their favorite place to take a walk. It is beautiful here, and even makes Zhu Huqing a little intoxicated at the moment, with a dazed look on her face. In the future, when I transform Shandao Royal College into my ideal college, then we will live here in old age, right? Uranium put her arm around Zhu Huqing's shoulders, and the two of them kept almost the same pace, and their voices rang softly. This is their exclusive world for two people. Zhu Huqing's footsteps paused slightly, and when she heard Uranium's words that were almost like a confession, her delicate and fair face couldn't help but blush. Tisk, I haven't agreed yet. Who wants to live with you in old age? Uranium's mouth corners slightly raised. Then, he tightened his left hand around Zhu Huqing, gently put it next to her ear, and said teasingly, I clearly heard you calling my name when you were sleeping yesterday, and you dare to quibble. With a little hot and moist breath, it fell on her small and delicate ears, and Zhu Huqing couldn't help but be stunned. In her mind, there were thousands of thoughts. You actually eavesdropped on me talking in my sleep, damn it. Zhu Huqing felt that she was completely confused, and for a moment she was a little incoherent and at a loss. Hearing that she had said such embarrassing words, for a moment, she seemed to want to find a hole to crawl into. It was so embarrassing. Uranium watched her pink neck gradually turn pink with her own eyes, and couldn't help but laugh secretly in her heart. You are such a little fool. The next moment, as if she realized that Uranium's attitude was a little wrong, she gradually calmed down. She began to recall whether she had said such words. No, she was practicing at night, how could she sleep? Not to mention talking in her sleep. Thinking of this, Zhu Huqing looked back at Uranium suspiciously, trying to see a clue from his expression. But what she saw was Uranium's laughter that was almost unbearable. Ha ha ha, the girl's face darkened instantly. The jade hand was ready to move, and gently stretched out to Uranium's waist. Zhu Huqing, you are so cute, ha ha ha, I don't even know if I am practicing. Before he even said the word practice, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his waist. His feeling the touch of the muscle fibers slightly jumping as they twisted, he couldn't help but take a breath. I was wrong, I surrender. Without hesitation, he raised his hands to surrender. As if he had been tempered by thousands of hammers, the speed was so fast that Zhu Huqing was slightly stunned. HMPH. When the girl heard the word of surrender from Uran, she turned her head slightly, as if pretending not to hear it. But she didn't know when she loosened her hand that was twisting Uran's waist. Soon, the two returned to the main campus. Before they could stand firm, A student ran over from the side, holding his knees with both hands, and said breathlessly, "Senior Uran, the chief is looking for you." It seemed that he had run all the way here. "Why does it feel like there is a surveillance installed, and I came to notify you as soon as I arrived at the school?" Seeing that the junior didn't dare to look at Zhu's Huking and left in a hurry, Uran touched his chin and thought, "Let's go over there. I've told Chief Meng that we need to prepare a new team. As for the members of the original team, let them leave." Uranium came back to her senses and smiled at Zhu's Huking. "Yes." The girl nodded slightly and looked away. The two came to the academic affairs office. "This is where the three elders are." Uranium didn't hesitate at all and pushed the door open. He found Chairman Meng Shenji, an 83-level Soul Douluo strong man, a white-faced, beardless, and quite kind old man. "Oh? Uranium is here. It happens that His Highness is here too. Come and sit down. This is the best tributee." Meng Shenji looked at Uranium pushing the door open, and a sharp but not harsh voice sounded immediately. While speaking, he waved to Uranium, motioning him to come and sit down. At this moment, Zhu King also looked over. A smile appeared on his warm face. "Brother Uranium, come and sit for a while." The two of them called each other brothers, and naturally they were not polite. Strangely enough, Zhu King was so relaxed only when he was with Uranium. In the past, in order not to lose the dignity of the prince, he rarely showed this attitude. "Brother Zhu." Uranium nodded slightly to Zhu King, and immediately found a seat to sit down. As he sat down, Zhu King also brewed him a cup of fragrant tea. Zhu's Huking did not stand, and found a seat to sit down casually. She did not like to drink tea, which was known to everyone present. "Uranium, you also know that our academy has an aristocratic system, and those who can be selected for the second team are also those aristocratic children with a relatively deep background. I do not have the right to take them down at once." The first sentence he said was to blow a sip of tea and said calmly. Uranium sat upright in his seat, did not interrupt, and listened quietly. "And they, after I told them about this matter, were also a little dissatisfied with you and challenged you. This is also because we have blocked your news very well. They thought you were like them, an aristocrat in the circle." Meng Shenji took a sip of green tea. As he got older, his words were always a few beats slower. After all, Mr. Meng was born a commoner, and he had no sympathy for this kind of useless people who just eat and wait to die. "So, as long as you beat them all in the challenge, naturally, the second team will belong to you. After all, this is about 10 noble children, a gilded trip that only happens once every 10 years. I have also invited His Highness to testify for us. No problem with that." Uranium nodded without hesitation to Meng Shenji's request, and said seriously, "Haha, Brother Uranium, you don't have to use heavy hands on these nobles, just teach them a lesson." Suddenly, Zhu King interrupted with a smile. "In other words, it's okay as long as you don't get hurt, right?" Uranium pondered for a moment and set his eyes on Zhu King's face. The four looked at each other. For no reason, he actually felt a hint of strangeness in Uranium's eyes. This strange feeling came and went quickly. Although it was only a short moment, Zhu King still remembered the feeling of being remembered. The next moment, the two looked away. Zhu King calmed down his emotions and smiled faintly. "Yes, it's better to let them notice how big the gap between you and these people is." After saying that, Zhu King glanced at the golden token on Uranium's waist. There were 3 words engraved on it. "The latest novels are first published on Liuji 9 Shuba." Zhu King. "I understand." Uranium nodded. As subtle as he was, he naturally felt Zhu King's undetectable gaze. "He should want me to become famous among these prestigious noble children. Through this token, more people will realize that the current crown prince holds a card in his hand, a future trump card. Maybe, among those children, there are some who are identified by Zhu King as potential targets for winning over, and then show the potential of the team through myself." Uranium thought to himself. If I guessed correctly, this should be his deliberate gaze, and then let himself deliberately feel it. This time, Zhu King was on the 5th floor, and he was on the 2nd floor. Regarding Zhu King's hint, Uranium could only describe him as cunning and treacherous. Obviously, in the original book, Jin Rinxu was quite silly. Could it be that she put on a layer of Prince Zhu King's skin, and her IQ also rose to the standard of the prince? If she has always been so smart and so cunning, then if he wants to fool him and make a system in the future, it will probably be difficult to implement it. Then, follow me. After talking for a while, Meng Shenji stood up and took Uranium to the battle area of the academy. It seems that Meng Shenji has been prepared for a long time. 10 soul masters are standing on one side of the battle area. 6 men and 4 women. There are 7 regular team members and 3 substitutes. Everyone is wearing a goose yellow school uniform, which is quite funny compared to Uranium's free matching, silver-blue mixed men's tights. Uranium glanced casually, and with a spiritual power far exceeding that of the soul masters present, it quietly extended its tentacles and immediately and clearly perceived the soul power levels of the 10 people. To be honest, they were not very weak, and were basically around level 30, and there was even a soul master who reached level 35. I just don't know how their martial souls are. After all, they are the offspring of high-end nobles, and they must have no shortage of resources. Even if you look at the Shandao Royal Academy, they are little geniuses that can be shown off. Uranium made a brief comparison and found that they were only slightly inferior to the elites cultivated by the Lamba Academy, such as Tailong and Jiangsu. I have already told you about the matter. Meng Shenji looked at the 10 people and pointed at Uranium, saying, "His name is Uranium. If he defeats you later, he will represent the second team of the Royal Dao of the Academy, and the planning of the team members will also be made by him, and you will lose the qualification." Hearing this, the 10 people were stunned and their faces darkened. Obviously, they also knew about this in advance. Originally, they thought that they were noble children who were similar to them, but when they saw the silver-blue suit on Uranium, their hearts sank. This kind of private clothing, if it is not approved by the people above, it is definitely not allowed to wear, so no matter whether it is the descendants of the top nobles with high power or the young and handsome boys with strong strength, they are not easy to get along with. After seeing that the Prince Zhu King also came with him and talked and laughed with a young man named Uranium, all the soul masters present immediately widened their eyes. They thought it was a joke, but now that the prince came in person, they didn't expect it to be true. If he loses, your diet level will be raised by 1 level, and he will no longer interfere in the affairs of the royal fighting team too. Meng Shenji said lightly. After speaking, Uranium took a step forward. At this time, 10 people began to report their martial spirits. I am Lister Quillazy, my martial spirit is the Red Flame Tiger, level 35. Just as the 10 people began to report their martial spirits and soul power levels, Uranium waved his hand, without giving these soul masters face, and directly interrupted their actions. If we report one by one, how long will it take? Let's go together. Hearing this, the 10 people were immediately angry. Even if you are very strong, you should not look down on others. Prepare to suffer. The martial spirit possessed the body, and the soul rings appeared one by one. In an instant, the battle area was occupied by colorful soul rings. Among them, yellow and purple accounted for the majority, and there were also a few white, yellow and purple. Obviously, they all had perfect soul ring configurations. After all, they all had family backgrounds, which were not comparable to ordinary people. Meng Shenji glanced at both sides and said slowly, "Begin." The moment his voice fell, I saw a flash of light in the battle area. It was like a silver lightning across the silent night sky. The next moment, the 7 people didn't react. It was as if they were hit high up by a huge force at the same time. Then they fell heavily to the ground. The huge force smashed them to the ground, causing the 7 people to fall and feel dizzy. The remaining 3 people hadn't even reacted yet, and didn't understand what was happening, when they suddenly found that Uranium was standing not far from them. In the battle zone, 7 people were lying on the ground in all directions. The remaining 3 people turned into wooden sculptures, watching this scene. What on earth happened? A beautiful girl with burgundy hair looked at her companion lying on the ground in shock, and she stopped exclaiming before she finished. It was very abrupt and terrifying. Her eyes had turned into the shape of Uranium's radiation eyes. Another thin man with black hair had the same experience as her. Among the 3 people, 2 stood stiffly in place. They were motionless, like sculptures. Lister stared at everything in front of him in amazement, but he quickly came to his senses. His face was alert, and his body was in a defensive posture. The look he gave Uranium was not only fearful, but also had a certain fiery meaning. Although his body was trembling slightly, he didn't know whether it was because of his weakness or Uranium's strength. In just a second, the battle was almost over when the word beginning was still echoing in the words of Meng Shenji. So powerful, it's your turn next, Lister. As if feeling that Lister's momentum was not bad, Uranium pointed at the struggling young man with one hand. His expression was calm, as if he was just looking at the air. Damn it. Lister clenched his fist. Uranium. Under the stimulation of uranium, the shadow of the red tiger behind Lister became more solid. Roar, you didn't choose to admit defeat, but wanted to challenge me. Uranium glanced at the 7 soul masters lying on the ground, and said sarcastically, your companions finally fell to the ground, and I tried my best to show you my amazing strength. Zhu Huqing, who was watching the battle, suddenly covered his eyes, looking like he couldn't bear to watch. Even Zhu King was stunned. Is this uranium? Why is it different from the past? Lister didn't answer, but clenched his fists, and the 3rd soul ring on his body, the only 1,000-year soul ring, began to light up. The next moment, he rushed back towards uranium. Roar, you dare to approach me. Uranium twitched the corner of his mouth, and his figure suddenly blurred. Bang! Lister, who was originally in high spirits, suddenly stopped. Then, he slowly fell to the ground. With a painful look on his face, it can be seen from his expression that he had been stunned by uranium's palm. So far, the battle is over. It was very fast, and there was no drag. Everything was in Zhu King's plan. Except for the strange expression and action shown by uranium just now. Zhu King had an ominous premonition in his heart. The title is wrong. Today's chapter is 5K. Chapter 241, The Genius Expelled from Prince Ellington College. Lister stood up with difficulty, looking at uranium in the center of the battle zone with a melancholy face. Is it okay? Uranium patted Lister on the shoulder. No problem. Lister swallowed and murmured. Okay. Uranium turned around and walked towards Zhu King. As he turned around, the man and woman controlled by the radiation eye also released the control. Zhu King glanced at the scene just now, and then thought of uranium's martial spirit, and his eyes couldn't help but shine. Spiritual attribute. Brother uranium is so hidden. But the next moment, Zhu King frowned. No, he doesn't need to show it. He can obviously end the battle quickly. Is it possible that he did it for me to see? Zhu King thought for a while and came to this conclusion. After all, there seemed to be only a few people who could see the slight changes in the eyes of those soul masters. Brother Zhu, the battle is over, and I should go too. You guys can do it. I just need to assist the soul master. Uranium waved to Zhu King and said gently. His words also made the soul masters who had just stood up widen their eyes. Brother Zhu. That's His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. He actually is on good terms with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, the future Emperor. Who exactly is this uranium? Originally, these people were still resentful. Because the uranium that made them so embarrassed didn't even use any soul skills to end the battle, and simply looked down on them. But now, after seeing uranium and Zhu King calling each other brothers, they just felt that they didn't lie down fast enough. Okay, I'll help you check. Zhu King responded with a smile. He already had some understanding of uranium's true character. What he just showed was definitely his impromptu idea. In other words, it was part of his true character. Control people's hearts. Zhu King thought of the imperial power tactics. No, brother uranium can't be measured by this kind of thing. You must be open-minded, otherwise you will only fail. All kinds of thoughts quickly crossed Zhu King's mind. Meticulous mind, it's him, Zhu King. Not Jinring Su. Soon, uranium took Zhu Huqing out of the battle area. Everything would be handled by Zhu King or Chief Meng Xianji. He was not good at this kind of thing, so he would naturally leave it to someone who was good at it. After leaving the battle area, uranium headed towards the mimicry training area. Just when he was on the road, he had asked Chief Meng Xianji where the partners of the royal fighting team were. They were all practicing in seclusion in the mimicry training area. Uranium went to find them one by one. Yu Xianheng, Yanzi, Oslo, Yu Fen, the Shi brothers, and Yi Lingling. It's been a long time since we last met, and I miss them so much. After chatting for a long time, it was getting dark. At night, Uranium returned to his residence. Almost as soon as he entered the door, Uranium suddenly plunged into the sofa, muttering, "Why is it so tiring to chat with people? Yu Fang talks too much?" Even in his mind, Yu Fang's babble, wababub, wabab. "You are really, knowing that I like quietness, but you still visit me one by one." Zhu Huqing stretched lazily, gathered her black hair, and teased Uranium. Because Uranium is much better now than before. The old him. He really would not say a word to others unless necessary, nor would he take the initiative to look at others. Except for her. But now, Uranium seems to have become more like a person in life. Willing to chat and be funny. No way, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Let's have a good rest for a night and leave tomorrow. As for the college, I have already asked for leave. Watching Zuzuking start to tidy up the room, Uranium reluctantly stood up and pressed the bell for dinner. All 3 meals were prepared on time. As long as the bell rang, the chef in the Imperial Kitchen not far away would deliver dinner. Speaking of the Imperial Kitchen, this was the name given by Uranium. Soon, the two finished dinner and cleaned up the debris. Before going to bed, Uranium looked at Zuzuking. And she also noticed Uranium's gaze. For a moment, the two of them stood there in a daze, staring at each other. Actually, what I said before, that you called my name in your sleep, was when you were in the forest. Uranium couldn't help it, and spoke directly, bringing the ambiguous atmosphere to a climax. Although it was just such a short sentence, it made Zuzuking's fair and tender face turn red quickly. The girl murmured in a low voice, and the next moment, she opened the door of the room at lightning speed and rushed in. Bang! The door closed. Only Uranium was left standing there in a daze, with a blank face. Did I say something wrong? Scratching his head, Uranium could only turn off the lights and turn back to walk into his room. At this moment, in Zuzuking's room, the decoration in the room is a simple wooden floor and light gray walls. It is very simple, but unexpectedly gives people a sense of harmony. The bed sheet is a light beige gray, and the mattress is a striped gray and white match, which are Zuzuking's favorite colors. And now, on the bed, there is a bulging ball. It was as if someone was lying inside. Inside the bed, Zuzuking's face had turned red to her ears, and there was no sign of it fading. Uranium, the girl whispered. It was getting light. The two quickly left the Star Dou Royal Academy and followed the map in a certain direction. With the possession of the martial spirit, the two moved very fast, which was totally incomparable to ordinary spirit masters. Their destination, Douluo City, was the closest city to the Xingdao Great Forest. Uranium's plan for this trip was to find a hotel in the city, and he would first determine the appropriate spirit beast. However, my radiation energy has a diffusion effect, so I can only use a slightly smaller amount to avoid environmental damage. At this time, Uranium couldn't help but miss Xiaoxu. I hope that the extremely pure uranium ore can speed up Xiaoxu's transformation. I don't want to wait until we set off before Xiaoxu finishes his transformation. While running, Uranium glanced at Zuzuking, who was smiling behind him, and thought silently in his heart. The high-purity uranium ore from the auction was taken away by Xiaoxu. Originally, according to Uranium's perception and detection, the high-purity energy of this stone can effectively improve his cultivation speed. It is like a soul master's mimicry cultivation area. Beast martial spirits need forests and animal pens. Tang San and Xiao Wu need bushes and grasslands with a lot of blue-silver grass. Mahangjin and Oscar need volcanoes, stoves, and kitchens. If Uranium guessed correctly, I'm afraid that what he needs is to be near a uranium vein, so that the speed of soul power cultivation can be greatly increased. His martial spirit is a radiation eye. But uranium veins are so rare. Not to mention large uranium veins. But the good news is that Uranium has news of a uranium vein. Although it is only a small vein with a low radiation concentration, it is enough to make him excited. It is better to say that veins with high concentrations are problematic, and veins with low concentrations are normal. The two traveled very fast. In one day, they had arrived at the border of Fresno province. If it were changed to distance, it would probably be 700 to 800 kilometers. Running for 10 hours a day, the speed reached 70 to 80 kilometers per hour, comparable to the speed of a car. This is a speed that normal humans cannot reach at all, and only soul masters can achieve this level at the moment. Douluo City is on the edge of Fresno province. If you look at the schedule, the two will have to run for more than a day. Douluo City is a large city located in the eastern province of the Shindao Empire. Its scale is even more magnificent than that of Silv City. In terms of overall strength, this city ranks among the top among all the large cities in the Shindao Empire. And its prosperity is even more famous. Not only because it is close to the Xingdao Great Forest, Douluo City even borders the Lima Plain, which can be regarded as one of the best trading cities. Walking to the surrounding area, Uranium and Zuzuking came to the nearest town nearby. After a short rest, they hired the fastest carriage here, and then galloped towards Drenek City without stopping. Although this small town is the closest place to Drenek City, the carriage took most of the afternoon to arrive before they could vaguely see the huge outline of Drenek City. Because they were not in a hurry, the two did not run forward at the last distance, but chose to take a short break. Standing on the carriage, Uranium looked at the huge city reflecting a light red luster under the afterglow of the setting sun and breathed a sigh of relief. As the carriage got closer, Uranium discovered that the huge city wall was actually built entirely of neat black rocks. The old man driving the carriage said that the city wall had resisted the combined attack of 2 soul saints and had never been shaken. This shows how strong the defense of the city wall is. The latest novel is first published on the 69th book bar. After paying the tax at the city gate, the carriage was smoothly let in. After passing through the dark passage of the city wall, after a while, the view suddenly became clear. The noisy voices filled his ears, making the unprepared Uranium's head swell slightly. He got off the carriage with a dizzy head under the old man's smiling eyes. After paying the fare, he looked at the carriage that was leaving. He stood on the street blankly, looking at the crowded people around him. He was used to the quiet atmosphere of Star Dou Royal Academy, and suddenly he didn't know what to do in his heart. Don't be stunned. Didn't you say you were looking for a hotel? Zhu's Huking poked Uranium, who was stunned. Well, let's go. Nodding, Uranium turned around casually and found a store that seemed to be common in Douluo Continent. Grocery store. Soon, he bought a city map. It seemed that in Longsing City, he did the same thing, bought a map, and the store icons were exactly the same. Isn't this a chain across the continent? Uranium thought secretly. On the second day, the first rays of the morning sun had just spread across the land. Uranium left the hotel early, and when he came out, he also asked about the location of the gate of the Star Dou Forest. Walking on the streets in the early morning, Uranium recalled the surprise and flattery of the passers-by when he asked about the location of the Star Dou Forest. He secretly laughed and sighed. It seems that the noble status of the Soul Master has indeed penetrated into the hearts of every Douluo Continent person. Otherwise, these people would not show such awe when they mention the Star Dou Forest. Douluo City is indeed a big city that can be ranked among the top in the Shandao Empire. Although it is early morning, the streets are still prosperous and bustling, and occasionally there are guards walking in an orderly manner. The neat sound of armor colliding with each other rings in the sky in the early morning, like a morning bell. Following the route the passerby had mentioned, Uranium slowly turned through several long streets. After turning for a long time, he slowly stopped and looked up at the majestic building that appeared in front of him on the side of the road. Although he was just passing by, Uranium was still attracted by it. His eyes stayed outside the building for a moment. On the lavender sandalwood plaque, a few words were faintly blurred in simple fonts, flashing a faint light. Pislinton Advanced Soul Master Academy. Muttering softly, Uranium tilted his head and looked around, and found that most people who passed by this unique building would cast a look of awe at the plaque. Of course, there were also some passers-by who cast some surprised glances at Uranium standing outside the Pislinton Advanced Soul Master Academy. Looking in from the outside, this Soul Master Academy obviously has the momentum that is not inferior to the Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy in Shandao City. He could even see a corner of the academy with lush and dense trees. It was obviously the location of the martial soul mimicry training area. After taking a look at the Soul Master Academy, just as Uranium turned to leave, a fragrant breeze suddenly rushed from behind. In his perception, the owner of this fragrant breeze was in a hurry and did not seem to have any intention of dodging. Frowning slightly, Uranium had to move his body outside the door. It was strange, the door was so big, but he had to rush towards me. Uranium had just moved away, and a petite figure hurriedly stopped at his previous place, and then ignored Uranium beside him, turned around, and said to the back in a hurry, "Father, hurry up. Hey, girl, why are you in such a hurry so early in the morning? Maybe Lan Suo hasn't gotten up yet." A deep voice sounded helplessly from behind. Uran turned his head slightly, his eyes swept towards the middle-aged man who was walking slowly with firm steps. His eyes turned around and finally stopped at the badge on his chest. He saw the 5 swords symbol representing the strong soul sect, and the neat soul master uniform. He was obviously an officer from the Wuhan Hall. Wuhan Hall, he murmured in surprise in his heart, and turned his head again, looking at the purple-clothed woman standing not far away. The woman was probably in her early 20s, with a pretty face and a beautiful figure. Her body was a little petite, but her development was quite surprising. She was convex and concave. She was wearing a set of purple student clothes on her plump and mature body. It looked like a noble uniform. The woman had long black hair tied with a purple ribbon, and then fell to her buttocks. When she swung it, she gently slapped her round and perky buttocks. The slight low sound was like a cat's claw, constantly scratching the hearts of the men around who had some wrong eyes. However, what surprised Uranium the most was that there was an indescribable feeling on the other person. It was as if they had met before. Could it be that they had met somewhere? As if she had noticed Uranium's gaze, the woman turned her head slightly and looked at Uranium's ordinary clothes. She couldn't help but frown slightly, and after rolling her eyes at the latter, she waved to the reception desk next to the gate. "It's urgent." After that, she came to the small door and prepared to push it in. The next moment, a slightly harsh creaking sound came from inside the door. "Huh?" The woman immediately stepped back a few steps to let the people inside come out first. Although she was anxious, she also paid attention to the principle of first out and last in. But as the small door opened, a thin man carrying a backpack came into view, which made the woman's face change. As the door opened, a slightly thin man with black hair and ponytail stepped through the door. His eyes were wooden, and with light footsteps, he brushed past the woman and walked towards the street. Nothing was said. He did not even raise his eyes to look at the pretty woman beside him. Following the man's steps, there were several figures. 3 men and 1 woman, one of whom was an elderly man, and the others were all tall and straight, wearing purple student uniforms, and looked extraordinary. Tisk tisk, this genius is finally gone. One of the tall blue-haired men stood on the steps, looked at the other's lonely back, and laughed. That's right, this rubbish has occupied the resources of the academy for so many years, and his soul power has not improved at all. Now the whole province of Fresno knows that Erpaslinton Advanced Soul Master Academy has a famous genius, all thanks to him. Looking at the ponytailed young man who suddenly stopped on the street, another sturdy blonde young man suddenly raised his voice. Passers-by nearby stopped and looked. Ah, this rubbish has really brought shame to the academy. I dare not tell others that I am from the Purslington Advanced Soul Master Academy. The first question people ask is whether there is a genius named Kaing in our academy. Seeing the ponytailed young man called Kaing stiffen, the blonde young man raised his mouth slightly. If the vice president had not pitied him for being an orphan, this kind of rubbish would have been driven out of the academy long ago and left to fend for himself. How could he have the chance to stay in the academy and enjoy the high-level resources? Alice, how did the genius boy who was famous in Purslington in the past become so miserable now? Who knows, maybe the deaths of the Carterway brothers, as well as Teacher Lin and Teacher Lee, were related to him, and the gods were angry. The 2 young men said one after another, accompanied by sarcastic words, and Kaing, who was standing on the street, shook slightly. There were more people on the street, pointing at Kaing who was standing stiffly in place. Oh? Is this the famous genius? He looks very talented. Could it be that he killed the academy teacher? What a pity. I don't know what he did. I still remember this kid named Kaing. He was a level 33 soul master at the age of 13. He was a genius among geniuses. My child took him as a role model. Yes, 6 years have passed. Now he is 19 years old. He has regressed from level 33 soul power to level 31. Not to mention upgrading his soul power, he is lucky to be able to keep his soul master. The disdainful ridicule and regretful sighs from the surroundings fell into the ears of the young man, who stayed in place like a wooden stake. It was like a sharp thorn piercing his heart, making the young man's breathing slightly rapid. The young man slowly raised his head, revealing a handsome face. His dark eyes woodenly swept over the mocking peers and passers-by around him. The self-mockery at the corner of the young man's mouth seemed to become more bitter. Are these people so mean and powerful? Stop talking. Suddenly, a cold roar broke through the noisy street. Hearing the woman's shout, the nearby discussions became much quieter, and pairs of slightly fiery eyes were firmly locked on the woman's cheeks. Lin Weiner, the head of the academy. And as an auxiliary department, your soul power is the highest in the entire academy. Your future achievements are immeasurable. Hearing the waves of envy coming from the crowd, Lin Weiner's sight suddenly passed through the surrounding crowd and stopped on the lonely figure outside the crowd. Looking at the young man who was almost despised by everyone, The woman named Lin Weiner felt a slight twitch in her heart, and a strong sense of heartache and bitterness rose. Kai Ying, everyone, go away. There's nothing to see. Without thinking too much, Lin Weiner smiled and said to the crowd gathered around. When the crowd gradually dispersed, Lin Weiner rushed to Kai Ying's side without hesitation, stood side by side with him, and gently patted his shoulder. Kai Ying, it's okay. When she came to the young man, the woman paused. On her beautiful face, she actually showed an elegant smile that made the surrounding girls jealous. Thank you, Lin Weiner. Looking at the young man in front of her who had grown into the brightest pearl in the academy, Kai Ying said bitterly. Her attitude had never changed. Even though he had been down and out for many years, he still maintained his cheap dignity in front of outsiders. Kai Ying, thank you, it would be too distant. The woman shook her head and looked at Kai Ying gently. She originally brought her father, who is the secretary of the Wuhan Main Hall, here to ask the dean to let him drop out of school early, so that she could arrange for Kai Ying to work under the Wuhan Hall first, and to prevent people in the academy from ridiculing and laughing at him in front of him every day. She didn't want Kai Ying to continue to be stimulated. In the past, it was Kai Ying who protected her. Now it's her turn. Thinking of Kai Ying's current situation, Lin Weiner was furious. She slowly turned her head, her eyes filled with anger, and looked at the tall girl who had been pretending to be idle. She had obviously come very early, but she was still a step late. There is another chapter in 4K in the evening. Chapter 242, The Fish That Escaped the Nuclear Radiation. Uranium quietly watched the black-haired ponytailed young man standing there in a daze, not knowing what he felt. He could keenly sense the despair from the other person. It was like he had experienced great ups and downs, and felt sad about the hopelessness of future promotion and the unpredictable future. What surprised Uranium even more was that the other person's body had a familiar aura, just like the woman's. What is going on? The scene of the useless boyfriend being protected by the strong girlfriend did not amuse Uranium. The reason why he stayed here and did not leave was that he wanted to figure out the special throbbing that appeared on the stranger. This aura was very similar to his own. It was exactly the same. Could it be nuclear radiation? Suddenly, Uranium seemed to think of something, and his face changed immediately. If a normal person encountered a high concentration of this thing, he would probably be tortured to death. The treatment of soul masters can only treat the symptoms but not the root cause, and cannot go deep into the atomic level of treatment. Not to mention the DNA origin level. Even if there is the ability to change the origin of the treatment, it is not something that ordinary Soul Emperor Soul Saint level healing soul masters can achieve. No, there is not even any residual energy in them. It's strange. Who is so powerful that he can expel these radiation energies? Then, Uranium found something wrong. And the fluctuations where this energy stayed are exactly the same as mine. I'm afraid it has touched the place where I have been. That's fine. After standing there for a while, Uranium turned around and left without any hesitation. If the other party was in such a tragedy because of his own nuclear radiation residual energy, then he would intervene no matter what he said. But now in his eyes, there are two clean people. Except for the young man named Kai Ying, there is an invisible red vortex in his body, which has been absorbing the soul power in the other party's body. Uranium even secretly used the elemental pupil to take a look, and suddenly felt his scalp numb. He was also fortunate for the other party. If it weren't for his 3 soul rings being firmly connected to Kai Ying's life, otherwise the red vortex would have shattered the soul rings and absorbed all his soul power. That would not only be a soul master, but most likely he would be sucked into level 1 soul warrior and become a real waste. Interesting. When he left, Uranium's face was still calm. He had no intention of standing up for the other party, and he was too lazy to care about the life and death of strangers. Unless it was useful to him, or he felt guilty. He didn't want to do such a thankless task. The red vortex was a difficult guy to deal with. Since the other party could maintain the weak dignity of the soul master, let him live like this. Did the woman just say that she could ask her father to arrange a unit under the Wuhan Hall? Walking out of the street, Uranium looked around, and then strode towards the city gate at the west gate. After crossing several unfamiliar streets and asking for directions, more than 10 minutes later, Uranium finally saw the west gate facing the Star Dou Forest. Because it is close to the Soul Beast Forest, the surrounding area is quite prosperous. Soul Beast furs, medicinal herbs, and shops with a wide range of transactions are everywhere, just like a busy city. On the streets, Patrolling soldiers can be seen everywhere, and the bustling flow of people is constantly shuttling. Uranium glanced at the shops around him, and without stopping, he walked out of the west gate and headed towards the Star Forest. Zhu Huqing was still practicing in the hotel, and did not follow him into the Star Forest to explore. Because he knew that the Star Forest was not a place like the Sunset Forest, where there were no top soul beasts. There were top existences that were ranked among the top in the Douluo Continent today. 100,000-year soul beast. And there were 2 of them. Uranium was not confident that he could protect Zhu Huqing safely. Once a fight broke out, he would definitely use extraordinary combat skills. After entering the Star Forest, Uranium seemed to have regained his former feelings. However, this time, he no longer came to the Star Forest with a refuge attitude and an escapist mentality. He was now like a king returning. He still clearly remembered how many life-threatening moments he had encountered in this soul beast forest. He also remembered how powerless and desperate he was when facing a deadly environment. I really miss it. My past, my childhood, has always been spent in the Star Forest. Uranium chuckled, his eyes full of nostalgia. Picking a wildflower at random, Uranium slowly picked it up and held it in front of his eyes. It seemed that he wanted to see all his past from this wildflower. But now, I am different from the weak me. Even if 100,000-year soul beast comes, I can escape unscathed, not to mention a 10,000-year soul beast. He casually put the wildflower back to its original position, and his soul power slightly operated, flowing in the stem of the wildflower. Soon, the 2 ends that were originally broken were barely connected together. The vitality that had originally passed away once again barely bloomed its brilliance. Soul power is really omnipotent. Maybe someone will be infertile in the future, and soul power can also be used to clear blocked fallopian tubes and vas deferens, or activate sperm activity. Tut tut. Uranium laughed, and suddenly felt the fun of soul power. The terrain in the interior of the Xingdao Great Forest is very complex, and there is no road in the forest at all. The work of opening the road naturally fell on Uranium himself. Using his soul power, a gray wave appeared on Uranium's arm, and his aura extended like a blade of light. He waved his right arm casually, cutting the thorns in front of him, without affecting his speed at all. Nuclear Light Blade, a soul-bone soul skill with no cooling, but it consumes soul power to use. Just like the spring breeze that comes with Tang San's blue-silver emperor leg bone, it is a passive and active soul skill. Because of his confidence in his own strength, Uranium did not deliberately improve his hearing and vision to the strongest state. As powerful as he is, he no longer needs to move forward cautiously. The Academy once specifically taught about the knowledge of wild soul beasts. Wild soul beasts are extremely aggressive, and they hate humans who improve their strength by killing them. The most terrifying thing is that among wild soul beasts, some are clustered, that is, it is very likely to encounter a group of powerful wild soul beasts. In this case, unless the Soul Master himself is amazingly powerful, it will be difficult to resist. However, although I have great strength, I still have to maintain a basic respect for life. My previous state of wanting to destroy all living things is a lesson for me. I only need to take away the soul beasts I need. Soon, he encountered soul beasts. And it was a group of soul beasts. Uranium stopped moving forward. He was the first to discover this group of soul beasts. They were a group of wind wolves. This kind of soul beast is slightly larger in size, has strong attack power, and is a soul beast with a strong sense of revenge. Generally, they act in groups. However, this group of wind wolves is obviously only a few decades old, and the leader is only a little over 100 years old. There is no danger to him. The wind wolves have a very sensitive sense of smell. At this distance, they have obviously discovered him, but they did not show any expression. Obviously, they have no interest in him. Even after sensing the terrifying soul power fluctuations of Uranium, as Uranium moved forward calmly, they still faintly shook a little, as if they were discussing something. Soon, when they saw Uranium taking another step closer, they fled in all directions and disappeared into the woods. The Xingdao Great Forest is so dense that it is not an exaggeration to describe it as blocking out the sun. It is not easy to see the sun in the forest. He walked forward for about an hour, and it was already noon. In the past hour, he has encountered many soul beasts, but most of them are 10 or 100 years old. After encountering soul beasts, most of them avoid Uranium and do not directly conflict. Occasionally, some blind souls come to die, and his pupil technique directly solves the problem. Of course, he did not kill these soul beasts, but just controlled them for a while. After they left a distance, the pupil technique was naturally lifted. This place is still outside the Xingdao Great Forest. High-level soul beasts are rare and relatively safe. His goal is to help Zhu Huqing hunt a suitable 10,000-year soul beast, so he needs to go deeper. The deeper he goes, the more dangerous it is. Moreover, he does not require ordinary 10,000 years or 20,000 years. At least 50,000 years, 7 or 8,000 years after being downgraded, or even 10,000 years, are worthy of Zhu Huqing's fourth soul ring. After a short rest, drinking some water and eating something, Uranium continued to move forward. At this time, the sky had gradually darkened. The air in the Xingdao Great Forest was moist, and the rich fragrance of plants made people feel refreshed. If it weren't for the soul beasts that were everywhere, perhaps this place would be a paradise on earth. However, just one day was obviously not enough to reach the depths of the forest. After walking for a day, Uranium found a place to camp at random. Nothing happened overnight. After a night of rest, his energy was restored to its best condition. The next morning, Uranium began his process of continuing to go deeper into the forest. Because his speed was very fast and there were no soul beasts that could stop him, if he encountered a roadblock, he would directly open the radiation eye and use the pupil technique to let the other party leave by themselves. Soon, after 3 days of travel, Uranium came to the depths of the forest. Soul beasts have become so few, it's only been 8 years. Uranium looked at the rather depressed scene in the depths of the forest and sighed. He still remembered that in this deep environment, there were 1,000-year-old soul beasts everywhere, and even tens of thousands of years were not uncommon. But at this moment, in his perception, there was no previous bustle at all. Have they all been killed? Standing there for a long time, Uranium smiled bitterly and prepared to move on. He was part of the soul beast killing team, so how could he talk about such ridiculous mercy? His current compassion was as false as crocodile tears. At this moment, suddenly, the bitter smile on Uranium's face disappeared instantly, and an extremely cold breath spewed out from him. 5 soul rings, accompanied by a snort from Uranium, began to appear. 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black. A 15-year-old soul king is so terrifying. Something is coming. Uranium raised his head with a serious expression and looked at the bright sky. It seemed that a black spot suddenly appeared in the air and was getting closer and closer. Damn! It's you again. Such a familiar scene immediately made Uranium's calmness disappear. With Uranium's eyesight, it was easy to see what the black spot that was getting closer and closer was. A huge stone tablet fell from the sky. Titan giant ape. Uranium gritted his teeth and uttered these words from between his teeth. The familiar experience reappeared. Uranium seemed to relive the past again. At that time, he was also like this. A huge rock fell from the sky and hit him not far away. It was obvious that he could be killed by a little more accuracy, but the other party deliberately deviated. On the stone tablet, the other party clearly wrote a few words with his finger. Humans leave here. That was a very humiliating memory. Following the parabola, Uranium could clearly see that the point where the huge rock fell was not on him, but around him. A strong pressure from the soul beast suddenly appeared from a distance. Moreover, in Uranium's perception, the Titan giant ape was getting closer and closer. After sensing Uranium's familiar breath appearing in the Star Dou Great Forest again, it came to the naked eye. The huge rock was within reach. With a whistling wind pressure, Uranium could already see that the handwriting on the stone tablet was exactly the same as before. Do you still regard me as the once very weak soul master? Somehow, facing the humiliating memories in his heart again, Uranium suddenly calmed down. Then let me show you my heyday. The latest novel is published on the 69th Book Forum. A mocking sneer appeared on the corner of Uranium's mouth. Zhawaludo. Time, stop. Soul bone, world, time stops. As the space twisted, the fierce wind pressure suddenly lost all its potential energy. The huge stone tablet was forcibly stopped from moving, and stayed in the air. It was close at hand. The fierce roar that the Titan ape was about to make was forcibly stopped. The swaying leaves, the flying dust, everything, was under the power of Uranium. Stop. The next moment, Uranium jumped high. Energy began to gather on the right leg. The 4th soul ring lit up. Then, a volley kick fell down with a terrifying momentum. Time continued to turn. The huge soul power fluctuation suddenly appeared in the Titan ape's perception. Boom! In the air, there was a brilliant explosion. The boulder exploded. The debris flew everywhere. The Titan ape suddenly exploded while sensing the air, and his huge face was slightly stunned. Click! Uranium landed lightly without a trace of dust on his body. It was as if an invisible force isolated everything. It's not good enough. But it makes me feel much more comfortable. A cold voice sounded in the woods. He was waiting for the Titan ape to approach. The other party was still some distance away. At this moment, on the other side, in the city of Delanok, Kayang entered a huge building. The main hall of the martial spirit. Under the arrangement of Lin Weiner's father, Kayang chose a clerical job and started today's schedule, data sorting, and daily summary. Hey, handsome guy, good morning. People greeted Kayang along the way. After leaving the academy, Kayang suddenly found that in fact, not so many people knew him. They didn't know that Kayang was a loser who couldn't level up for 6 years and even regressed in spirit power. It was like scaring himself, always thinking that everyone knew it. Although it was only a few days of work, Kayang felt unexpectedly comfortable. The people here were very enthusiastic and spoke well, and he liked it very much. After all, he still admitted his past failures under the pressure of real life. He used to be a genius, famous throughout the academy. At the age of 13, he was a level 33 soul master with full innate spirit power, and even became famous in the academy joint competition. Originally, he thought that this smooth life would continue. But the life after that was a nightmare that woke him up. A trip to the Star Dou Forest, 7 people went, and only 3 came back. 1 teacher and 2 students. It was the broken-armed teacher Lin Feng, Kayang, and Lin Weiner. Originally, this was nothing, because getting spirit rings and encountering top spirit beasts, being able to escape back was already good enough, and the dean did not blame them, because all these were uncertain factors. But after that, the surviving teacher Lin Feng began to have a low fever. If there was uranium present, it would be found that the radiation energy in Lin Feng's body had accumulated a lot. The reason was that he had fought with a radiation titan giant ape for a period of time in a place with dense radiation. This radiation energy soon affected some teachers and students. Soul King Lin Feng, Teacher Lin, became a radioactive source that could emit radiation. Because his concentration was too deep, he died within a few days. In the academy, after the dean noticed something was wrong, he immediately isolated all the teachers and students with symptoms. Not long after, these people also entered the same situation as Teacher Lin, but the difference was sooner or later. It can be said that the second blow caused by returning to the academy this time almost caused the academy to close down. Many people died. Strangely, Loss also fell asleep. But there was one thing that made everyone very strange. Kayang and Lin Weiner only had a little in the early stage, but there were no symptoms afterwards. There was not even a high fever or a low fever, or red skin, as had happened to Teacher Lin. Why are you okay? What exactly is your talking spirit? What are you hiding? Naturally, all the accusations were directed at the surviving Kayang. He certainly could not expose the existence of lust. Before it fell asleep, it said that it could not be revealed, so for such a sharp topic, he could only choose to use his own words to defend himself. His hesitant words were met with cold stares. Everyone with a discerning eye could see that he was lying. Things were getting more and more fermented. Kayang became famous in the city, but it was not a good reputation. Rumors began to spread in the academy that he had killed the teacher. This was a vent of anger. A small number of rational people knew that Kayang could not be blamed for the deaths in the academy, and that the terrifying, poisonous spirit beast was the top priority, but most of them were ordinary people who had their heads hot because of this incident. Among them might be spirit masters who had lost their loved ones. Although the vice president took all the responsibility for him, whether it was compensation or something else, it was all borne by the vice president. However, the people who survived in the academy were still very dissatisfied with him and would mock him from time to time. Kayang could swear that it was not him who killed the students and teachers, but he became the outlet for their anger. As his soul power began to disappear and his level gradually declined, rumors of the god's anger began to spread in the academy. With the protection of the vice president, he could study normally in the academy. Until one day, the vice president died of illness. Dong dong dong. Suddenly, a knocking sound woke Kayang from his memories. Huh? It's so boring. I actually started to recall it again. Everyone knows that I have my own reasons for not being able to say it. Why don't you let me go? Kaing wiped the sweat from his forehead with a sigh. Only those brainless people will blame you. Don't worry. Few people in Delenag City pay attention to your deeds. Don't treat the academy as the whole world. Start to live a good life in the future. Lin Wanner stood by the counter, listening quietly to Kaing's murmurs, and said comfortingly. Indeed. The more famous Kaing was and the greater his prestige was, the greater the humiliation he brought to these arrogant students. They had long forgotten about teacher Lin, let alone taking their anger out on him. Their thoughts were simple. Why should a piece of trash who couldn't even upgrade his soul power always enjoy the resources of the core students? Why shouldn't it be them? It's time to start work. I'll wait for you at Yaksuan when you're done. Lin Wanner pointed to the time and said with a smile. Yet, Kaing nodded. Today is another 9 to 5 life as a civil servant in the Spirit Hall. I broke my promise. I wanted to write 4K words to barely break 10,000 a day, but I wrote 5.5K words. Alice, it's uncomfortable and I'm ashamed. It's equivalent to 12,000 words. How should I put it? Reality is more outrageous than fiction. When I was writing this incident, I took a look at similar things in modern society. There are no logics and outrageous things everywhere. I probably borrowed from one of them and made some corrections. I hope you don't mind. In addition, you must be able to see that this is a play on Dupo. I remember that when Kaing appeared, the writer said that Yao Lost often appeared. If you are interested, you can look through the previous chapters. The chapter name is Visitors to the Camp. These chapters are considered to be the pit. Finally, don't worry that I will write routine articles. I know you must be tired of it, and so am I, so. Let you have a bottom line in your heart. Don't worry, I am not the kind of person who relies on face-slapping routines to write novels. But I have some things to write after all. After all, I have 600,000 words. Others have used this routine over and over again many times. This is the first time I use it. It's the first time, and there is no face-slapping. Well, understand me. I won't write annoying routines, so feel free to subscribe. I will continue to write 10,000 words a day tomorrow. Chapter 243 Nuclear Kick vs. Ultimate Fist. Duang. Duang. The deep footsteps echoed in the distance. But after a certain distance, the footsteps suddenly disappeared. There was no sign, and the surroundings were terribly quiet. The next moment, in the direction where Uranium was looking, 2 tall trees suddenly slowly separated to the sides, and a huge figure walked out silently. Seeing this big guy, Uranium's eyes narrowed slightly. He couldn't bear to use a nuclear explosion kick to end this big guy. Although he had never seen the Titan ape before, the humiliation brought to him by the other party had been fully displayed on the stone. But it was Xiao Wu's friend, and it was not guilty of death. At this moment, in front of Uranium, there was a mountain-like existence. The dark hair on the whole body flashed a faint luster under the slightly dazzling sun. Although it was on all fours, the height of its shoulders was definitely more than 7 meters. If it stood upright, I'm afraid it would be more than 15 meters away. It was a little lower than the radiation titan ape he had faced before, but the threat this big guy brought to Uranium was far greater than that radiation titan ape. 100,000-year soul beast. From the outside, this is a being that looks like both an ape and a chimpanzee. Except for a pair of lantern-sized eyes that shimmered like citron, its entire body was extremely black. The body of this big guy was really too majestic, so majestic to an incredible degree. Not only was its body huge, but every part of its body was covered with muscles that were more terrifying than granite, protruding like a small hill. If I can kick it to pieces, I'm afraid these muscles will explode like fireworks, right? Uranium thought darkly. One man and one ape, facing each other. The atmosphere around them was somewhat solidified. Swoosh, a light sound suddenly sounded from the back of Uranium's right hand. A gray and ancient aura with flowing light began to extend along the arm. Finally, it condensed into a sword without a blade. Roar the Titan ape ignored Uranium's combat readiness action, it just made a simple action. It took a step forward. Although it was only one step, with its majestic body, this one-step difference had already shortened the distance with Uranium. Come on. Uranium took a deep breath, the second soul ring on its body shone brightly, and rushed towards the Titan ape. Extreme nuclear energy reaction, even if the radiation field is not activated, still has a 50% increase in speed, 50% strength, and a significant increase in dynamic vision, as well as a state of rapid recovery of physical injuries. In a short moment, the tyrannical energy fluctuations were suddenly released, and Uranium took advantage of a towering tree next to it to fly into the air, swung it up with one hand, and rushed straight to the Titan ape without sparing soul power. At the same time, in mid-air, the nuclear energy light blade in Uranium's right hand suddenly extended dozens of meters. Like a straight sword. Boom. Visibly, a layer of black air waves erupted on the Titan ape's body, and the condensed black light suddenly expanded outward, blocking Uranium's light blade like a solid entity. Seeing that his new soul skill didn't work, Uranium's face became slightly solemn. The Titan ape, watching Uranium falling from the sky and rushing straight towards him, didn't move at all, and even had a hint of sarcasm on the huge ape's face. Uranium's eyesight was so good that the Titan ape's expression changes naturally. However, he couldn't use the force in midair, so he could only bite the bullet and cross the light blade across his chest. He seemed to have seen the possibility of the Titan ape's counterattack next. This is an extremely mysterious intuition. At the moment when Uranium was about to approach, it also moved. It instantly burst out with a speed that was completely disproportionate to its body, and rushed straight to Uranium in the air, and ignored the extremely sharp nuclear light blade that was protecting Uranium. Uranium clearly felt that when the Titan ape pounced on him, everything around him became solemn. His body seemed to be as heavy as if it was filled with lead, and the speed that was originally like a fleeting light suddenly dropped, and everything in front of him seemed to be slightly distorted. Domain. This is the power of the domain. The Titan giant ape swung its huge fist, and Uranium could clearly feel that all the earth elements in the surrounding air were condensed in this punch. Feeling this fatal punch, Uranium felt that his scalp was about to explode. His extremely keen perception told him that if he took this punch head-on, his whole body would definitely explode. Damn, the 100,000-year soul beast is really hard to deal with. It is worthy of being the monster at the top of the Douluo pyramid. Cursing in his heart, Uranium did not choose to dodge this punch, but slightly changed his posture. The fourth soul ring lit up. Huh? In mid-air, Uranium's right leg began to burn. Red, blue, purple, countless energies began to gather. Time seemed to slow down. The huge ape face of the Titan giant ape suddenly changed, as if it was afraid of the energy displayed by Uranium at this moment, and it seemed to have made some kind of determination. The black air wave condensed into a solid on its huge fist. And then, its extremely huge body also changed color. The extremely dignified black luster covered the whole body, and even the yellow-orange eyes were covered by the black light. Its momentum suddenly rose to the peak. It moved forward without hesitation, like a black meteor. Nuclear kick. Uranium gritted its teeth and squeezed out these three words from its teeth. In contrast, the brightness of Uranium's fourth soul ring increased to the maximum. Suddenly, waves of terrifying aura began to ripple around. The big trees around were shaking without wind. Although it was only a single energy addition, this extremely terrifying pressure still produced a very huge soul power fluctuation. One person, one ape, finally collided. Boom. A terrifying momentum that seemed to be collapsing and splitting the sky and the earth spread out from the battlefield. The energy condensed by the momentum directly condensed from Uranium, like a substance, and shook it around and into the sky. Everything around, the ancient trees, the vegetation, and the stream water were all shattered or directly evaporated. Almost at this moment, throughout the Dou Great Forest, countless sleeping soul beasts suddenly woke up, opened their eyes, and looked towards the location of Uranium and Titan giant ape. Instinct fear emerged in their eyes of different sizes. Whether it was people or soul beasts, they were all like this. Dou Great Forest, on the edge of a huge lake in the core center. At this time, a huge figure suddenly emerged from the lake, and the water flowed. This monster has a bull head and a snake body. The head alone is at least more than 4 meters long and is extremely huge. The big eyes like two lanterns are shining, connected to the huge snake body that is black and blue and several times thicker than a water tank. This soul beast is the Azure Bull Python. This power. Second brother, who did you fight with? Well, no, this breath. The Azure Bull Python's tone suddenly became suspicious. In his perception, the breath that fought with his second brother was very familiar. It was that human. How is it possible? He has only been out of the forest for a year, and he has become so strong? Impossible. He can force out the second brother's ultimate punch. It is impossible for a titled Douluo to do this. A solemn look appeared in the huge eyes of the sky blue bull python. He suddenly regretted not killing this unknown human in the forest. But at that time, considering that if the human died, at least 1/5 of the entire Xingdao Great Forest would fall into dead silence, and even the center of the lake would be affected, so he didn't do it after all. At this time, among the fierce beasts sleeping and absorbing the Xianmeng ice silkworm, the closest huge figure suddenly opened his eyes. The cold light flashed, and the huge pupils flashed with a light of thought. But the next moment, he slowly closed his eyes again. A punch and a kick solidified in midair. Crack! A terrifying crack suddenly appeared on the ground. Boom! It was like a silent world gradually ignited by light. An inconspicuous milky white shock wave appeared from a small dot in the center of the battlefield until it turned into a circular ring-shaped shock wave. It pushed forward in all directions. At this moment, the clothes on Uranium's upper body were torn inch by inch. His strong body and countless blood vessels were bright and bright, as if they would explode at any time. Endless light. Endless heat. Start burning. Whoosh! Suddenly, two figures, one big and one small, flew backwards from the center of the battlefield, the hot crystal land that produced the terrifying haze. A not-so-big mushroom cloud followed the soul power fluctuation that soared into the sky. The next moment it rose slowly, the radioactive haze swept across the entire mess. Bang! The power of the recoil also instantly sent Uranium flying hundreds of meters away. The Titan giant ape's extreme fist almost blew up Uranium, which was kicked over with a nuclear explosion, on the spot and turned it into minced meat. Puff! As soon as he landed, Uranium couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of reverse blood. The bright red blood fell into the sky, like a red crystal. Ahem, as expected, when you get excited, it's easy to get into trouble. Ahem, I see it doesn't really want to fight. Well, forget it, the purpose of showing off my martial power has been achieved, so that when I go to get the spirit ring later, it won't come over to cause trouble. After a few light coughs, Uranium turned over with difficulty, breathing heavily. He just wanted to slightly spar with him. If he really wanted to kill the big guy in front of him, he would not allow the other party to use defense or counterattack spirit skills. Directly stop time and add double energy nuclear explosion kick, even the ashes were scattered. Am I really a human? I am just a soul king, but I already have the ability to kill 100,000-year soul beast. And I deliberately restrained this. Such a question suddenly flashed through Uranium's mind. If he didn't still have expectations for this world, if it weren't for the bond between a group of people that made him kind, otherwise with this terrifying destructive power, he would become, in the true sense, the end of the world. It's okay. Although the injury is serious, the internal breath is disordered, and there are signs of displacement of the internal organs, but the Titan ape must be more seriously injured. It feels better. I wanted to do this before. After calming down the breath and the body, Uranium slowly stood up with the help of the ground, looking at the Titan ape still flying in the air in the distance, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Bang! The huge monster fell to the ground with a bang. However, it fell to the ground without any resistance. The low roar of the beast suddenly broke out, and the burning pain that seemed to burn all over the body evaporated its emotions to the extreme. A faint meaty fragrance gradually began to float. The latest novel is published on the 69th book bar. If you don't consider the radiation energy of the nuclear explosion kick, then the high temperature of 10,000 degrees at close range is something that no one or any soul beast can resist. Uranium slowly raised his hand, ignoring the Titan giant ape that seemed to be roasted, and stretched his arm to the center of the battle. The third soul skill, Energy Absorption Aura, was activated. The radiation field began to absorb. In a moment, the nuclear explosion cloud, radioactive dust, and particle ray flow were all absorbed. Except for the messy ground and the crystal land where the residual heat had not dissipated. With his upper body naked, Uranium slightly tidied up his messy silver long hair, and walked towards the Titan giant ape who fell to the ground and tried his best to repair his body with soul power. He felt that he had a great fight, and he hadn't felt so good for a long time. Fortunately, you used the black light wave to protect your body, otherwise you would not have been thrown out, but turned into ashes on the spot when you touched it. As the voice sounded, Uranium kicked the Titan giant ape that collapsed on the ground, stimulating it with severe pain and pulling its consciousness back. Indeed, the opponent's 100,000-year soul beast is indeed a strong man at the top of the pyramid of Douluo Continent. But uranium is not a native of Douluo Continent. And what he used was not an ordinary soul skill. This soul skill is called nuclear kick. Damn human. The deep and low voice sounded, and the Titan ape, who had closed his eyes because of pain, opened his eyes at some point, and his eyes, as bright as yellow crystals, flashed with anger like a landslide. But unlike the anger on the surface, at this moment, Erming's heart was filled with endless sadness. As the king of the forest, it would actually die here and be killed by humans. It seemed that he saw through the Titan ape's bluff. It was obviously just a soul beast that had never even come into contact with humans, but it still wanted to pretend in front of him. Uranium chuckled, bent down, and patted the other party's huge ape face. Congratulations, you saved your life. I didn't want to kill you in the first place. Who asked you to throw the stone tablet with words on it at me? So, just take it as a lesson for you. The palm that patted the other party's ape face, vaguely, a blue light flashed, and instantly sank into the other party's body. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards another forest. His second goal has been achieved. Test his top combat power. And, give the opponent a space coordinate of the fifth soul skill. He can detect the location of this coordinate at any time, such as approaching or moving away. Even if the opponent wants to kill him, this coordinate can also be used to locate the nuclear missile. Although uranium's Dongfang Express is not particularly strong, as an express delivery industry, it is still the core of the core for the mission. Seeing uranium going away, the angry Titan giant ape was powerless to close his eyes, recalling the humiliating words in his mind, and could not help but hammer the ground angrily. Bang! The earth shook. For the first time, it felt that its strength was not as strong as it imagined. Even a mere Soul King is not the opponent of the opponent. The power of the nuclear explosion kick is not comparable to the ordinary soul skills of Douluo Continent. The general level 80 strong attack system Soul Master may not be able to hurt this Titan giant ape. At that time, Zhao Wuji, who was at level 76, was thrown away by the Titan ape in a few moves, but the Titan ape was fine. This was the state when Zhao Wuji activated his martial soul. I'm so angry. The Titan ape looked at the gradually fading smell of a cooked meat on his body, roared a few times, and felt a little drowsy. If he continued to fight like this, he would be burned into a big piece of meat sooner or later. Although it was a bit honest, it was not stupid. It knew that once 100,000-year soul beast died, it would definitely produce 100,000-year soul ring and 100,000-year soul bone. The opponent actually gave up the 100,000-year soul bone that was right in front of him. Obviously, there was a special reason. Even the kick just now did not seem to be the opponent's full strength. Because this was only the fourth soul skill, the fifth soul skill of that human was useless. When Erming thought that his hard-trained limit punch could not beat the human soul master who did not use his full strength, he could not help but feel sad and angry. After a while, with Erming's body's self-healing ability, he quickly recovered to his original appearance, but his hair was burned off, and he was bald. As the cold wind blew, Erming couldn't help shivering. After a short rest, Erming dragged his tired body and walked slowly towards the center of the lake deep in the forest. The battlefield was extremely messy and full of debris, leaving only Erming's lonely back gradually fading away. At night, the silver moon was hanging high. The clear bird song of the nightingale kept echoing in the forest, and against it was the sound of the bonfire burning on the ground. Because the broken branches were a little wet, the orange-yellow bonfire kept crackling. In the bright firelight, Uranium lay on the ground, quietly writing today's diary with a quill pen. April 15th, sunny today. I beat up the Titan giant ape Erming, and I felt very comfortable. Although I was a little worried that he would call people to beat me up, I was not worried. At worst, I could stop time and run away. 5 seconds of time stop is enough for me to run far away. I couldn't find a suitable 10,000-year soul beast, which was annoying. I felt that today's battle was too powerful. Many soul beasts ran away and I didn't know where they were. I wanted to formulate a new combat system. I always felt that the level system of Soul Master's Soul Ring could only reflect a person's level, not the overall combat power. As a Soul King, if I use all my strength, I can kill a title Douluo. I feel that my mental power has improved again. Maybe I have solved the knot that was once dominated by the Titan Giant Ape. The radiated Titan Giant Ape and the normal Titan Giant Ape Erming were all nightmares in my childhood. Now I should be close to the mental power of the title Douluo at level 91. It seems that I don't have any knots in my heart. I either beat them all or killed them all. Oh, yes, there was also a crazy soul beast. I don't know who did it. After I became stronger, I never met it again. If I have the chance in the future, I must crush the mastermind behind it. After writing, Uranium put the diary back with satisfaction. I casually put it under my head and slowly closed my eyes. Beside the campfire, with a bright moonlight covering his body, he fell asleep peacefully under the bright moonlight. But in the far distance, the azure bull python lurking in the center of the lake suddenly trembled, as if it had a bad premonition. The crazy soul beast was once driven by it in order to drive humans out of the forest. What it did not expect was that the ordinary soul beasts went crazy after being driven into another more terrifying existence territory by the 100,000-year soul beast. There will be another update in the evening. Before 12 o'clock, I took a look at Douluo II and Douluo II, and found that the 100,000-year soul beast was just the starting point. Well, the power of the nuclear explosion kick symbolizes the highest technological achievement of nuclear weapons in modern society. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244, The Prototype of the Challenge Level System. On the second morning, Uranium got up early. Although Uranium saw this scene every day in the forest in the early morning, no matter how many times it repeated, the feeling brought by the appearance of light would still shock his heart. The sun's light dispelled the darkness. It means that a new day has come. His goal today is to find a suitable 10,000-year soul beast, preferably a cat. No, a cat soul beast. For example, tigers and leopards are acceptable. She needs a soul skill for frontal combat now. It can't be as consuming as the soul skill of the dark bloodthorn cat. Moreover, the space slash that comes with this soul skill is too harmful. If you are not careful, it will cost lives. Walking in the forest, Uranium thought secretly. It's not good to have a soul skill that is too strong. Being strong means that it can't be used as a conventional means, but can only be used as a conservative trump card. Just like him, one hand nuclear explosion kick and the other hand nuclear missile punch can't be used. Then you can only rely on extraordinary speed and strength. But Zuzhuking couldn't learn from him. He had 3 megatom radiation eyes as a foundation for his physical fitness, so he could show his strength to crush everyone without soul skills. Zuzhuking's first 2 soul rings were ordinary, and he didn't have innate full soul power, nor was he a top-grade martial soul, nor did he have twin martial souls. No one could tell how many years the Xingdao Great Forest had existed in Douluo Continent. But after walking into the depths of the forest, the dense forest that covered the sky and the sun was enough to tell people how long it had existed. As he went deeper and deeper, from a distance, Uranium vaguely felt bursts of fresh air blowing from the front, and the smell with the fragrance of plants was refreshing. It was indescribably comfortable. Taking a deep breath of fresh air, all 36,000 pores in the body seemed to be stretched out, and the feeling was indescribably comfortable. The tall trees nearby were at least more than 30 meters, and this was just the boundary between the periphery and the depths. There was no path at all in the dense forest, and the shadows of the trees were so heavy that the real scene could not be seen. In fact, I might choose a ghost tiger. The original book has a practical soul skill called Nether Shadow Clone. As a sensitive attack type, she is not the type to confront the strong attack type head-on. This kind of interference skill might be useful. After thinking for a moment, Uranium gave up thinking. Although there are many soul beasts in the Xingdao Great Forest, it depends entirely on luck to encounter a suitable soul beast. Moreover, even if he wants to think of it, he has to decide based on the actual situation. What if there is a better one? Crossing the open woodland, Uranium continued to go deeper into the forest. The air became more comfortable, as if the temperature had dropped a few degrees. The refreshing feeling with the fragrance of moist soil constantly stimulated his sense of smell. I need a new level system. Soul power and soul rings are not accurate enough. For example, the protagonist can fight 1 ring higher without any pressure. Some special soul masters can also show their fighting power against a group of people under certain circumstances. Just like the Moon Silver Blade martial soul Diana, once entering a battle, this kind of sharpness is not something that ordinary people can resist, and it is even more powerful in the moonlight environment. Uranium recalled the girl named Diana. What surprised him was that the other party also had silver hair and a ponytail. If there were no differences in their eyebrows and eyes, no similarities in their temperaments, and the strangeness of their martial souls, he would probably think that she was his biological sister. The level system needs an anchor point to determine the cornerstone, just like the Arabic numerals 0 and 1, so what should I use to determine it? However, what is certain is that this level system should be applicable to me. Since there are not many high-level 10,000-year soul beasts in this area, Uranium has time to think about this matter. If he waits to a more dangerous area, he will have to prepare himself wholeheartedly. After all, there are more than just animal soul beasts in the forest. There are also plant types that can't move. If you get attacked by surprise, that's not comfortable. Why not just use myself? Suddenly, Uranium seemed to have thought of something. If the normal state of his 3 megatom radiation eyes is level 1, then after the extreme nuclear energy reaction is turned on, it will be level 1.5, or even level 2. And when he is ready to use the nuclear explosion kick, the level will increase again, but the span between the two is too large, so it can't be determined by a simple 1 and 2. However, it is foreseeable that because the attack power of the nuclear explosion kick is too strong, its level will be before it is determined. It means infinite. However, this can only be determined for frontal combat. Forget about the auxiliary type level system. Just focus on the frontal combat first, and don't consider other fancy things. Uranium casually cut up branches with a nuclear energy light blade, and kept moving forward. Oh, by the way, I also have single energy, no energy, double energy, and triple energy nuclear explosion kicks that can be adjusted at will. So if there is an opponent that I cannot defeat even after using my second soul skill, then I can only use nuclear explosion kick. How about this? Buff soul skills of the gain type are counted as an increase within 1. For example, the extreme nuclear energy reaction is 0.5 level. In this case, in normal state, I am challenge level 1. After activating the second soul skill extreme nuclear energy reaction, the challenge level is 1.5. If I can use the burst kick, then the challenge level is 2. Single energy nuclear explosion kick, challenge level 3. Double energy nuclear explosion kick, challenge level 4. Triple energy mixed nuclear explosion kick, challenge level 5. Although it is a bit simple and crude, for Uranium, it is indeed a good way to determine the combat effectiveness of his opponent and make a comprehensive analysis, similar to hindsight. After all, for him, either he can beat him or he can't. If he can beat him, there is no point in analyzing it. If he can't beat him, he can't analyze it accurately. The latest novel is first published on 69 Shuba. But Uranium is confident that in terms of combat power, there is no rival in front of him. So there will be no enemy that he cannot defeat. According to this challenge level, Erming, the 100,000-year-old soul beast titan giant ape, is just an opponent with a challenge level of 2-3. And Xiaoxu in the soul beast stage is above challenge level 4. Uranium even suspects that the 3-energy nuclear explosion kick will not work for Xiaoxu, who can escape into another space at any time and has a strong ability to survive. In other words, it is estimated that the probability is at challenge level 5. I'll trick Jinriksu into turning the Shandao Royal Academy into a modern university. Maybe after she takes down the Shandao Empire, the aristocratic admission system will be cancelled, and I'll just simplify this challenge level and throw it in. Set up an inner courtyard, outer courtyard, core students, seed students and the like. The promotion assessment will depend on who is the strongest at the same challenge level and who will be promoted. It feels a bit old-fashioned to think this way. It feels like the same as other fantasy novels. There's nothing new. It's better to develop in many aspects. There will always be people who are not good at fighting. We can do some civilian training. It's impossible for a person who fights to know all the knowledge. Intellectuals are the core productivity these days. One restriction is that if you want to be promoted to the inner courtyard, you must have certain grades in liberal arts. If you are promoted to core student, then your science cannot be bad. Let the Douluo people feel the beating from the 9-year compulsory education in modern society. Just as Uranium continued to daydream, suddenly, a tiger roar broke his plans for the future. Damn. You're looking for death? Uranium's face suddenly became gloomy. There is still a 3K chapter. I feel that it is better to use 2K chapters in the future. What do you think? Although each chapter is short, It is still quite exciting to read 5 chapters a day. Although the number of words is the same, it is not as exciting to read 2 chapters a day. Chapter 245, 10,000-Year Soul Beast Shadow Tiger. A low roar and a faint fishy smell filled the air, and the woods on the left swayed as if there was a strong wind blowing. Clouds come from dragons, and winds come from tigers. It should be a tiger-type soul beast. Uranium made a calm judgment. At this moment, after confirming his own combat effectiveness, he was fully prepared for the battle that would happen next. As soon as the voice fell, a colorful tiger had already jumped out of the woods and landed steadily on the ground. It was a tiger with a pitch-black body. Not only was there no king pattern on its forehead, but even its eyes and 4 claws were all black. Its body length exceeded 5 meters, and its shoulder height was about 2 meters. Although its body was huge, it was extremely agile. Judging from the appearance of the soul beast's cultivation, the higher the cultivation of soul beasts below 10,000 years, the larger the size. After more than 10,000 years, it will gradually become smaller. Of course, there are some exceptions, such as some particularly powerful or particularly weak soul beasts, which do not follow this special behavior. The black tiger in front of him can be seen at a glance that the cultivation is between 30 and 50,000 years, which is just right. Roar. The deep roar continued to sound. The tiger bared its sharp teeth, and its bloodthirsty eyes stared at Uranium. I don't know why. Why do I feel that this tiger is like a black man in the dark night who suddenly shows his white teeth? His whole body is black, but his teeth are very white. Uranium couldn't help but complain. He was extremely confident in his own strength, and he had this confidence. It seemed that it felt Uranium's malicious gaze, and the black tiger moved instantly. In a series of afterimages, it had already pounced, and its target was Uranium's fragile head. Soul beasts of this age have already been able to understand what human soul masters say. Obviously, Uranium's tone that was similar to mockery just now made the other party have no intention of holding back. It's just right, I'm too lazy to go find you. Although this black tiger is very fast, it is obviously not enough to see under Uranium's dynamic vision. With a light shout, Uranium's figure suddenly blurred. Uranium chose to attack without hesitation instead of retreating. Bang! The soul beast appeared directly at the place where Uranium was just now, and the tiger claw swept across and slapped directly on Uranium's residual image. Humph! It turned out to be Shadow Tiger. Although its speed is not very fast, it is powerful and accurate. It seems to be a soul beast of the same type as Zuzuking's nether spirit cat martial soul. Almost at the moment when Shadow Tiger appeared at Uranium's original position, Uranium's voice also sounded behind Shadow Tiger. As a Sharingan mutant martial soul with both agility and spiritual attributes, after taking Yaohong Xian Renju, which focuses on speed, the Radiation Eye's mental reaction and movement efficiency at this moment completely surpassed this 50,000-year-old soul beast. If converted to soul masters, it is probably at the speed of a top-level agility attack soul Douluo, or a strong attack type title Douluo who is not good at running. The reason is that 3 Magatama awakenings are equivalent to 3 awakenings of the main martial soul, which means 3 speed increases. If he awakens the main Gekyo Sharingan, his speed will be even higher. This is the natural advantage of the Sharingan, which is completely different from the other main body spirits. When the spirit taunted Uranium, suddenly, the body of the Shadow Tiger was barely noticeable. Visible to the naked eye, in the sunlight, Uranium's shadow overlapped with the shadow of the Shadow Tiger. Roar! I remember that the Shadow Tiger is very rare, and the talents are usually shadow clones, or shadow attacks, shadow leaps, etc. I don't know which type you are. Although Uranium noticed this strange point, he was not panicked at all, but let the other party continue to show his ability. Dance to your heart's content, but unexpectedly, Uranium detected a touch of humanized taunting from this Shadow Tiger. It seemed that he felt that he had already won. It seemed that as the shadows of both sides overlapped, any resistance from Uranium was futile. Could it be? Uranium had an ominous premonition in his heart. Without hesitation, a gray cold light suddenly lit up. But the next moment, it seemed to be stuck. Half of the gray light stretched out stiffly, but there was no momentum to continue extending. Uranium's body also froze. What's going on? My whole body can't move. Although he was horrified, he didn't show it on the surface. Something was wrong. The talent of this Shadow Tiger was wrong. At this time, Uranium realized that his shadow should be slanted at this position, but now, he could clearly see it. The shadow completely changed direction. With the emergence of control, the shadow tiger in front of Uranium suddenly moved. A black steel tail swept towards his chest fiercely. The wind pressure was whistling, and it was just a simple soul power attached to the tail. The terrifying power made Uranium's scalp numb. The next moment, almost when the tail was about to fall on Uranium, the black lightning suddenly froze. From rapid to sudden stop. And the weird thing is that as the tail stopped rapidly and swung, the hair on the tail did not shake at all. There was no feeling that a soul beast should have. It was as if it had instantly become a vivid specimen. I almost got into trouble. Your talent is actually shadow control. No wonder Shadow Tiger, a soul beast with such a small number of souls, can have a lifespan of 50,000 years, and it is such an alternative shadow control. It seems that you are fully qualified. When time stopped, Uranium patted the dust on his body and twitched his mouth slightly. Time stopped. All control effects on him will be suspended or disappear. If it is a soul skill like mental control, Uranium will not use the soul bone skill of time stop. The reason is very simple, because mental skills are still effective for Uranium even within the time range of time stop, so it is meaningless. But if it is a physical control like Shadow Tiger, it is different. Uranium does not need to care at all. Soul bone, world is different from soul bone, nuclear light blade. Light blade needs soul power to unfold, but world does not. It is a matter of thought. Moreover, shadow control is very compatible with Zhu Zhuking's shadow folding. Both are shadow systems. For Zhu Zhuking, if she can fold to the opponent's side, use shadow control to ensure her absolute sovereignty, or control the soul master who protects the auxiliary soul master to create a breakthrough opportunity for herself, then it must be very easy for her to defeat a team one by one with her ability. After seeing this talent, Uranium instantly thought of Zhu Zhuking's future combat method. Fold over, freeze the opponent who threatens her, and then kill the auxiliary soul master at will. Or freeze the soul master who has the ability to resist, avoid the opponent's counterattack, and then kill him at will. However, since I already know your talent, you are no threat to me. He casually gathered his silver hair, and Uranium's radiation field unfolded. Almost in the next moment, Uranium retracted the radiation field. Although it was only a short moment, Uranium could already feel that the opponent had absorbed a certain amount of radiation particle flow. Okay, let's go. 5 seconds may seem short, but it's still quite long in actual combat. I need to find some more radioactive soul bones to extend its time. With a chuckle, he stepped back in an instant. He was so fast that his after images kept flashing with a faint light. 3 seconds later. The latest novels will be published on 69shu.com. Time continues. Roar. With a low roar, the dark face of Shadow Tiger turned humanized and confused. What happened? Suddenly, the human soul master disappeared? Question mark. Shadow Tiger tilted his head and sniffed the remaining smell in the air. He had encountered invisible soul beasts before. However, there was silence all around, and the original breath of Uranium disappeared. Roar. Shadow Tiger shook his head, and suddenly he doubted that the human who had just appeared was just his imagination. There was indeed no one around. The battlefield that suddenly fought fell into silence again. Why do I feel that I am so different from ordinary Douluo natives? For me, as long as I can beat them, the victory or defeat is basically decided within 3 moves, unless I was tricked for no reason just now. Normally, speed and strength alone are enough to defeat most enemies. Other soul masters basically have to throw a few soul skills, rely on the characteristics of their martial souls to entangle, and then use some soul guides, hidden weapons, etc. to grind before they can win. They are fundamentally different from me. At this time, Uranium thought that he was just a soul king, and he had no pressure facing a 50,000-year soul beast. This was obviously because his physical combat power was much greater than that of other soul masters. Could it be that the nuclear cells are constantly strengthening my body? I remember that when I was a soul master, I only dared to fight 20,000 to 30,000 years old. Now, I dare to fight 50,000-year-old soul beasts at will. Uranium suddenly recalled the increase in the body caused by the radiation eye. When he awakened the 3 Megatama, he had already vaguely noticed it. And the silent increase is silent. Unconsciously, I already have the confidence to not be afraid of high-level soul beasts. Nuclear cells, haha, am I a uranium or spirit? Even breathing can slowly become stronger, although this increase will only make me have significant progress when it reaches a certain level. With a self-deprecating laugh, Uranium began to prepare to live in the forest. He not only had to ensure that this shadow tiger would not be suddenly drained of radiation particle energy, but also ensure that it would not be torn apart and eaten by some soul beast for no reason. Then he would really have done a lot in vain. I don't know if there will be a chance to learn the whole body blackening thing that the Titan giant ape showed before. It looks very similar to the arm-color domineering I have seen in anime, and the defense is also amazing. It can withstand the high temperature of 10,000 degrees from my single-energy nuclear explosion kick. Although the whole body is almost cooked, it didn't turn into ash on the spot. In the forest, Uranium casually split a road while thinking about what to do in the future. The first thing that can be confirmed is that he will stand next to Zhu King. He is very strong, and he is not afraid of what the spirit wall can do to him. The rules are made by the strong, although they are not clear about this now, but in the future, they will feel it. No matter who it is, Pope Bibi Dong, or Jin Daoliu, the mastermind behind the eventual deification, or Jin Ringsu, the eldest lady of the Spirit Hall, after seeing my power, I believe that the position of the true master of the Spirit Empire will be obediently given up, right? Uranium did not follow the idea of the original history. Perhaps he had the urge not to change history, but that was for the stability of the family. But now, the threat to the family is no longer there. Although there is such a blood defect, if no one can enter the divine space at all defects can be regarded as meaningless. The establishment of the Spirit Empire is a benchmark for the unification of Douluo Continent. Great unification. The ultimate dream of the Chinese people. In ancient times, the King of Qin swept the world and pacified the 8 wildernesses. But now, I can unify an entire continent. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Uranium doesn't mind being used by Zhu King, doesn't mind helping Jin Ringsu, and doesn't care if he is your younger brother. Because sooner or later, everything will be his. My Chinese dream, as long as the Wuhan Empire is established. It's time for the long-awaited book recommendation session again. I recommend a book title, The Chat Group of All Heavens and Worlds, I Am a God. It's worth reading. Poor Uranium, because I haven't finished reading the original work, I still think that the boss is Jin Daoliu, and I think he will become a god after level 99. Information about the protagonist: I have watched Douluo Continent 1, but I stopped watching it after Xiao Wu sacrificed herself. Later, I learned about fragments through advertisements and miscellaneous news. I have watched Douluo Continent 2, but I stopped watching it after the first Soul Master competition. I learned about Emperor Yuan and the Sun and Moon Empire, the Evil Eye Tyrant, and other things from the later part. I haven't watched the later 3 and 4. It's another day of 10,000 monthly tickets. Please vote for the monthly ticket. I cried because school started recently and all my readers ran away. Chapter 246. Kang and Lin Weiner. Time is like water, always slipping through your fingers inadvertently. The cool spring has been replaced by the slightly hot summer, and the lush green branches are also beginning to be mixed with a little yellow. There is no obvious division of the 4 seasons in Douluo Continent. The climate is pleasant, quite similar to Shenzhen in the previous life, where winter is not cold and summer is not hot. But Uranium still chooses to plan for these climate changes. Because only in this way can he feel a little familiar with Douluo Continent, even if it is only a little. It is still the neat little house, with sunlight pouring in and spots everywhere. On the wooden bed in the room, the boy closed his eyes, made seals with his hands, and his breathing seemed natural. The hard training in the past 6 months has made the boy's delicate white face more resolute. His lips, tightly pressed together, reveal a bit of warm color. His skin, as white as a woman, still maintains a tender and smooth posture after several months of hard training. His seemingly not very strong little body contains the fierce explosive power of a cheetah. But in the dim light, you can see the silver-gray metallic luster on the skin. Although ordinary people can't see it at all, if you are extremely sensitive, you can find that this boy has an unimaginable terrifying energy in his body. He is surpassing humans. No matter from which angle you look at it, the boy seems to be transforming at a terrifying speed. When this transformation is completed, it will shock anyone. In the extremely smooth breathing of the boy, a trace of ancient air mixed with a little gray slowly seeps out from under the wooden bed, and finally flows into his body along with the boy's breathing. After a while, the boy's eyes suddenly opened, and in his rosy red pupils, the strange martial spirit's 2-color light quickly passed by. His mouth opened slightly, and a mouthful of turbid gas was spit out. As soon as the turbid gas left the body, Uranium's little face suddenly became energetic. After opening his eyes and being stunned for a while, Uranium twisted his neck, making a crisp bone sound, and clenched his palms slightly. A sense of full power made Uranium raise a touch of joy at the corner of his mouth. Finally reached level 58. Uranium murmured with a low smile as he closed his eyes and concentrating on sensing the abundant soul power in his body. Lying on the wooden bed, leaning against a cold wall, Uranium was somewhat intoxicated by the feeling of full power in his body. According to the usual breakthrough mode, there would be a period of warming up after reaching a new soul power level, but with the help of uranium ore, Uranium could reach the full stage through accelerated cultivation. He sat quietly on the wooden bed for a while, and after his joy gradually subsided, he slowly stood up. His white arms were stained with a touch of silver and gray mixed breath, showing off their splendor under the reflection of the sun. He stretched lazily, and the bones in his body, as if reborn, rang with a crisp thunderclap. He turned his head casually, and Uranium made a move with his right hand under the bed, and soul power spurted out, instantly rolling a piece of crystal beige ore into his palm. Yes, although it is fatal radiation to others, for me, this stone is a great tonic. Although the short-term soul training increase is not as good as the radiation soul beast, it is better in terms of durability, and I can eat many pieces at the same time. Sucking more uranium ore from under the bed, Uranium frowned slightly and murmured, "Why is that shadow tiger so tenacious, or did I release too little radiation energy? 5 months have passed, and now it has only dropped to 10,000 years." Thinking of this, Uranium sighed with some regret. If it weren't for this guy's slow demotion, he wouldn't have built a wooden house in the forest and specially got uranium ore to assist in training, but now, he is finally free. Now there is only half a year left before the Soul Master competition, and this period of time is enough for me to reach the level of Soul Emperor, but I want a 100,000-year soul ring, and it seems that only the Star Dou Great Forest has it in Douluo Continent. Pursing his lips, Uranium was about to step out of the wooden house when his heart suddenly moved. No, there is also the far north. I want to look for the Sharingan ice silkworm to see if the timeline has reached the time of Douluo. I remember that when Sharingan ice silkworm met Hoyuheo, he said that he had been absorbed for nearly 10,000 years. Or Sharingan ice silkworm couldn't even calculate it well. In fact, it has been slowly absorbed in the Dou Great Forest. Uranium's eyes slightly emitted an inexplicable light. If it was the first case, then he would not only get a Sharingan ice silkworm that was close to a million-year soul beast without any combat power, but also the 10,000-year cold marrow that had not been completely absorbed. If it was the second case, then he could look forward to the future soul rings. After all, if there was a fierce beast soul ring, he would not look for an ordinary 100,000 years, especially Dition. If possible, he wanted to try his 9th soul ring, and let Dition take it. However, judging from Xiaoxu's previous words, Uranium felt that the second case was more likely, because she grew up in a place called the Lake of Life, and around her, there were several 100,000-year level beings guarding a certain place. I remember that in Douluo too, there was a small island in the lake in the core area, and there was another lake on the island. Could it be that Xiaoxu grew on the island? Moreover, in Douluo 1, it was not said that the core lake was very small. Could it be that the lake where Xiao, Daming and Erming were located was just a corner? After all, they were already drinking water by the lake, so it was definitely not in the center. The lake in Douluo 1 is called Star Lake, and the small island in the center of Star Lake has a lake of life. The small island is the body of the Silver Dragon King. In other words, Xiaoxu is a parasitic grass growing on the body of the Silver Dragon King. The Silver Dragon King is the king of soul beasts, half of the dragon god on the god realm. Xiaoxu grows on her body, and her talent is to devour and evolve, absorbing all soul beast talents. Forget it, let Dition go first. After all, there is a Silver Dragon King above him. I don't think that when I reach level 89, I can smash all the beasts in the Dou Great Forest, including the 900,000-year-old Dition and the Silver Dragon King, who is half of a dragon god. After all, I am just a powerful nuclear kick. If my body is attacked by anything, I will die easily. Shaking his head, Uranium gave up this idea. Although the nuclear kick is very powerful, one trick cannot be used all the time. The nuclear kick is similar to a top-level bomb. It is only useful when it explodes at a critical moment. After all, he is just a human body and cannot withstand the attacks of others. He will die suddenly if he is touched by a beast. I feel that my sixth soul ring can have a protective nature, similar to Xiao Wu's invincible golden body. After all, it is too inconvenient for me to be a human body. That's not right. If I am not a human, wouldn't I be in more trouble? After thinking for a while, Uranium put the focus on his body. The strengthening of the body seems to have reached a certain threshold. This feeling of fullness gave him a premonition. Unless you reach the kaleidoscope, there will be no more qualitative changes. Okay, let's go. It's time for Zhu Xiuqing to obtain the spirit ring. This shadow tiger has almost reached the level that Zhu Xiuqing can absorb. Now about 9,000 years is just right. There is still a big difference between 10,000 years and 1,000 years. I can't take the risk of letting her absorb the 10,000-year level. After walking out of the room and closing the door with his backhand, Uranium rushed towards the direction of Delinag City. On the Douluo Continent, whether it is the Shindao Empire or the Xingluo Empire, the Wuhan Hall in any city will be the iconic building of the city. The Wuhan Hall in Delinag City is a huge dome building. The width of the front alone is more than 100 meters, and it is 30 meters high. It is divided into 4 floors. The whole building is brown, and there are 3 long swords on the Wuhan Hall logo on the front door. Through Kaiying's judgment, he knew that the 3 patterns on the logo represent that the Wuhan Hall in Delinag City is an intermediate Wuhan Hall. Hey, Kaiying, Miss Lin Weiner just came to see you. She said you know the location. Kaiying was stopped by the guard at the door as soon as he arrived at the spirit hall. The 2 guards at the door looked about 25 years old. The fluctuation of their soul power was obvious. It seemed that they should have reached the stage of soul masters. Although the place where Delinag City was located was quite prosperous, soul masters were noble professions after all. Few great soul masters were willing to do such a lowly job as guarding the gate. Kaiying, if you ask me, you should quickly take Miss Lin Weiner down. Otherwise it will be difficult to speak after your soul power degrades to become a great soul master. Everyone can see that the lady is sincere to you. Suddenly, another soul master teased with a bad taste. The black-haired young man about 20 years old nodded awkwardly. He had been doing clerical work in the spirit hall for half a year. He was somewhat familiar with the 2 gatekeepers. The other party naturally understood the strange things that happened to Kaiying. The soul power has been declining, which is obviously the first time that a strange event has occurred in the entire Shindao Empire. Due to Kaiying's talent, there are also Soul Emperor-level Soul Masters from the Wuhan Hall who have come to see him, but they show that everything is normal. The magic sickle spirit and the hidden injuries of the body have all been checked, but there is still no progress. In this regard, Kaiying has completely given up hope on himself. Anyway, he can live a stable life, and he is already satisfied. However, when he thought of the lovely girl waiting for him on the 3rd floor at this moment, Kaiying couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. But what followed was the worry about his own condition. He was a sensible person, and naturally understood that with his current state of being a useless person, he was not worthy of the girl who shone like a pearl in the academy. And when her father thought of the gloomy middle-aged man, Kaiying's heart trembled. But then, Kaiying slightly adjusted his mentality, put on a professional smile on his face again, and walked slowly towards the Wuhan Hall. The latest novels are first published on 69shu.com. There were not many people in the spirit hall, and only some servants were cleaning around. Kaiying climbed up the stairs next to him to the 3rd floor of the spirit hall. When he came to the corridor on the 3rd floor, he saw a circle of rooms here, and from here he could directly see the hall on the 1st floor. Needless to say, this is where the spirit hall works. Because he was anxious to see Lin Weiner, Kaiying quickly came to the door of a room, and pushed it open without knocking. But as soon as he pushed the door open, the smile on Kaiying's face froze. Rash! A low voice sounded from the room. This was a bright office. A middle-aged man sat behind a large desk. The neat spirit master's clothes and the standard 5 swords logo on his body showed that he was a spirit master at the level of a spirit ancestor. Next to the middle-aged man was Lin Weiner, who was looking at him with a worried look. However, after reprimanding Kaiying, the middle-aged man turned to look at Lin Weiner, and said with a rather gentle look, "Girl, go out first, I'll talk to Kaiying." Dad? Lin Weiner had a bad feeling in her heart. Did her father ask her to call Kaiying over to say, "Dad, what do you have to say? Can't I listen?" Forcibly suppressing the uneasiness in her heart, the woman couldn't help but frown slightly, gathered her black hair in front of her chest and spoke in a serious tone. Kiang stood there, couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook his head, smiled at Lin Weiner and said, "Weiner, you go out first, I have something to talk to Uncle about. It's a blessing, not a disaster, and it's a disaster that can't be avoided." It seems that her uncle came here with the idea of a surprise attack, leaving him no time to consider responding at all, and even Lin Weiner didn't seem to expect it. Kiang's sudden voice startled the woman. She turned to look at Kiang, who was approaching slowly, and sighed in her heart. Slowly retracting her gaze, Lin Weiner saw her father's solemn expression and Kiang's determination, and her eyes darkened slightly. "Are you serious? Okay." Nodding slightly, Lin Weiner walked out, looking back every few steps, and even closed the door. Seeing Lin Weiner's vigorous and resolute actions at this moment, the middle-aged man couldn't help but nod secretly. She seemed to have the style of his youth, and her talent was far beyond. 9-level innate soul power, 19-year-old 37-level auxiliary soul master. This is one of the best geniuses in the entire Fresno province, not to mention that the cultivation speed of auxiliary soul masters is obviously slower than that of strong attack and agility attack. If it were an ordinary soul master, I'm afraid there would be no such achievement. But the middle-aged man knew more clearly why his daughter was practicing so hard. It was because with a click of the door closing, the whole bright room fell silent. Kiang also became a little nervous as the surroundings became quiet. His heartbeat was thumping, as if it was going to jump out of his chest. Gudong. As if feeling the pressure from the middle-aged man, Kiang secretly swallowed his saliva, but his mouth still felt dry. After a long time, a deep and rich voice sounded. "You little brat, do you know how much I have spent on you?" The middle-aged man sitting behind him suddenly spoke, and his sharp eyes like an eagle suddenly fell on the helpless Kiang. Kiang instantly felt that his heart had risen to his throat. But the next moment, the middle-aged man's rather gloomy voice slowly sounded in the empty room. "I don't object to you being with my daughter. After all, I watched you grow up. Although you're like a useless person, I don't care. As long as the girl feels happy, that's enough. But I have turned down too many requests for marriage from nobles for her. She is getting older and older, but your ability to do things has never improved. I just want to ask you, can you really bring happiness to the girl? Everything you do in the spirit hall requires me to clean up your ass. Even the simplest clerical work has problems every now and then. You are not good at cultivating soul power, and you are not good at doing things for the spirit hall. What use are you? I will give you a choice now. The simplest way is that you will get married next year, marry into our Lin family, change your surname from then on, and your child will also be named Lin. I don't want you to have a penny of gold soul coins, nor do I ask you to have much ability." Kiang was stunned. "Marry into the family? Question mark. This is 4K today. I will write more tomorrow as compensation. Because I am busy today, I have no choice. I wanted to take a day off, but I felt guilty, so I rushed to write it at the last second at 12 o'clock. Chapter 247 The Second Choice, League of Legends? In the silent room, the bright sunshine became hotter as the sun rose higher. Kiang stood quietly in the room, with his head slightly lowered, and complex colors flashed in his eyes. Dong, dong. Lin Shan was neither hurried nor slow, and tapped the table with his index finger, making a crisp and regular knocking sound. Although he had no other intentions, this kind of silent pressure made Kiang's scalp numb. What should I do? Do I really have to marry into the family? But I have no other choice. Lost has not woken up yet. Is this really the only way left for me now? Biting his teeth lightly, Kiang felt as if he had fallen into a quagmire, with no hope in the future and a dead end in the back. The love for Lin Weiner and the struggle with his own self-esteem, everything seemed to be destined. Kiang's face changed for a moment, and finally, it slowly turned into a bitter smile. "Uncle, can you give me one last chance? I want to marry Weiner in a dignified and formal way, instead of ending it in such a hasty way. Even if I marry into the family, in the eyes of outsiders, marrying a cowardly son-in-law will not be good for Weiner's reputation. They may even say that she is blind and wants a useless man." The clear voice gradually echoed in the empty room, with bursts of tremors, as if Kiang's mentality was not as firm as it seemed. He knew that this was a gamble. Lin Shan was a man with a strong personality and he would never change his words. Rejecting Uncle Lin Shan's choice this time would inevitably make him dissatisfied, and might even ruin the fate between himself and Lin Weiner. But he really didn't want to. Thinking of this, Kai couldn't help but close his eyes and wait quietly for the other party's reply. Let fate take its course. The next moment, Lin Shan's low voice sounded. But unexpectedly, Kai did not hear the tone of reprimand, nor was he met with a sharp gaze of anger, but a sigh. Ahem. Kai suddenly raised his head, his eyes full of confusion. If you were the kind of soft-hearted man who only knows how to obey, I would have chased you away long ago, and how could you have the chance to seduce my daughter? Lin Shan slowly stood up with his hands on the big table, staring at Kai with his eagle-like sharp eyes, and said in a concentrated voice. I originally thought that in these 6 years of desolation, you had already gotten used to obeying. After all, you watch the weaker ones who were weaker than you gradually become stronger until they surpassed you. I think you have gotten used to it, right? But now it seems that this has tempered your mind and tempered your will. Since you haven't succumbed to fate, then, I will give you a second choice now. Lin Shan left the table, walked to Kai step by step, and patted him on the shoulder. What choice? Kai forced himself to suppress the joy on his face. He never expected that Weiner's father would think this way. There's still half a year before the Soul Master competition, or 7 months to be exact. I will try to send you to an academy and guarantee you a place in the competition. The requirement for the second choice is to be ranked within the top 15 in the promotion competition. In other words, you just need to get a place in the finals. Whether you rely on your teammates, your personal strength, or anything else, as long as you can get a place in the finals with your current strength, then even if you pass, you don't have to marry into the Lin family. On the contrary, I will use the whole family as a dowry for you, so that you can be married in a formal way. Do you understand? Lin Shan's voice was quite relaxed, as if it was very easy to meet this condition. But Kai Ying felt a chill in his heart when he heard it. The top 15 in the promotion competition of the Heaven Dao Empire Soul Master competition? With his current level 30 Soul Master? You know, for those who can play in this kind of promotion competition, it is not justifiable if there is no Soul Master in the team. The worst is the top Soul Master of level 37 or 38. And my uncle also said that he would send me to an academy and have a place in the competition. I think it is not a top academy. Kai could only smile bitterly to himself for the second option, which had no strong people, no teamwork, and no hope. There was no other way. At least there was a chance to choose his own destiny. Even if the chance was slim, he had to bite the bullet. Uncle, I understand. I choose the second one. Kai nodded and said calmly. Since the way forward had been determined, he had to do his best no matter what. Otherwise, he would not have the face or the qualifications to propose to his beloved. Seeing Kai's unconscious concern about the second option, Lin Shan frowned slightly and said in a cold voice, Kai, the girl is my only daughter. Her mother left when she was born. As a father, I don't have many days to accompany her. I put all my love on her. If you dare to do something that makes the girl sad, I will crush your balls. As Lin Shan said the last part, Kai suddenly trembled all over, as if he had thought of that terrifying moment. Okay, go and have a rest. Today is your day off. Think carefully about your future path. I don't mind giving all my belongings to the girl as a dowry. I have nothing but her. But as a man who always stays by her side, you must be capable, even if it's just to use the money to do some business. Up to now, Lin Shan's thoughts have been fully explained. He was afraid that his daughter would suffer after marrying Kai, so he simply gave all the money to Kai and let him do some small business. Even if he didn't become rich, he couldn't let the girl suffer any grievances. After saying that, Lin Shan's face became solemn, and he patted Kai's shoulder again. Suddenly, the pressure like a mountain seemed to be condensed in the other's hands, which made Kai's heart tremble. And this kind of pressure suddenly made Kai understand. This is a transfer. Handing the beloved daughter to another man. The mountain-like pressure is exactly what Lin Shan expects of Kai. Well, uncle, I'll go out first. Taking a deep breath, Kai smiled and nodded to Lin Shan. Then he walked out and opened the door. Suddenly, a beautiful figure leaning against the door fell into the house without any effort. The next moment, Kai felt a soft jade in his arms and a fragrant breeze. Kai. Lin Weiner's eyes were full of tears. She hugged Kai's waist tightly, buried her head in his chest, and her tears wet her. She had heard everything outside the door. Kai, enough. There is no need to test it anymore. As long as we are together, I will be very happy. Facing Lin Weiner's frank words without any concealment, Kaiying laughed awkwardly, but did not say anything else, but became more determined in his heart. As a man, how could he enjoy the protection of his girlfriend and not move forward? Now he really has no qualifications and mood to do so. Kaiying patted Lin Weiner on the back, let go of her little hand, turned around resolutely, and walked slowly towards the outside of the spirit hall. Standing there, looking at Kaiying's heavy back that seemed to be carrying a mountain, Lin Weiner hesitated for a while, but finally did not go up. Dad, you force Kaiying like this, you know that his spirit power has not improved at all, but you still do this. Just as Kaiying's back completely disappeared, Lin Weiner couldn't help but turn back to question Lin Shan. The tone was obviously more serious than when he faced Kaiying just now, without the previous coquettish style. In this regard, Lin Shan could only smile bitterly. This girl hasn't even married yet, and her elbows have already turned outward. He hasn't reached his limit yet. If we don't push him, he may not have a chance in the future. Once he gets into a gentle situation, let alone moving forward, he will be excellent if he can maintain his ability to not give up on himself. He should go out and try his luck while he's still young. He's only 19 years old, and he has a soul power of level 30. Although he's not a top genius now, he's not trash either. When he's 30 years old and level 30, do you think he'll still dare to go out? Lin Shan saw farther than most people. He knew very well that Kaiying at this moment was lacking a little excitement. Maybe after seeing so many peers who were better than him in the Soul Master competition, he would get excited and return to his original state? As for the fact that Kaiying would be defeated, he had never worried about it. Kaiying had been tempering himself for 6 years, and there was still no sign of collapse, which was very telling. After leaving the spirit hall, Kaiying came to the street. The street was crowded with people, and shops were lined up, bustling and lively. The latest novel is published on the 69th book bar. What should I do? If I recover to normal at this time, then in these 7 months, with my talent, I may be able to improve by 2 or even 3 levels. In that case, my chances of getting a ranking will be greater. Kaiying walked along the street while thinking. At this time, on the other side of the street, a pair of handsome men and beautiful women were slowly walking from another direction. How about it? What do you think of the 4th soul ring? Uranium asked Zhu Huqing beside him while looking at the surrounding shops for interesting things. The process was not tortuous. When Zhu Huqing arrived at the Shadow Tiger, the other party had been downgraded to about 8,500 years. Although the age exceeded the difficulty of obtaining a normal 4-ring soul, it was not 10,000 years after all. With Zhu Huqing's physique of eating high-level soul beast meat all year round, it was easily absorbed. This even made you a little doubtful. Can she, who is 10,000 years old, absorb it safely? Although the real soul power data of this soul ring has reached the level of 40,000 years, it is only purple and black after all. Forget it, there is no difference between 10,000 years and non-10,000 years for the soul rings produced by radiation soul beasts. It's just better looking. A tall tree attracts the wind. Tang San was once assassinated. Well, I feel pretty good. The soul skills are also very suitable for my situation. It is similar to what you guessed before, but it is more powerful. Zhu Huqing nodded quietly. After feeling her soul power slightly, she couldn't help but raise a curve at the corner of her mouth. After being promoted to Soul Sect, in her perception, the silver energy ball inside her body has been almost digested. However, more soul power has been digested into physical fitness inside her body, not soul power. So the soul power she obtained is not as much as you imagined. Now she is a 44th level soul sect. By the way, since we have our spirit rings, we should retreat after we go back, right? You said you want to get your second team together? I'm not sure I can beat a team alone. Zhu Huqing suddenly thought of Uranium's words about starting a second team, and suddenly said with a strange look on her face. She has seen the power of teamwork. And she doesn't think that she, now a spirit master, can fight Uranium on equal terms with her spirit master period. The most important thing is that she is a sensitive attack system. Don't worry, I have already thought about it. Do you remember how we entered the yin-yang eye of ice and fire? As long as you cover the sky on the battlefield in advance, then with your spirit bone skills, it must be very easy to get rid of a group of people, right? Uranium smiled easily, not worried about the future at all. He was very annoyed to fight people by himself. Unless it was a more critical opponent, such as the few powerful ones that appeared in the original book, He had no intention of fighting with others at all. It would be better to train Zhu Xiuqing as soon as possible and let her fight 7 alone. But, using lime to cover the sky is too hasty. Any soul skill of others can break it. Zhu Xiuqing couldn't help complaining. Uranium's ideal is too simple. Isn't it better to be simple? The simpler it is, the fewer flaws there are. Think about it, a large area of smog is covered, it's impossible to solve it all at once, right? In the remaining time, just use the soul bone to get rid of the auxiliary soul master, and then use the third soul skill to hit all the strong attack system head on. You see, it's very simple, right? Uranium smiled and said quite easily. I always feel that you are talking too easily. Zhu Xiuqing still felt that Uranium's method was not very reliable. Lost, when will you wake up? I need your strength. Suddenly, beside Uranium, a rather lonely voice sounded, interrupting Uranium's train of thought. A man with black hair and ponytail brushed past Uranium. And this voice was also made by the other party unconsciously. Lost. Uranium was suddenly stunned and stayed where it was. Such a familiar name. Coincidence? For no reason, Uranium suddenly turned his head and looked at the man who passed by. The familiar figure, although it was about 6 months apart, but the farce he had seen before, immediately reminded him of it. I remember, his name is Kaiying? Kaiying. Lost. Could it be? No way. Uranium stared at the man walking farther and farther away, and scenes of the past flashed in his mind. The spirit of the League of Legends? Wait, Diana from Shrek Academy, the crescent moon symbol on her head, and the moon silver blade spirit. It can't be such a coincidence. Although he was very unwilling to believe it in his heart, Uranium decided to follow and take a look. The League of Legends is a game on Earth. Maybe we can learn something about time travel from Lost's mouth. Xiuqing, I have something to do, so I'll go first. You go back to the hotel first, and I'll come back when I'm done. Without hesitation, Uranium whispered to Zhu Xiuqing, then let go of her hand, paused, and disappeared in the crowd. Zhu Xiuqing didn't even have time to say anything. Hey, Uranium. The girl frowned slightly, standing in the crowd, quietly watching Uranium, following a man away. On the other side, Kaiying's mind was empty, following the street, walking out of the city, and heading towards a high mountain in the distance. First of all, the protagonist's bond is only the cat and the family. There is no other person, whether in the early or late stages, it is faithful to one person, so the plot is not driven by bonds. There will be an update in the evening, around 1 o'clock. Chapter 248 I Will Be Loyal to You. Lost Spiritual World. Chapter 241 Uranium vs. Lost. 6K, the moon was like a silver plate, and the sky was full of stars. On the top of the cliff, Kaiying lay on the grass, holding a piece of green grass in his mouth, chewing it slightly, letting the faint bitterness spread in his mouth. Alice. Thinking of the conversation with Linchen and Lin Weiner in the afternoon, Kaiying sighed lightly, lazily withdrew his palms, and rested his head with both hands. His eyes were a little dazed. If Lost never wakes up again, what should I do? Will I really live my life like a useless person? A low self-murmur suddenly came out of Kaiying's mouth without any boundaries. In Kaiying's heart, there is a secret that only he knows. His martial soul can speak, and has its own thoughts, and even its own power. However, after returning from the camp that time, Lost said to him, "This world is not right, and this level of power has appeared. I will sleep for a while longer," and then disappeared. He couldn't even enter the spiritual space that Lost originally called. But surprisingly, Kaiying found that he and Lin Weiner did not have the ulcer marks like Teacher Lin before. Kaiying still remembered the death of Teacher Lin at that time. Red skin, vomiting blood, high fever, low fever, body function breakdown, organ function gradually stopped. This is a desperate scene that even high-level healing spirit masters are powerless to treat. Even the high-level healing spirit master who treated him fell into the same symptoms as Teacher Lin, as if it was contagious. One person spread to 10 to 100. In the end, Kaiying didn't know how many people died in the academy. But what is certain is that this encounter has caused great damage to the vitality of Pure Steelington Academy. Many high-level spirit masters are friends of Teacher Lin. At that time, they all went to visit the seriously ill Teacher Lin, and all of them were infected. It seems that the things on me and Weiner have been expelled by Lost. It saved me. Whether it is afraid that it will die if I die, anyway, I have to thank it. Pa. Spitting out the grass roots in his mouth, Kang suddenly jumped up. Haha, strength. In this world, without strength, you are not even as good as a pile of dog shit. At least, no one dares to step on dog shit. People like me who went from being a genius to a loser are laughed at by everyone. Those people used to look up to me, but now, although they obviously despise me in their hearts, they still want to step on me to show how powerful they are. With his shoulders slightly shrugged, Kang's low self-deprecating voice, with grief and indignation, slowly wandered on the top of the mountain. I'm afraid that the disappearance of my soul power was caused by Lost. I remember it said that it was awakened by absorbing the soul power of my father and grandfather. Now it said that it would sleep for a period of time. Who knows how many years this period of time is with its lifespan? It's been 6 years. Even if it's a pig, it should wake up. Kang inserted his 10 fingers into his black hair and bit his lips tightly. Although he didn't show any inappropriate emotions in the room, and Uncle Lin said those words for the future of him and Wayner, it was ultimately because of his lack of strength. I'm too weak. Originally, it didn't matter if I didn't have Lost. With my talent, I could bring happiness to Wayner, but it actually kept absorbing my soul power. For 6 whole years, not only did my strength not improve, but it even regressed a lot. How many 6 years does a person have? Kang's voice was hoarse but firm. It seems that you need help. Just when Kang was desperate about his own strength, a voice whose age could not be heard suddenly came into his ears. Kang's face changed, and he turned around suddenly. His eagle-like sharp eyes scanned behind him, but he didn't find any figure. Don't look for it, I'm right in front of you. Just when Kang thought it was just an illusion, the clear voice came out again without any boundaries. His pupils shrank, and Kang's eyes suddenly looked straight ahead, and he immediately felt a chill on his back. A creepy sense of fear rose up. In front of him stood a person. A person in armor. Dark green and black were mixed, and there was no skin on his body. The soft joints were made of special black leather with excellent toughness, but the defense reached the level of armor, which was very special. The strange thing was that on the opponent's armor, there were lines drawn, and there was a faint flow of energy that made people's scalps numb. What was even more strange was that the other person's face was a very special visor, and the eyes were similar to the shape of goggles, with 3 semicircles in it, which looked very much like human eyes, but half open and half closed, as if looking down on all living things, exuding a very terrifying, submissive imperial aura. Are you talking? Kang suppressed the fear in his heart and tried to calm his voice. Your concentration is not bad, you didn't jump down when scared. In front of Kang, a playful laugh sounded. Who are you? What do you want to do? After a short silence, Kang asked the key question clearly. Although he was a loser, he was not stupid. The other party obviously wanted to communicate, and he was at best a soul master, and he was not a person who could compete with this elusive and sudden person, so he simply spoke frankly. I came here to see my old friend. The mysterious man's voice suddenly became low, and the figure that was originally a little distance away suddenly blurred. The next moment, he appeared 3 steps away from Kang. The speed was so fast that Kang didn't even feel a flash in front of his eyes. It was like teleportation. As he took a breath of cold air, Kang couldn't help but take a step back, trying to keep a safe distance. Who is the old friend you are talking about? Kang stopped retreating, as if he thought of something in his heart, but still chose to ask. At this moment, Kang couldn't help but feel a little sad in his heart. The weak really have no human rights. No matter what they say, others can know it. Obviously, Lost is a secret deep in his heart. Suddenly, Kang looked at a mysterious man with surprise. Somehow, Kang could feel a little excitement in the other party. It's called Lost. Your martial spirit is a sickle, right? The mysterious man slowly stretched out his hand and pointed at Kang's palm. Let it come out. The mysterious man's tone was full of unquestionable majesty. This mysterious man was Uranium. However, in order to avoid embarrassment, he did not choose the black robe and white mask, which has already had a certain degree of popularity, but chose the Chronos Soul Guide armor that has never appeared in the eyes of outsiders. Another reason is that the black robe and white mask are used by him to kill people, not to be another identity. Kang frowned and instinctively felt uncomfortable. But the next moment, he overcame the discomfort of being ordered around by others, gathered his soul power in his hands, and obediently did what the mysterious man said. Dark Devil sighed, come out. With a light shout, Kang stretched out his palm, and a faint red light appeared on the surface of his skin. Then, A sickle with crimson and black intersecting slowly emerged from his palm. Clear yellow and purple halos rose from his feet and circled around his body, which is the distinctive feature of a three-ring soul master. His magic sickle martial soul is very special, dark red throughout, with a black blade edge, and some special patterns or lines engraved on the sickle handle. The sickle blade is like a waning moon, and it also looks like the sharp claws of some monster. It is very exaggeratedly curved. Behind the sickle blade are two sharp blade tails that are sunken and protruding. At the junction between the sickle handle and the sickle blade, there is a fist-sized vertical pupil, with a heart-shaking sense of fear, like a killing weapon, wantonly showing off its domineering power. But at this moment, this fist-sized vertical pupil is closed, as if it has fallen into deep sleep. Lost, it is you suddenly, Kaing heard a whisper from the mysterious person beside him. Uranium can now be 100% sure that Kaing and Lost are definitely not illusions he heard, and they are definitely not the same name in another world. Because the sickle is no different from the one he had seen in his previous life. In addition to noisy dark descendants, Kaing couldn't help his curiosity at this time. Although Kaing is his martial soul, they haven't even met for a day. He is very curious about what the mysterious man in front of him has to do with his martial soul. Even, can this mysterious man solve the problem of his inability to improve his soul power? If so, thinking about it, Kaing actually had a glimmer of hope for the future in his heart. As if seeing Kaing's expression that could not be concealed, the mysterious man suddenly snorted and interrupted his reverie. How long has it been in deep sleep? The mysterious man suddenly asked. Uranium simply heard what Kaing said, when will Lost wake up, and naturally inferred from this that it has fallen into deep sleep. And more information needs to be said by the silly boy named Kaing, otherwise he would be embarrassed to continue saying that he and Lost are old friends. No, I can say that. Anyway, I still remember its lines in the previous life. Just say a few words to fool him, Uranium thought to himself. Gently stretching his wrist, Kaing exhaled a long breath, lowered his eyes and said, although I don't know who you are, I want to ask, will I die after I finish telling you what I know? It's not that he doesn't want to use Lost's information to ensure his own safety. After all, no one wants to put his life above the conscience of others. Not to mention that the other party is a mysterious person, and every move is hard to guess. But what made Kaing desperate was that his understanding of Lost was very minimal, and it was even possible that he knew less than the mysterious man. In other words, he might not have the information to fight against him. Once he thought about using the information he knew to fight against a mysterious man, Kaing couldn't help but feel a chill on his back. He would definitely die. He would definitely die if he cheated like this. Don't worry, I will at most erase your memory of this period of time, but if you are useful, maybe I will help you, for example, wake it up. The mysterious man laughed softly, and under the specially disguised voice of Uranium, it was a rather low middle-aged voice. Kaing was an outsider after all, and he had no intention of revealing his true identity. The corners of his mouth twitched, and Kaing's voice suppressed his emotions. Really? If he could really survive, it didn't matter if he had less memory. Probably? Of course. The mysterious man nodded. Under the night, all of Kaing's facial expressions were clearly seen in the special facial pupils of the Chronos Soul Guide armor. Hearing the other party's accurate answer, Kaing frowned, and his mood gradually calmed down. After the suspicion just ended, he was delighted. Now that he knew that Lost could wake up, his soul power must be able to return now. As long as he thought of finally having the opportunity to get rid of the title of waste, Kaing's body felt comfortable as if he had been reborn. The mysterious man in front of him, who didn't look like a good person, didn't look so bad. Some things are only known to be precious when they are lost. Lost and found, people will cherish them more. But the questions that followed filled Kaing's mind, and he suddenly asked, what do I need to pay? There is no free lunch in the world. Since the mysterious man is willing to do this, he must get something. Otherwise, unless the other party is his family, it is impossible to do such a good thing. Lynching is indeed unique. Kaing's mind has been far beyond the reach of ordinary people in these 6 years of training. Do you want to know so much? I want you to be loyal to me. Suddenly, the mysterious man laughed strangely, turned his head and looked at Kaing, and a terrifying aura suddenly rose from him. Kaing's face changed immediately. What did you say? Loyalty. Kaing, who didn't believe in evil, asked in a lost voice. In an instant, as the mysterious man's request sounded, Kaing felt a chill all over his body, as if he was stared at by a living being. It was a huge aura connecting heaven and earth. It was like a dark cloud pressing down on Kaing, and it was a bit difficult for him to breathe. If Lost wakes up, without it absorbing your soul power, I guess with your talent, you will become stronger soon, right? And if I don't help you, guess, can Lost wake up before you die of old age? The mysterious man slowly spit out this situation that is almost the same as reality. The sharp words instantly made Kaing wake up. That's right, he has been waiting for Lost for 6 years. God knows how many more 6 years there are. And now, he doesn't want to wait even for a day. Wayner is still waiting for me. I only have one chance, no matter how abrupt it is, I have to do it. The mysterious man seemed to be sure that Kaing would surrender. He turned half of his body leisurely, looked towards the cliff, and his deep voice gradually sounded. As for the so-called loyalty, I won't let you fulfill it before you have a certain strength. You can rest assured about this. And when Lost wakes up, I believe that with its crazy temper, if it wants to kill, it will not be stopped by you. The latest novel is first published on the 69th book bar. Of course, if you pledge allegiance to me, I will have many benefits, which are definitely much better than what you have now. Think about it, the Soul Master competition is just around the corner. With your strength, what qualifications do you have? At this point, Uranium couldn't help but complain. This silly guy named Kaing said everything along the way. Although his voice was very soft and most people couldn't hear it, this kind of self-talking personality was real and made people speechless. But it is undeniable that if this Kaing can grow up with the help of Lost, he will definitely be the best talent besides himself and Tang San. Uranium had the idea of recruiting subordinates. After all, he couldn't do everything himself in the future. He had to find a capable thug to put in the open, right? With Kaing's talent, he could even surpass the protagonist of Douluo 2, Ho Yu Heo. Lost is not a silkworm baby like Xianmeng Ice Silkworm that has no fighting power. It is a dark descendant. The mysterious man looked at Kaing, who was trembling all over, and a smile crossed his lips. Then he reached out from the Space Soul Guide, took out a wooden cane, and threw it in front of Kaing. Then, make your choice. Will you be loyal to me and gain the strongest power? Or will you become a waste and be lost in the crowd? On the silent mountaintop, cool breezes blew past. The weeds swayed and the branches and leaves fluttered. The wind was trembling. Kaing's heart was trembling too. The days of companionship with Lin Wayner flashed through his mind. The scenes of being ridiculed became clearer and clearer. The good intentions of the deputy dean and Uncle Lin passed by his eyes. After a long time, he made up his mind. Ho ha ho ha. Suddenly, Kaing laughed. Then, he knelt on one knee and picked up the cane on the ground, his hand shaking uncontrollably. But in the next moment, it turned into a touch of determination. Kaing slowly stood up, and his eyes finally stayed on Lin Wayner's face. Then, I have only one answer. As he spoke, Kaing held the cane with both hands and suddenly raised one knee. The cane was broken on the spot. I will be loyal to you. The loud voice kept lingering between the mountain tops. Kaing's face was ferocious, and he roared at the mysterious man. The mysterious man slowly turned around, looked at Kaing with his head down, and couldn't help laughing. Okay. Then, let's start. Look into my eyes. Kaing raised his head with doubts, and suddenly met the mysterious man's eyes that suddenly radiated scarlet. It was obviously just a decoration on the mask, but Kaing couldn't help but tremble in his heart. Let me take you into the most real spiritual space. Before Kaing could wonder what spiritual space was, his eyes darkened, his knees softened, and he slowly knelt on the ground. In contrast, the mysterious man's mind also entered the spiritual space, but with the support of the soul guide armored legs, he didn't fall awkwardly on the grass. Uranium's spiritual power has long reached the level of tidal Douluo, and it is more than enough to invade the spiritual space of a mere soul master. But what surprised him was that he originally thought it would be a little difficult, but after entering Kaing's spiritual space without damage, he found that it was not that Lost did not make defensive arrangements for the spiritual space, but that it was not necessary. Because once entering the spiritual space, it would be Lost's home ground. It wished that more soul masters would enter this space so that it could be its food. That's why it didn't set up defenses. Kaing opened his eyes in the dim world and observed the gray sky, the black earth, and the withered plants. All of this was almost the same as what he had seen before, but there was no strange discomfort in the air around him. And Uranium felt the presence of Lost at the first time. Although it has no defenses, Kaing can't get in with his level 30 soul power. To get in, he must be at least level 40 soul master, but he has been absorbed by lost soul power, so naturally he can't reach this level of soul power. Uranium looked at this black land and the sky above. The red haze sky was like a wasteland at the end of the world, which made him feel very uncomfortable. If you want to stop Lost from absorbing Kaing's soul power, then Kaing must enter the spiritual space to talk to Lost. If you want to enter the spiritual space to talk to Lost, then Kaing must first reach level 40 soul power and become a soul master. If he wants to become a soul master, he must stop Lost from absorbing Kaing's soul power. Uranium couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he thought of this nesting doll-like process. If he guessed correctly, Kaing might have to stay in the position of soul master for his whole life. Because the energy Lost needs, with Kaing's cultivation speed, he may not be able to fill it in his lifetime. But Kaing can't fill it, but it doesn't mean that Uranium can't do it. Coincidentally, he lacks everything except energy. Because uranium itself is a completely unreasonable chain nuclear fission reactor. Show your martial soul, with your breath, it should be enough to stimulate him to wake up, but this awakening is temporary. He needs energy, and he needs extremely huge energy to supply his activities. Uranium said to Kaing, who was stunned on the side. Oh, okay. Kaing nodded quickly, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, the choice he made was very timely. He is not a blind person. After the other party asked him to be loyal, Kaing had already anticipated it, or it can be said that this was completely in his thinking direction. There are many reasons for loyalty, the most important of which is Kaing's sad discovery. He really has nothing. Anyway, Barefoot is not afraid of those wearing shoes, so he might as well be loyal. There is nothing that this mysterious man cares about, and the fact that the mysterious man actually took him into his spiritual space proves how powerful he is. After thinking about it, Kaing can only attribute it to his talent. As the mysterious man spoke, Kaing immediately raised his right hand. With a condensation of soul power, a killing sickle with a mixture of dark red and black appeared in his hand. The martial soul was about 2 meters long, and he felt a cold texture and a piercing chill. But as the cold touch appeared in Kaing's mind, it slowly dissipated and gradually turned into a warm feeling. As the sickle handle itself was too large, it existed in his hand in an adsorbed state instead of being held tightly by him. I have let it out. The next moment, a low and hoarse voice with a strange bewitching power, but like a devil's low hum, sounded from the sickle, interrupting what Kaing wanted to say. What's going on? Why am I awake? As this demonic voice sounded, it was visible to the naked eye. The entire spiritual space was boiling. It was like an endless red light, illuminating the entire world. An impulse that was difficult to describe in words suddenly surged out from the depths of the two people's hearts. At this moment, Uranium and Kaing felt their eyes turn red, as if they were blinded by the endless bloody killing. I am lost. Lost's voice became agitated. Not only the martial soul, but even the entire space had a tendency to collapse. Endless flames appeared from the gray sky, with a fiery killing intent. In a trance, Kaing seemed to be able to feel Lost's heart from this world. Mania. Slaughter. Destruction. Exclamation mark. 6K words. Well, counting the 4K at 10 o'clock before, it barely broke 10,000. I will continue to update tomorrow, but because I have to get a desktop computer, the update may be a little slower at that time, but the number of words will definitely be there, don't worry. Chapter 249, Lost vs. Uranium. Absolute dominance. The bewitching hum gradually sounded in the dark inside the martial soul. As the earth cracked, the red bloody light in the sky shone, and Kaing's right eye flashed an unnatural blood color. The next moment, the right eye with a faint red blush suddenly changed from a round pupil to a vertical pupil. As dangerous as a dragon. This is. Kaing still retained his self-awareness. After feeling the unnatural hot sting, he suddenly covered his right eye. This familiar feeling, yes, it was lost. This was the power it said it would give me at the time. But after it fell into deep sleep, this special eye also disappeared. But now, Lost seems to have woken up. Yahoo! Kaing. Long time no see. Suddenly, the dark inside in Kaing's hand moved, and a hoarse voice sounded from the side. Kaing then noticed that the single eye on the side that had been closed before seemed to be completely open, and the black vertical pupil in the blood-colored eye had a rather strange posture. However, it seems that there is another outsider. Food is delivered to my door. I seem to have only seen it in my dreams, The voice seemed to sigh, and seemed to be speaking with some emotion. As soon as the last words fell, the astonishing killing intent soared into the sky. It was like a substantial red light, like a beam of light, connecting the sky and the earth. Kang didn't know that if you stood at a distance and looked at him, you would find that at this moment, he was surrounded by a faint black mist, which made him look extremely dark and cold, making people feel extremely palpitating, especially those eyes, which were light red. If some timid soul masters, I am afraid they would faint after taking a look. Rest. The mysterious man seemed unmoved, and was not frightened by the other party's momentum at all. He pointed his finger at the dark devil scythe in Kang's hand and suddenly raised his voice and asked, "Where are you from? Outside? Or Valoran?" Uranium had long seen through Lost's bluffing at this time. Although the spiritual space is the opponent's home field, Lost would rather use a small amount of energy to disguise its own strength, which further proves that it is very weak at this time. So Uranium seems to be a little fearless at this time. The Outside universe and the Valoran universe are two different worldviews. Lost in Outside is a dead star spirit that can devour everything in the universe. Naturally, this also includes radiation energy. And Lost in the Valoran universe is a dark spawn. It is an ascender during the period of Queen Sutika of the Shurima Empire. However, what he hopes most is that Lost in this period is from the worldview of the Valoran universe. Because Lost in the Outside universe is very strong. But at the moment, it is weak. It has absorbed Kang's soul power for 6 years, but it seems that with Lost's strength, this is not enough to fill its teeth. Suddenly, Kang, holding the dark scythe, paused. The next moment, Uranium felt something was wrong. A terrifying sight was fixed on him. Without hesitation, Uranium's figure blurred for a moment. The next second after Uranium's figure disappeared, Kang, who had been standing beside him, came directly to where he had been standing before, and mercilessly cut Uranium's waist with a sharp sickle as tall as a person. The speed was so fast that it was like a startling clang. A sharp sound of metal and iron clashing suddenly sounded. Kang's dark demon sickle that could cut gold and jade was blocked by the black armor on Uranium's left hand. Squeak. The extremely sharp sickle blade kept ruthlessly rubbing against the armor made of unknown metal, and the two seemed to be frozen in place for a while. Boom. Kang's arm suddenly appeared with inch-by-inch hideous black hand armor. The black light armor, like a joint, continued to extend from the right hand holding the sickle to the arm step by step. Kang's hair began to grow rapidly, and his eyes were filled with evil intent, as if an evil spirit had come upon him. "Are you going to turn into Lost's true self? No, that's not right. The fight between you two should not be over yet. This is just a possession." Seeing that Kang's skin did not turn into pure red energy texture, Uranium frowned slightly and couldn't help but feel a headache. "Are all darkened like this?" He didn't even say a few words, and he was ready to rush to give his head. "Don't you realize that with your broken body, there is a world of difference between you and me? Stupid trash, a fool who can't understand the form." When the two of them clashed, the mysterious man in front of Lost suddenly sneered, and an incomprehensible energy fluctuation suddenly appeared in the other's body. Although this is Kang's spiritual world, for Uranium, his mental power is enough to change everything here. Kang and Uranium, the difference is too big after all. This energy fluctuation is you. The guy in the forest. Lost's hoarse voice came from Kang's mouth, but at this moment, it was left with only astonishment. Why is it this guy? Although Lost only likes killing and has no brains, he knows very well that this energy brings absolute dominance. 6 years ago, it was because it absorbed this energy that it realized that this world was quite dangerous, so it took the initiative to fall into deep sleep in order to deeply awaken its own power. But unexpectedly, before its own power was restored, the owner of this energy had already arrived in front of it. What a irony. Bang! With force on his arm, the tempering in Lost's hand was directly repelled by Uranium, and then, a hand wrapped in black gauntlet suddenly reached out to Lost's neck. In the spiritual space, the competition is no longer soul power. It is mental power. Seeing the mysterious man's palm coming in an instant, Lost couldn't help but get anxious. Although it was confident that it could hang up the guy in front of it and beat him in its prime, now it is not even a fraction of what it used to be. 10,000 years of sleep has barely allowed its consciousness to awaken, not to mention more power. Clang. With his arm exerting force, Lost's other free hand grabbed the mysterious man's wrist from bottom to top, and tried his best to resist. At this moment, the mental power of Uranium and Lost was obvious in this comparison. There were no fancy soul skills, only fist-to-flesh fighting. Although Lost resisted desperately, the strange power from Uranium continued to stretch forward slowly and steadily. Damn human! I'm going to kill you. Lost turned around in one breath with his last strength, and took a step back along with Uranium's force. The darkened demon scythe in his right hand was extremely insidious and swiped towards his lower body. Suddenly, a tingling pain that made his scalp numb pierced straight into Uranium's heart. It made him feel cold in his heart. Fuck you. Seeing that Lost's attack was coming, even though Uranium knew that even if he was cut off from his descendants in the spiritual space, it would not cause damage to reality, he was still angry. Without hesitation, Uranium lightly raised his foot and stomped down suddenly. The invisible power suddenly descended. With a small stomp, Kaing's mental space also became shorter. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing. The horror of the ultimate mental power came for the first time. Creak, the latest novel is first published on Liuji 9 Shuba. A harsh sound rang out under Uranium's feet. Lost's yin-teasing sickle was stepped on by Uranium and could not move forward. The strength of mental power is an all-round crushing. Originally, Uranium was going to let Lost have some self-knowledge, but now, he was not going to hold back. How is it possible? A mere human. Lost raised his head in disbelief. Even if he used up all his strength, he couldn't move the darkened scythe at all. The next moment, a sweeping kick came. Lost was kicked out directly. Although he successfully pulled out the darkened scythe, a trace of panic rose in Lost's heart. This is the emotion that only arises when facing being sealed into a weapon. Uranium's figure suddenly blurred. The speed was 3 times faster than before. It seemed that time had passed in an extremely long time. While Lost was still flying backwards in the air and had no time to adjust his posture, Uranium condensed in front of it. What followed was a heavy punch. A punch directly into the chest, which instantly changed Lost's face. Its figure flew backwards uncontrollably again. Uranium seemed to be hitting continuously, constantly appearing in front of Lost, without mercy on Kaing's body, and constantly punching and hammering. Until the end, he could clearly see that the single eye on the darkened scythe had dimmed to the bottom. Obviously, in the constant mental confrontation, Lost had finally accumulated the soul power used to awaken the energy in his body, and it had been completely consumed. In the end, Uranium grabbed Lost, who was constantly flying backwards. The external eyes on the mask began to shine with an unsettling light. Uranium grabbed Kaing's hair and pushed him to the ground, kneeling on his knees. Lost, if you don't surrender, then what awaits you is eternal sleep. You will never have a chance to wake up. The terrifying mental energy began to gather in Uranium's hands. And there was an impulse to continue to extend downwards. And below the energy was Kaing's head possessed by lust. I give you 2 choices. Submit to me, and you will have the right to survive. If I am satisfied, I will even give you energy. If you don't know how to behave, you will face a bad ending. The dangerous energy light began to move down along Uranium's hand armor. It was visible to the naked eye that Kaing's blood-red eyes suddenly conveyed an unyielding will. Damn human, you actually want me to surrender? Lost's gnashing voice sounded. You bastard. If you want me to surrender, you should have said it earlier. I surrender. I surrender. The next moment, completely irrelevant words suddenly jumped out of Kaing's mouth. At this moment, it was completely different from the unyielding look just now. Lost had always misunderstood. It had always thought that the mysterious man was here to take its life. Even as soon as he opened his mouth, he asked what kind of ghost said he was, or the Douluo Continent. Considering that its reputation in the Douluo Continent did not seem to be a good reputation, and it had always been a synonym for killing, so when it met an old friend, it panicked. It thought that it was an enemy who came to the door, so it simply went all out and took the initiative. But what made the Darkin desperate was that it was too weak and the other party was too strong. What did you say? Uranium seemed to have not heard Lost's words clearly, and frowned and asked again. I said, I surrender. From now on, if you want me to go east, I will never go west. Lost's humble voice sounded from Kaing's mouth. I was impressed by the absolute dominance of the mysterious man and the tyranny of the other party. Lost surrendered. The space belongs to Kaing, and Lost is possessed. I will get up early tomorrow morning to update for you during the day. Chapter 250, The Submission of the Darkin, Uranium's Request. As Lost's words of surrender sounded, a terrifying scene appeared. The earth trembled suddenly, as if the entire spiritual space was shaking with it. A crack on the ground quickly extended and reached Uranium's feet in the blink of an eye. Wherever the crack passed, the rebel soared into the sky under the violent airflow, flying straight up to a height of several hundred meters. The red magma, along the cracked earth, emerged a trembling crimson at the deepest part. The sky became darker. The hot breath swept across the entire land. But Uranium was not moved. Since you said you surrender, then show your attitude. Lost. The mysterious man's strength immediately choked Lost. The next moment, a dark red figure suddenly emerged from Kaing's body. It was a terrifying existence composed entirely of red and black. The obsidian-colored shoulders were constantly outlined, from the back, from the lumbar spine to the side waist, revealing the jagged edges of the structure, as well as the chest, waist and abdomen, which were completely made of red energy. Like boiling magma, it exuded a palpitating sense of fear. And its hands, only in the forearms, had obsidian-like armor, and the upper half of the arms were all made of restrained red light. On both sides of its head, there grew hard joints of the same material as the rest of its body, as sharp as a knife, wider than the shoulders, and extending to the back in an arc, like a killing weapon. No, in Uranium's perception, it itself is an extremely bloody killing weapon. At this moment, this ultimate weapon lowered its proud head to Uranium. Among all the dark descendants, it is the most thoroughly depraved one, regardless of the glory of the Sharingan gods, and regardless of the anger of being calculated. It only surrenders to its own masterpiece of killing. Like Atrix, he cared too much about his own glory, so he went crazy and fell into madness. Therefore, he would not feel humiliated for surrendering to a certain existence. I am lost, I am a sickle, I can only cause killing, so how do you plan to use me, master? Lost in front of him lowered his head slightly, and his hoarse voice slowly sounded. Kaing stared in amazement at his martial soul, suddenly having a guy who looked very violent and bloody, and then bowed his head to the mysterious man. Is this Lost? Uranium waved his hand to dispel the doubts in Kaing's heart, and whispered to Lost, I know there is a place that is very suitable for you, enough for you to kill. That place is called the City of Slaughter. Uranium knew that Lost's submission was only superficial. He had neither signed a contract with it nor had any restraining power. Now it was so obedient only because it was not his opponent. Once the other party was allowed to grow up through bloody killings, it was hard to imagine what would happen later. However, he was not afraid. The power of the nuclear explosion kick was enough to destroy the world. If Lost didn't obey, then let him have a taste. Moreover, maybe Lost was once the full level 100, but now it is only level 10, and needs to grow slowly. Then the current Uranium is level 80 combat power, and he will continue to become stronger, faster than Lost. So Uranium intends to use incentives to let it use its true ability. He likes the current Douluo Continent very much, and doesn't want Lost to destroy it now, including the Sun and Moon Continent. Simply hang a carrot for Lost to make him do something. Oh? Killing City? The name sounds interesting, so what is the price? Indeed, if it hadn't obtained the strongest body yet, it would have gone out to kill wantonly. Price? Humph, this is a win-win situation, but for you, you have to do a little bit of work. The mysterious man chuckled. Since Kaing has pledged allegiance to him, then the strength must not be too weak, otherwise it would be meaningless. If it is too rubbish, how can he be his spokesperson? Just relying on a level 30 soul master? Since you are from Valoran, then, I guess Kaing, you also know it, right? Just now, Uranium had understood it from Lost's tone and the words something Cedri. It is from Valoran. And in Valoran, if we talk about Lost, there must be another person, G, who learned shadow magic and studied under the Lord of Shadow Stream. And now, in Douluo Continent, the man possessed by Lost is named Kaing. Although there is only one word difference, the pronunciation is the same, and the martial spirit is a sickle. Uranium can hardly think that this is a coincidence. It must be destiny. Me. Kaing behind him couldn't help asking. At this moment, he was still a little confused. Lost was silent. Because it knew that this mysterious man was saying that it had known it before? Lost thought to himself. Although Lost's face without skin and only 3 holes burning with hot flames did not change at all, Uranium still keenly noticed its surprise. This also indirectly shows that it is just too corrupt, not unaware of the interests. Otherwise, he would not have immediately admitted defeat. Kaing is good at shadow magic. Although the energy system of Douluo Continent is not compatible, as his good partner who has been with him for many years, you must understand the power of shadow, right? Teach Kain, wait for him to reach level 80 Soul Douluo in 10 years, and I will tell you the location of the slaughter city. At that time, you can kill as many people as you want. Uranium said lightly. It just so happens that when Kain reaches level 80, the slaughter city may have been destroyed long ago. Although nothing can be seen on the surface, Uranium is laughing secretly in his heart at this moment. Don't blame me, Dark Evil, this is the world's fault. The mysterious man in front of Kain smiled and said with emotion, I remember that you can improve your abilities by fighting with opponents of different categories, right? Kain hunts long-range soul masters, and you fight with melee soul masters. After this, Lost was stunned. Lost bent his sharp knuckles and scratched his chin, then said with some difficulty, even if you let me teach him, I don't have the energy. I'm already very tired just to maintain my existence now. The implication is that if you want me to teach shadow magic, you have to pay more. While talking, Lost secretly observed the mysterious man's reaction. But to its disappointment, it couldn't see through the armor in front of it. This thing seemed to have a layer of ability to block all sights. In its perception, there was no breath of the mysterious man. This also made it more alert. It seemed that it noticed Lost's observation, and Uranium smiled, not caring about the other party's prying. It didn't mind its temptation. As long as he was strong, he could naturally ignore any opponent, and Zhu Ziuqing also showed with the bug characteristics of the third soul skill that she would not be his weakness. Want energy? Yes, the premise is that you have this qualification. Every time Kain passes 5 levels, I will give you a certain amount of radiation energy, but whether you can absorb it depends on you. If it was energy, then he wouldn't worry. He is a humanoid reactor. It's just that the radiation energy is not big, but it's not small either. Although he can control the energy of the outside world through the radiation field, the endless flow of particles in his body is still a mystery. I'm afraid I have to wait for the kaleidoscope to fully understand what my martial soul is. Radiation is the proof of the movement of all things. Unless it is absolute zero, the energy called radiation generated by the movement of particles will never stop. This is also the key to the almost infinite energy in his body. But with his current ability as a Soul King, he still can't control it. Okay, the game time is over. I'm leaving, Kain, within 10 days, come to Shandao Royal Academy to re-enroll and assist my juniors. It is confirmed that Lost will help Kain practice, so there is no reason for Uranium to stay here. The latest novel is published on the 6th-9th book bar. Although the real body cannot be detected after wearing the Chronos Soul Guide armor, the energy fluctuations in the radiation field are almost the same. I think Lost can distinguish them. He simply disguised himself as the elder of the real body. When Xiaoxu appeared later, he would naturally understand that this energy is of a hereditary nature. In this way, others would be a little safer. However, he still had to do something. The precautions himself were that he ran out just because he found Kain, a good seedling of his subordinate, before leaving, although this good seedling was older than himself. Now, it's time to go back. As soon as the voice fell, Uranium disappeared in Kain's spiritual space. It doesn't matter if you say more, as long as the meaning is conveyed. I have said enough with Lost and Kain. The fishing earth and the blazing sky. The gray haze and the black ground covered with lava, only an inhuman existence and Kain with a confused face were left. He didn't understand what happened at all. Did they say Lost was sleeping? Why, it looks like it is still very energetic. It seems that the two of them are of one mind, or it may be because Lost's body is Kain's martial spirit. Just as Kain can sense Lost's heart, the other party is also the same. Unlike the life and death struggle with Kain 10,000 years ago, what Lost faces at this moment is how to get along with this eternal host, which is a big problem. Because it is the opportunity to appear outside instead of a Kain, as long as Kain is willing, then it can fight. But the main consciousness is still Kain. As long as he has a thought, it will continue to restore to the appearance of a weapon. He is the weak party. However, Lost knows that he has great potential, and he can also awaken his own power through killing, which is far beyond Kain's imagination and cognition. He is also the strong party. This kind of balance is something I never expected before. I originally thought that I would enjoy killing and destruction until the end of time, but I didn't expect that I would actually be just a part of humanity, a mere human. Hey, Kain, I say, are you too weak? You are so weak, What qualifications do you have to be my host? Look at others. It seems that I want to make you stronger. Killing, blood, destruction. Just do it. Lost stood up straight and patted Kaing on the shoulder. His tone was obviously different from before. This is a change in mentality. After being forcibly restrained by the mysterious man, he couldn't help but feel that he was disappointed with Kaing. Hey, Lost, I say, it was you who suddenly disappeared and squeezed out the soul power that I had cultivated with great difficulty. Do you still have the face to say that to me? Kaing seemed to feel the teasing taste of Lost, and his eyes were cold, and he asked back in a cold voice. Oh? Is there such a thing? Isn't it your soul power that leaked? I have been staying in the spiritual space and did nothing. Lost scratched his head with his obsidian claws in a humane way, making a harsh sound of metal and stone. Kaing suddenly felt angry, but he couldn't do anything to Lost. But, speaking of it, Kaing, I felt that guy put something on our bodies, a blue light spot, and it quickly merged into your body. I can't solve it. Suddenly, when the two were chatting, Lost whispered, interrupting Kaing's train of thought. I have expected this. Since he asked us to be loyal, he must have some measures. Kaing did not make a fuss about this matter, but continued to focus on Lost. He was quite curious about the martial soul consciousness in front of him. At this moment, Kaing and Lost looked very much like the scene of how Yuheo and Xianmeng Ice Silkworm entering the spiritual space to play together in Douluo. But, can you feel what kind of thing it is? Control of the body, control of the mind, or poison? At a certain time, if you don't give the antidote, you will die. Kaing couldn't help thinking so. The strength just shown by Uranium, and looking at this partner named Lost, who was actually a very bloodthirsty existence, suddenly made him a little afraid that the mysterious man would have the means to eliminate harm for the people. Don't worry, Kaing, if you die, I will continue to live in your place and inherit your will, but I can't guarantee that I will treat your fiancé well. Lost suddenly said heartlessly, and while saying it, he also laughed a few times. Hey, you guy, you are just my martial spirit. If I die, won't you die? Kaing's face was a little dark. He felt uncomfortable when others said that he was dead, especially when his martial spirit said so, which made him feel even more angry. Okay, actually I'm just guessing. Well, who knows? Hearing that Kaing seemed to be angry, Lost quickly hugged Kaing's shoulders, looking like a good buddy, but there was no apology on his face. His positioning, I guess, it should be positioning, there is no danger, although I can't rule it out, that's because the size of this thing is too small. Let's go out too, I really want to kill something. Forget it, it's not easy to resume training, I have to practice all night tonight. Kaing shook his head and rejected Lost's invitation to kill with an indifferent look. Soon, Uranium returned to the hotel and knocked on Zhu Zhuking's door. Because Zhu Zhuking only booked one room to save money. There are still 6 months left before the Soul Master competition. It's time for the long-lost book recommendation session again. I took a look. It's probably the traditional Douluo novel type, which is not quite the same as what I wrote. The name is Douluo, Changing Fate with Sword. Here is the introduction. Breaking through the barriers of space, I finally escaped from the heavy blockades, and woke up in a special world. I lost all my cultivation and treasures, and started all over again. The cultivation system here is a little different, with strange powers. At the beginning, I encountered a rabbit spirit pretending to be young. The little fairy is so cute, will she cry for a long time if I punch her? Exclamation mark. I finished writing this chapter at 4 o'clock today. I don't know why, but my update status has been terrible recently. I don't know why. I originally planned to write 10,000 words, from 9 o'clock in the evening to 4 o'clock in the morning, only 4K per chapter, sorry. I hope I can use a desktop computer to type tomorrow, which will make me feel more comfortable. By the way, Kaing is considered the second male lead, but the portrayal of him in these chapters ends here. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.